Audiobook title Canon Fodder in the Interstellar. New name Cosmic Drifters. Type web novel CN. Genre isekai, reincarnation, soul transmigration, action, adventure, fantasy, martial arts, mecha, school life, sci-fi, slice of life, and supernatural. Author S. Chinese letter Q. Translator Zephyr. Audiobook. Part 02 Chapter 51 to 100. Chapter 51. The bloody game changer. The observation chamber hadn't been fitted with any proper sound barriers, and every soul packed into the space was a seasoned warrior with razor-sharp senses. Even the slightest whisper would carry across the room like a shout in a cathedral. Seraphina found herself leaning closer to Dean Aikson, her breath barely stirring the air between them as she nodded towards the arena's center. "That golden-haired lad down there," she murmured, her voice no louder than silk brushing against stone. "Who is he?" Dean's eyes flickered with recognition, his own voice dropping to match her conspiratorial tone. "That's Helix Adamant, that is. Bloke like him, with power coursing through his veins like that. He doesn't need to sit through recruitment trials like the rest of us plebs. The academies would be falling over themselves to have him." "Right," Seraphina replied, her tone flat as yesterday's champagne, betraying nothing of the storm brewing behind her carefully composed mask. "And bloody hell, wasn't that the truth of it? A 15-year-old fifth-tier warrior was the sort of prodigy that would have even the prestigious Xuangu First Military Academy's top brass practically throwing themselves at his feet, begging him to grace their halls." Helix Adamant. The name rolled around Seraphina's mind like a marble in an empty jar, finding no purchase, no familiar groove to settle into. Not a whisper of recognition stirred in her memory, which meant one thing: this name had never once graced the pages of that bloody novel she'd devoured in her previous life. This golden boy was either some poor sod who'd been cannon fodder before the real story even kicked off, or he was something far more dangerous, a wild card, a variable that could turn the entire game on its head. Seraphina found herself desperately hoping it was the latter. Dean studied her face, though the Academy's identity-masking tech had blurred her features into something resembling a watercolor left out in the rain. Still, they'd worked together enough times for him to read the subtle tells, the way her shoulders held their tension, the particular stillness that settled over her when she was processing something significant. This girl was either the most accomplished actress he'd ever encountered, or she possessed the kind of genuine innocence that was rarer than hen's teeth in their world. If she truly was as guileless as she appeared, then this mask of serene indifference meant she genuinely hadn't a clue who Helix Adamant really was. "Helix Adamant," Dean said, his voice carrying the weight of revelation, "is the second prince of the Gus Empire." The words hit Seraphina like a slap across the face. What? The second bloody prince? Her mind reeled, scrambling through memories of that damned novel like a woman searching for her keys in a burning building. The second prince, that wastrel, that absolute tosser who couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag if his life depended on it. In the story, he'd been nothing more than a spoiled brat with the combat potential of a wet tissue, his warrior aptitude barely scraping a pathetic 2B rating. The novel's second prince had been a proper villain in the early chapters, a power-hungry little snake who'd spent his time scheming against his elder brother, instead of doing anything useful for the Empire. Under his mother's toxic influence, he'd orchestrated countless plots against the Crown Prince, embodying every cliché of the jealous, incompetent royal sibling. But the bastard had lived up to that old earth, saying about how the good die young while the wicked live forever. Even after the interstellar war had ended, he'd still been kicking about, making a nuisance of himself until the male lead finally put him in his place. And even then, he'd been nothing more than a third-tier warrior, barely worth the effort it took to swat him down. Yet here in the flesh stood a 15-year-old second prince who'd already achieved fifth-tier mastery. The disconnect between fiction and reality was so jarring it made her head spin. This second prince was definitely a game-changing variable of the highest order, but what had caused such a massive deviation from the original storyline? Then again, what did it matter? The second prince was royalty, the sort of high society toff that a nobody like her, an orphaned girl from the arse end of nowhere, could never hope to rub shoulders with. Best to admire from afar and leave well enough alone. So Seraphina did what she did best. She swallowed her shark, smoothed her expression into something approaching boredom, and steered the conversation towards safer waters. Academy regulations, training schedules, the sort of mundane barlocks that wouldn't get her into trouble. Even when her gaze drifted to the male lead sitting across the chamber, she maintained that same studied indifference, treating him like just another face in the crowd. It was a survival strategy she'd perfected. Don't get too close to the aristocrats, but don't piss them off either. But inside, where no one could see, a wicked little voice in her head was practically doing cartwheels with glee, because this brilliant, powerful second prince was going to steal every bit of thunder from Valorian Sterling, the supposed male lead, and when that happened, it would set off a chain reaction of changes that could reshape everything. Serafina had always reckoned that Valorian's ultimate victory over the Yunkai aliens had less to do with his actual contributions, and more to do with the plot armor that kept him breathing when better men and women had fallen. The interstellar war wasn't some quaint little skirmish between Earth tribes or nations. It was a meat grinder that had consumed hundreds of billions of lives, turning genuine heroes into footnotes, while the golden boy with the protagonist's luck claimed all the glory. The real hero of that bloody story had been the Crown Prince, a man who'd spent years sacrificing his subordinates to gather intelligence, who'd analyzed every scrap of data with meticulous care, until he'd finally identified the alien's weakness. In the end, he'd thrown himself into the final battle, trading his life to turn the tide, and give humanity the chance it needed to survive. But according to the novel's logic, the second prince could never have been a greater talent than Valorian Sterling. If he had been, then with his royal blood and political connections, there's no way Valorian could have emerged as the ultimate victor. The Crown Prince in the story hadn't been power-hungry. He'd actually treated his half-brother with surprising tolerance, even when the little shit had been actively working against him. Hell, when the war started, he'd even had the second prince confined and forced to train, which was probably the only reason the useless Sard had survived until the end. But something was off about this whole situation. If the second prince was clearly stronger than Valorian Sterling, then why had all the intelligence reports painted him as a talentless wastrel who would dare spread such lies about a member of the royal family? A wild thought struck Serafina, her imagination running riot with possibilities. What if the second prince really had been a complete waste of space before, but something had changed in recent years? What if he'd had some sort of miraculous encounter, or, and this thought made her pulse quicken, what if he was a reborn soul just like her? With herself and Kang Jingdan as proof that rebirth was possible, Serafina didn't doubt for a second that there could be others. And honestly, given what she knew about humanity's grim future, she desperately hoped that some of those legendary heroes had been given a second chance. If someone like the Crown Prince had been reborn with all his memories intact, this war might actually have a different ending. Dean watched Serafina's face carefully, noting how she'd gone rigid with shock at the revelation of Helix Adamant's true identity, only to settle back into that same detached calm within moments. It was a bloody strange reaction. If he was being honest, any normal 15-year-old girl would be absolutely beside herself at the sight of the second prince. Handsome, powerful, royal, and radiating that dangerous charisma that made hearts flutter and knees go weak. He was the sort of bloke that teenage girls wrote poetry about and older women fantasized over. But Serafina had simply absorbed the information, filed it away, and gone back to treating him like an interesting but ultimately irrelevant museum exhibit. It wasn't natural behavior for someone her age. Come to think of it, she'd never shown any romantic interest in anyone. Not the second prince, not himself, not even Valorian Sterling, who had his own fair share of admirers. She treated them all with the same professional courtesy she'd show a business partner, nothing more. Dean found himself wondering if she already had someone special in her life, or if she was simply too innocent to understand these sorts of feelings. Either way, at least she didn't seem to be the type to throw herself at powerful men for personal gain. As a new challenge match began in the arena below, Dean noticed that Serafina had turned her attention back to the combat, her eyes sharp and analytical. But there was something else there too. A distance, a coolness that seemed to separate her from everything around her, as if she was watching it all through glass. Chapter 52. Invisible to the naked eye with Serafina's razor-sharp instincts, she could feel Dean Aikeson's eyes tracking her every move from the moment she'd stepped foot in that bloody observation chamber 1-2. Not that she took offense, she understood the game well enough. She didn't need to rack her brains to work out why, did she? Blokes like Dean, born with silver spoons practically welded to their garbs, had probably been dodging schemes and plots since they were knee-high to a grasshopper. No way in hell would someone like that trust a complete stranger to watch his back without proper vetting. Serafina wasn't daft enough to think that a few hours of teamwork during that map assessment would be enough to earn Dean and his crew's complete trust. Hell, she wouldn't be so quick to buddy up with random strangers either. From the moment she'd walked into this room, she'd been sizing up Dean Akeson just as carefully as he'd been studying her. Having died and been reborn once already, Serafina had developed a certain zen-like acceptance about life's ups and downs. She wasn't one for getting her knickers in a twist over what might or might not happen. If they could work together, brilliant, they'd form a team. If not, well, she'd find herself a proper crew. Once she got to the academy, Dean's performance when facing down Valorian Sterling's questions earlier had impressed her. But the real test would come when they met face to face, without all this virtual reality nonsense clouding the waters. Serafina had been genuinely curious to watch His Royal Highness in action, but the match turned out to be a right bore. Helix Adamant, being the strongest warrior among this year's candidates, was facing off against some poor sod ranked somewhere in the tens of thousands. The whole thing was over in 2 or 3 moves, so effortless it was practically insulting, with bugger all to learn from watching it. Less than 3 hours into the assessment trials, Helix Adamant had already steamrolled through 10 challenge matches, shooting his ranking up to somewhere around the 3,000 mark. The second prince sauntered off the combat platform with the casual air of someone who'd just finished a light warm-up, and from her closer vantage point, Serafina could make out the distinctive grey-blue of his eyes, like storm clouds gathering over the Thames. The moment the second prince finished his bout, 2 young men and a middle-aged bloke who'd been sitting not far from their little trio immediately swarmed him, chattering away about God knows what. Even that instructor Lai character had jumped to his feet. Naturally, Valorian Sterling, Dean Akeson, and Serafina all stood up as well. Even if they weren't about to go brown-nosing, the man was still the bloody second prince. Basic courtesy demanded they show proper respect. Serafina deliberately positioned herself so that her petite frame was half hidden behind Dean's towering 6'3" silhouette, quite pleased with her own 5'7" stature that let her avoid direct confrontation with such a high-profile figure. A working-class orphan like her simply couldn't afford that kind of attention. Though Helix Adamant's expression didn't hide his natural arrogance, Serafina noticed he offered instructor Lai a perfectly executed formal salute, which suggested the second prince wasn't truly as pompous as he appeared. Finally, the royal pain in the arse exchanged brief pleasantries with Valorian Sterling and Dean Akeson before logging off the system. As for Serafina, with only half her body visible and her face completely obscured, she might as well have been invisible furniture for all the notice he took of her. Without a shred of wounded pride, Serafina felt a familiar pang of envy mixed with bitter amusement. Bloody hell, privilege really is something else, isn't it? According to the rules, all candidates were supposed to stay online until the assessment period officially ended. Even without any challengers queuing up to face her, Serafina was stuck cooling her heels in virtual limbo until the timer ran down. But His Royal Highness, with several hours still left on the clock, the entitled tosser could log off whenever the fancy struck him. As for being completely ignored by Helix Adamant, Serafina didn't feel the least bit embarrassed about it. A nobody like her being overlooked was exactly how the world was supposed to work. Serafina had a crystal clear understanding of her place in the pecking order. If Dean Akeson hadn't stumbled across her during that map PK trial, if they hadn't been forced to team up in combat, she never would have caught his attention in the first place. If they'd just bumped into each other on the street, someone of Dean's social standing would have looked right through her without a second thought. For someone like Serafina, getting into this exclusive observation chamber and having the chance to curry favor with instructor Lai was already the best possible start she could hope for at Xuangu First Military Academy. What did a powerless little orphan like her expect? To reach for the bloody stars? Without proper backing, the only thing waiting for ambitious climbers was a long, hard fall to earth. Besides, when the second prince had been making his way towards the viewing area earlier, Serafina had felt an uncomfortable prickle of unease, an instinct telling her to keep her distance. That feeling wasn't just paranoia, it was based on cold, hard facts. The current Empress had been one of the key players in the events from 15 years ago. If that old business ever came to light, Serafina would likely be the one left holding the bag once again. If push ever came to shove, Serafina would definitely choose to throw her lot in with the Crown Prince. That would automatically put her at odds with the second prince, making it wise to keep as much distance as possible between them. With the room's main attraction having buggered off, and despite their viewing privileges remaining active, what was the point of the supporting cast hanging about? Serafina politely bid farewell to instructor Lai and Dean Akeson before making her exit without a moment's hesitation. That young lady has excellent character, instructor Lai remarked to Dean Akeson once she'd gone. Even after learning the second prince's identity, her gaze remained clear and steady. Not only did she refrain from trying to introduce herself, she actually stepped back behind you, showing no desire to use the opportunity for social climbing. What's even more remarkable is that she showed no trace of inferiority complex. Her mental state is remarkably stable. That kind of steady temperament combined with her natural talent makes her the sort of raw material that could be carefully shaped into something exceptional. Though Dean prided himself on being a decent judge of character, he certainly didn't possess instructor Lai's level of insight and experience. Having his newly acknowledged potential teammate earn approval from his mentor naturally pleased him immensely. Serafina remained blissfully unaware of this conversation, having already witnessed the day's most dramatic revelation, She had no interest in watching more matches after leaving the second prince's chamber, heading straight back to her own virtual quarters. Serafina checked the challenge match rankings, quite satisfied to see her position hadn't budged an inch. The final challenge rounds were essentially overtime matches, designed to give candidates with genuine ability who'd suffered unlucky setbacks a chance at redemption. But such cases were rare as hen's teeth. The rankings for the top 8,000 candidates showed minimal movement, with only minor shuffling among those ranked beyond 9,000. Once the challenge matches concluded, the top 10,000 candidates on the leaderboard would, barring any major surprises, become this year's incoming class for Xuangu 1st Military Academy's Mecha Combat Division. When the dust settled, Serafina had maintained her position at 7th place. Not only had her ranking held steady, but the entire top 100 had remained completely unchanged. Serafina scrolled down to the 3,000 mark and spotted Helix Adamant's name at position 3,337. Bloody strange, that is. The second prince's restraint didn't match his appearance at all. Someone with his power and ability should have been challenging the top 10, making a proper show of dominance, shouldn't he? After indulging in a bit of mental gossip, Serafina realized she was absolutely starving and logged off to grab some dinner. She hadn't even taken her first bite when Instructor Fang's communication came through. Serafina, the school has received official notification from Xuangu 1st Military Academy. 2 candidates from our Minxin Intermediate Academy have been accepted for enrollment. Your combined scores from all 3 assessment phases have earned you 7th place overall, which qualifies you for a full tuition waiver for the Mecha Combat Division. Yesterday, Uncle Lin made some inquiries through his contacts. If you choose to minor in mecha manufacturing, the benefits are nearly identical to those for primary students, and exceptional performance can even earn you scholarship money. You should definitely give it your best effort, though even if you don't manage a scholarship, Uncle Lin and I will be here to support you. Go study with complete peace of mind. Instructor Fang's voice practically bubbled with joy, his confidence in Serafina now absolute and unshakable. Chapter 53. An unexpected call. Thank you, Instructor, and thank you, Uncle Lin. You've both done so much for me these past few months. Serafina's words carried the weight of genuine gratitude, each syllable heavy with sincerity. But she couldn't quite find the right way to express the depth of her appreciation. Sometimes the truest gratitude simply can't be captured in words, can it? It sits in your chest like a warm stone, too precious and too vast for mere language. That's because you're a good girl, love. You just keep working hard at your studies, yeah. Don't let me and Uncle Lin down. Instructor Fang's voice wavered slightly, her usual composed demeanor cracking around the edges. Seeing that raw gratitude shining in her student's eyes made Instructor Fang's heart swell with warmth, but she'd never been one for sentimental displays. The whole situation left both teacher and student feeling rather awkward, like actors who'd forgotten their lines in the middle of a particularly emotional scene. What neither of them knew was that, while they were having their touching moment, Captain Lin was being hauled over the coals at Topaz Star's military headquarters, facing a disciplinary hearing for his late-night deployment of duty soldiers the previous evening. The whole bloody thing was a joke, really. Out of 12 duty soldiers, he'd only reassigned 2, and within a minute, 1 bloody minute, he'd called up 2 sergeants to fill the gaps. Even during wartime, this wouldn't have raised an eyebrow, let alone during peacetime. The only reason this molehill had become a mountain was because someone wanted to give him a proper kicking. Captain Lin sat stone-faced through the proceedings, his expression carved from granite as he listened to the charges, not even bothering to glance at his direct superior. Ever since he'd been promoted to 6th-tier warrior a year ago, this sort of shadowy harassment had been creeping into his life like damp through old walls. The final straw had come 2 months back, when he'd managed to get his hands on that human-grade whip technique manual from his superior. Instead of being properly grateful, he'd had the audacity to refuse to do something that went against every principle he held as a soldier. If his superior hadn't been such a useless tosser, this whole mess would never have blown up in the first place. Still, Captain Lin knew this was all sound and fury signifying nothing. The worst they could do was give him a slap on the wrist. Anything more serious would hurt them as much as it hurt him. So apart from the necessary statements, Captain Lin's expression remained as unchanging as the London weather in November. The bastard who'd stirred up this whole shitstorm was Captain Lin's bitter rival, a man who'd sell his own grandmother for a chance to take Lin's place. After Captain Lin finished his statement, this tosser jumped up like a jack-in-the-box, ready to deliver his own passionate speech and give Lin a proper stomping. But just as he was hitting his stride, working himself up into a right state, something extraordinary happened. The Supreme Commander, who'd been sitting there with a face like thunder, suddenly received an urgent communication. It was brief, couldn't have lasted more than 30 seconds, But when he looked up at Captain Lin, something fundamental had shifted in his gaze. Right, that's enough. Meeting's over. Captain Lin's actions were well within military regulations. The Supreme Commander's voice was flat, his face looking like he'd just bitten into a particularly sour lemon. Everyone in that room was sharp as a tack. They could all see that whoever had just rung the Supreme Commander wasn't your average punter. Their boss hadn't even bothered with a proper explanation, just shut the whole thing down like slamming a door. The fourth in command, who'd been gearing up for another attack, looked like someone had just stolen his favorite toy. But he was a canny operator who knew which way the wind was blowing. Seeing the Supreme Commander's complete about-face after that call, he knew there were forces at play beyond his understanding. The whole disciplinary hearing fizzled out like a damp firework. The Supreme Commander stood to leave, then turned back with a look that could have curdled milk. "You're quite the guardian, aren't you?" he said, his words dripping with unspoken meaning. Captain Lin had been puzzling over who might have called the Supreme Commander, wondering why they'd intervened on his behalf, and whether their motives were benevolent or something more sinister. But hearing those words, everything clicked into place like tumblers in a lark. This whole business was connected to Serafina. Whoever had called the Supreme Commander was acting on her behalf. After all, the only reason he deployed those duty soldiers in the first place was to rescue her. Captain Lin had been careful to keep Serafina's name out of his earlier statement, and he certainly wasn't about to let these vultures get their claws into her now. He gave the Supreme Commander a salute that was perfectly regulation, but somehow managed to convey an air of mysterious knowledge, and was just about to speak when his own communication device chimed with an incoming call that bypassed all security protocols. Captain Lin glanced at the display. It was from the Capital Star Military Command. What choice did he have? He activated his optical brain immediately when the holographic display flickered to life, revealing a somewhat familiar young and handsome face. Captain Lin's shark was written across his features in letters 10 feet tall, impossible for anyone in the room to miss. Even more telling was the crisp military salute he snapped off, his voice carrying clearly as he said, "Captain Lin Changfeng reporting to Major Sterling." Now, senior military officers all had their communications encrypted with the highest level privacy shields, so even though there were more than a dozen people in that conference room, when Captain Lin took the call, outsiders couldn't see who was on the other end, nor could they hear what he was saying. But these weren't ordinary blokes. They were all seasoned military officers who'd clawed their way to the top. More than a few of them were skilled enough at lip reading to catch what Captain Lin had said. Major Sterling. Could it be that Major Sterling they were thinking of? Every pair of eyes in the room fixed on Captain Lin, with a mixture of shock and speculation. Wasn't he supposed to be the cast-off son of the Lin family from the imperial capital? Had they been fed false information all along? Or had Captain Lin's network of connections shifted dramatically since he'd broken through to 6th-tier warrior status? When Captain Lin ended the call, he wasn't surprised to find everyone in the room, including Topaz, Star's highest-ranking military commander, staring at him with expressions complex as a London underground map. Changfeng, the second-in-command, said, his voice suddenly warm as honey, "You have connections with Major Sterling. We've met before, but he's just given me classified orders, so I'll be taking my leave." Captain Lin snapped off another regulation salute and strode towards the door with purposeful steps. Nobody in that room dared ask about the nature of those classified orders, and certainly nobody was fool enough to try and stop him. Major Sterling wasn't someone you crossed, not if you valued your career, your reputation, or possibly your life. The moment Captain Lin stepped outside, he spotted Deputy George waiting in the corridor, anxiety written across his weathered features like graffiti on a wall. Seeing Captain Lin's grim expression, Deputy George's momentary relief evaporated like morning mist. His face went serious as a funeral as he asked, "How'd it go then?" Captain Lin made a gesture that clearly meant not here, and set off down the corridor at a brisk pace. Deputy George fell into step behind him, smart enough to keep his garb shut until they reached safer ground. Once they were back in Captain Lin's office with the door firmly closed, Deputy George finally let his frustration boil over. Christ, what a load of bollocks, making such a bloody great fuss over nothing. Even if they wanted to stitch you up, they didn't have to make it so obvious. They usually can't find any dirt on us, so when they finally get a sniff of something, they're going to make the most of it, aren't they? But their timing's absolute rubbish. Captain Lin's tone was light, almost casual, but his expression remained as serious as a heart attack. Deputy George could hear the subtext loud and clear, his questioning gaze demanding answers. During the meeting, the Supreme Commander and I both received calls, one right after the other. Captain Lin explained. "Who from?" Deputy George asked, his eyebrows climbing towards his hairline. At a moment like that, with the conference room's communication barriers fully active, Anyone who could get through had to be someone with serious clout in the military hierarchy. I don't know who called the Supreme Commander, but my call was from Major Valorian Sterling. Captain Lin said, his voice steady as bedrock. What? Valorian Sterling, the eldest son of the Sterling family from the capital star, the Crown Prince's right-hand man. Captain, when the hell did you get acquainted with him? Deputy George's voice cracked with disbelief. Deputy George had been Captain Lin's shadow since their military academy days. He knew roughly 70 to 80% of Lin's connections in the capital star, which meant he was fairly certain that Valorian Sterling had no bloody idea who Captain Lin was. Chapter 54. Reaching out to grasp Serafina's performance in the Xuangu First Military Academy recruitment trials was absolutely brilliant. Caught the Crown Prince's eye, it did. His Royal Highness has been running this talent cultivation program for the past couple of years, hoovering up the Empire's most promising young geniuses and giving them proper training. He's clearly trying to forge a crack team of stellar mecha warriors. You know that rumor that's been doing the rounds? The Crown Prince is probably preparing for exactly that. Captain Lin's voice carried a weight of resignation, like a man watching storm clouds gather on the horizon. What he'd called a rumor had already crystallized into 70% certainty in his mind, and the Crown Prince's current actions only served to cement that grim reality. Right, that explains why Miss Serafina got forcibly transferred to the Mecha Combat Division. Deputy George muttered, the pieces finally clicking into place like tumblers in a lark. Valorian Sterling, speaking for the Crown Prince, commended us for our timely protection of Serafina yesterday. I reckon the Supreme Commander got similar intelligence, which is why he didn't dare probe any deeper into last night's business. Still stung his pride though. That's why he took that passive-aggressive dig at me being such a good guardian. Captain Lin's smile was razor-thin, sharp enough to cut glass. Deputy George sat there looking like he'd been smacked with a wet fish. Then suddenly his eyes lit up with understanding. Bloody hell, that means the black-clad figure who appeared out of nowhere last night and nabbed that assassin. He was probably one of the Crown Prince's bodyguards, sent to protect Miss Serafina. No wonder we couldn't dig up any intel on him, no matter how hard we tried. 9 times out of 10, that's exactly what happened. A master of that caliber isn't someone your average punter can command. Only makes sense that Major Sterling would know about yesterday's events so quickly, and in such detail. Captain Lin had already worked this out the moment Valorian Sterling's call had come through. This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now we don't have to worry about not being able to look after Miss Serafina once she's off to Xuangu First Military Academy. Never imagined the Crown Prince would value talent to this extent. Deputy George's excitement was practically radiating off him like heat from a furnace. What he couldn't quite bring himself to say out loud was that if Serafina had caught the Crown Prince's attention, then Captain Lin, as her guardian, had inevitably entered the royal radar as well. For military personnel stationed far from the central star systems on these god-forsaken frontier planets, especially someone like Captain Lin, who was essentially a cast-off from a major family but possessed genuine ability, this was an absolute godsend. Everyone in the Gus Empire knew exactly who the Crown Prince was, a golden ticket wrapped in royal authority, the sort of powerful patron that could change everything. If Captain Lin benefited, then naturally all the people who'd thrown their lot in with him would share in that good fortune. Though they'd been protecting Serafina out of personal loyalty, catching the attention of the highest echelons of power was something they'd be mad not to celebrate. Who wouldn't want a chance to climb higher? It wasn't like they lacked the ability, but what Serafina will have to shoulder in the future. Captain Lin couldn't match Deputy George's enthusiasm, his expression clouding over like London skies in November. When that business finally kicked off, carefully cultivated stellar mecha warriors like Miss Serafina would inevitably become the Empire's cutting edge. With great power comes great responsibility, and all that. Deputy George's excitement dimmed considerably. After all, she was a child he'd watched grow up. But if that situation really does blow up, do you think being an ordinary soldier would offer any escape? Deputy George fixed Captain Lin with a steady gaze, his voice cutting through the uncomfortable silence. Ordinary soldiers, lacking the ability to make a real difference, would likely die faster and more brutally if their luck ran out. Even they would face the same bloody fate when the time came. True enough, maybe this is actually another path to survival. Captain Lin sighed, his thoughts drifting to his wife and son. Even civilians would face the same dangers when that storm finally broke, especially those living on the rim worlds. Only people in the central star systems would have any real security. Back when he was young and full of righteous fury, he'd wanted nothing more than to cast off everything he despised. But if he'd known, he should have put his family first from the beginning. The thing was, Serafina's exceptional abilities had already made it impossible for her to keep a low profile. And as her guardian, he couldn't exactly fade into the background either. Like today, Valorian Sterling's call had thrust him into the spotlight, but it had also given him a confidence he'd never possessed before. If the Crown Prince valued Serafina, there was no way he hadn't noticed her guardian as well. Valorian Sterling's timing in calling both him and the Supreme Commander, reframing his unauthorized deployment of duty soldiers as classified orders from the Crown Prince. That was a clear signal to him and everyone around him. He wasn't lacking in ability, and this had been his intention all along. Why shouldn't he reach out and grasp that helping hand, adding another chip to his stack for the bloody battles ahead? Serafina had no idea that the changes she'd set in motion were already beginning to influence Captain Lin's fate. After finishing her chat with Instructor Fang, Serafina activated her optical brain and checked the official recruitment announcements from Xuangu 1st Military Academy. She was still sitting pretty at 7th place. In fact, the entire top 10 rankings hadn't shifted so much as a whisker. Getting into Xuangu 1st Military Academy had been both the original soul's dream and her own burning ambition. Now that the dust had finally settled, Serafina felt something like shackles falling away from her heart, leaving her feeling lighter than air. Only after she'd properly fed and watered herself did Serafina's thoughts turn to her poisonous neighbor. Kang Jingdan had definitely seen her results by now. Given that woman's toxic nature, there was no way she'd accept this situation with quiet grace. So what sort of mischief would she get up to next? Had yesterday's assassination attempt been her handiwork? Serafina found Kang Jingdan's name on the recruitment list at position 784. Since the novel had mentioned Kang Jingdan making it into the honors class, her trajectory hadn't changed one bit. With that custom holographic gaming pod dangling in front of her like a carrot, plus the added sting of her plot against Serafina backfiring spectacularly and actually boosting her rival's fortunes, Kang Jingdan would probably be even more twisted with rage than before. Serafina was absolutely certain that Kang Jingdan would move heaven and earth, using every dirty trick in the book to prevent her from reaching the imperial capital. Now that the assessments were finished, Kang Jingdan wouldn't need to waste time on exam preparation. She'd have all the time in the world to cook up poisonous schemes. Because Kang Jingdan had the advantage of being a native reborn soul, Serafina, as an outsider, had no idea what channels or connections she might have access to. It was impossible to predict what moves she might make. Then there were those buried secrets from the past. Would Serafina's sudden rise to prominence cause those sleeping dogs to wake up? Did the people she currently lacked the power to oppose know about her acceptance to Xuangu 1st Military Academy? If they did, would they try to stop her from reaching the imperial capital? There were still over 2 months until term started. Plenty of time for any number of variables to emerge. Even if Serafina managed to board the transport to the imperial capital, the journey would take a fortnight with multiple transfer stations. Who knew if she'd end up like the original protagonist in the novel, simply vanishing without a trace? A heavy melancholy settled over Serafina's heart like London fog, caught between wolves in front and tigers behind. How could she possibly make it safely to the imperial capital? Though she felt suffocated by her own perceived weakness and helplessness, Serafina refused to give in to despair or run away. The problems were there whether she faced them or not. Burying her head in the sand wouldn't solve anything. After mulling it over, she couldn't come up with any perfect solutions. She'd just have to proceed with extreme caution, avoid any suicidal moves, and when faced with situations beyond her capabilities, swallow her pride and lean on Captain Lin's strength. Serafina had worked out several imperfect strategies and was preparing to have a proper heart-to-heart with Captain Lin about the Kang Jingdan situation when she received an urgent communication from the captain himself, bringing news so good it completely swept away her immediate worries. Chapter 55. An unexpected blessing. A transport from Xuangu 1st Military Academy would arrive at Topaz Star under cover of darkness tonight, sent specifically to collect Serafina for special holiday training in the Central Star Systems. Captain Lin informed Serafina that this was a vessel personally dispatched by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince himself. News that lifted the crushing weight from her chest like a crane hoisting steel beams. Who was the Crown Prince? As the biggest fan of the novel's Crown Prince, little Serafina was absolutely convinced that unless her shadowy enemies happened to be the bloody king himself, or unless she encountered some cosmic catastrophe during the journey, her safety was guaranteed. Captain Lin told Serafina he'd send someone to collect her in 2 hours' time, urging her to get her affairs in order sharpish. The moment Serafina ended the call with Captain Lin, she threw herself into packing with the frantic energy of someone who just won the lottery and had 5 minutes to claim the prize. By her reckoning, once she left this place, she wouldn't be coming back for years, possibly ever. Everything worth taking had to come with her, but as they say, dreams are rich and reality's a right bastard. Seraphina only had a 5 cubic meter spatial ring, and after cramming in the holographic gaming pod and the robot butler, there was bugger all space left for anything else. Most of her belongings would have to stay behind. She could live without most things, but what really broke her heart was leaving behind all the treasures in Dulcinea's medicinal workshop. Those carefully cultivated medicinal plants were worth a bloody fortune. Seraphina let out a long sigh, remembering all those transmigration novels she devoured in her previous life, where the female leads always seemed to have these miraculous pocket dimensions. Bit gutting that she, as a reborn soul, probably didn't qualify for such golden fingers, since she wasn't the actual protagonist. Still, Seraphina quickly shook off these daft fantasies. She'd never been the greedy sort. Having been reborn with such brilliant cultivation potential was already a massive golden finger. She was more than content with her lot. When you've got proper ability, getting what you want becomes dead easy. Relying on external treasures for passive gains could never compare to earning things through your own strength. Besides, if you lack the power to protect them, precious objects became curses rather than blessings. But thinking along these lines reminded Seraphina of something, and her hand instinctively moved to her throat, finding it still bare as expected. During the chaos of her rebirth, it had taken her several days to realize that the jade pendant the original soul had always worn around her neck had vanished. The chain that had held it was found floating in the holographic pod's nutrient solution, but the pendant itself had disappeared without a trace, as if it had simply evaporated into thin air. This wasn't just any ordinary piece of jewelry. The jade pendant contained a small pocket dimension, the very space where Lin Kexin's soul had been trapped for so long. As Seraphina recalled that modest jade pendant space, the air around her suddenly rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and she found herself standing once again in that achingly familiar pocket dimension. What the hell was happening? Had the jade pendant space somehow yanked her soul from her body again, turning her back into a disembodied spirit? Seraphina's face went white as a sheet, and she couldn't help crying out, "I want to get out." The moment those words left her lips, her mind conjured up the training room where she'd been spending so much time lately. She felt the space around her shift and change, and suddenly she was standing in her home training room, solid as life. Seraphina gave her cheek a vicious pinch, the sharp pain confirming that she hadn't had an out-of-body experience. She was definitely physically present in the training room. She let out a long, shuddering breath, her heart still hammering like a pneumatic drill as she remembered that just moments before recalling the jade pendant space, she'd been in the medicinal workshop next door. After sitting there in a daze for several minutes, Seraphina finally got her wits about her. Christ, that had scared her half to death. She'd thought her soul had gone walkabout again and ended up back in the jade pendant. But hang on, she'd actually entered that jade pendant space with her physical body. Seraphina thought back to all those spatial plot devices she'd encountered in novels, reviewing what had just happened. Though her heart was still racing with fear, curiosity won out over terror, and she tentatively tried to communicate with the jade pendant space through her thoughts. Bloody hell, it actually worked. Her entire body instantly materialized inside the jade pendant space. Then, in a bit of a panic, she willed herself to exit, and found herself teleporting right back out into the external world. Padding her poor little heart that had just taken another fright, Seraphina finally understood what was going on. After a massive sigh of relief, her terror transformed into pure joy. This was the real golden finger that fate had given her upon rebirth. Once she'd worked out the mechanics, Seraphina's fear evaporated completely. She entered the jade pendant space again, taking a proper look around this little pocket dimension that had been her home for decades. It was just an ordinary small space about the size of 2 football pitches, with barren, parched earth that boasted no spiritual springs, no magical flowers or mystical herbs. For humans living in the interstellar age with access to spatial storage devices, such a mundane little pocket dimension hardly qualified as a treasure. But having even this modest space filled Seraphina with happiness and contentment. This was a pocket dimension where a person could actually survive, and for someone like her who constantly felt unsafe in her own skin, it was the ultimate ace up her sleeve. Having this trump card made her feel genuinely secure for the first time in ages. Moreover, with this little space at her disposal, she could properly package and store all the medicinal plants from Dulcinea's workshop, along with other useful household items. The only problem was that the jade pendant space was completely empty. Just dumping everything on the bare ground seemed rather undignified. A brilliant idea struck Seraphina like lightning. She remembered that Dulcinea had purchased some outdoor accommodation capsules ages ago. She hurried back to the bedroom and rummaged through Dulcinea's box of valuables until she found 2 apartment capsules. Tossing one into the small space, the accommodation capsule cracked open and expanded, transforming in less than 2 minutes into a cozy 2-story house of about 30 square meters. The ground floor featured a convenient washroom, a living area and one room, while the upper floor had 2 bedrooms. Serafina cheerfully moved all the bedding from the guest room into the larger upstairs bedroom, her future sleeping quarters. The other upstairs room would be perfect for storing all of Dulcinea's medicinal workshop supplies. She bustled about filling the washroom's water tank to the brim, then converted the downstairs room into a kitchen and stored loads of water there as well. This way, if the opportunity arose, she could have the robot butler prepare meals for her inside the space. Serafina worked like a woman possessed, managing to get everything sorted just as Captain Lin's people arrived to collect her. She touched her throat with a deep sense of satisfaction. It felt like carrying her entire home with her wherever she went. The person who came to fetch Serafina was Deputy George, which meant she finally learned about all the trouble Captain Lin had faced yesterday and today on her account. Still being a bit of a weakling at this stage, Serafina couldn't yet see that crises could also be opportunities. She just felt guilty about causing Captain Lin so much bother. Captain Lin naturally picked up on the young girl's guilt, but political matters weren't something someone her age could properly understand, and it wasn't wise to say too much before things were settled. So Captain Lin simply gave Serafina's shoulder a reassuring pat and changed the subject. Your Uncle Lin's got plenty of capability, love. This sort of thing's nothing to me. You've made a brilliant start at Shuangu and caught some important attention. But that's just the beginning. You'll need to work even harder from here on out. Being a genius doesn't guarantee success. It just means you've got better odds, that's all. Serafina wasn't really a child, so she understood Captain Lin's well-meaning counsel perfectly well. Chapter 56. An unexpected familiar face. Your instructor Fang can't get clearance to come in here, love. She's proper gutted she can't see you off, but give her a bell when you get a moment. Yeah, this is what she sorted for you. Captain Lin's weathered hands were surprisingly gentle as he slipped the bracelet onto Serafina's wrist, the metal cool against her skin. The silver bracelet with its delicate pale green filigree caught the harsh station lighting, and Serafina's breath hitched with surprise. This wasn't just any old piece of jewelry. It was a 10 cubic meter spatial bracelet, packed to the brim with food and nutrition supplements like a mother's love made manifest. This is preservation-grade storage, mind you. The food in there will keep fresh for at least 6 months. Instructor Fang's stuffed it full of ready-to-eat meals she's made with her own hands. Once you're at the academy, you'll need to look after yourself proper. Neither the special training nor the military drills will provide grub. Soon as you run low, make sure you stock up again. Those nutrition supplements are only good for emergencies. Live on them too long, and they'll do you more harm than good. Captain Lin's voice carried the weight of hard-earned experience, each word deliberate as a military briefing. Serafina wasn't some naive country girl who didn't know quality when she saw it. Preservation-grade spatial storage cost more than double what the standard kit would set you back. And all this food, it wasn't just the credit points that had gone into it, but the hours of thought and care, the love needed into every homemade meal. Thank you, Uncle Lin, and thank Instructor Fang for me. The gratitude swelling in Serafina's chest was too vast for words, like trying to capture the ocean in a teacup. Captain Lin caught the emotion flickering across her features and smiled, his calloused hand ruffling her hair with the same affection he'd show his own daughter. You've done brilliantly, sweetheart. Your mum would be bursting with pride, she would. Just keep working hard, and don't forget to come back and see us when you can. If you run into any trouble, you tell us straight away. Remember, me and Instructor Fang are your adoptive parents now, and little Shank thinks the world of his big sister. After Dulcinea's disappearance, Instructor Fang had regularly taken Serafina into her home, and the original soul had bonded with Captain Lin and Instructor Fang's 7-year-old son, Lin Shank, like they were blood siblings. I'll become an outstanding mecha warrior and mecha engineer as quickly as I can, then serve under your command. Serafina snapped off a crisp military salute, her spine straight as a steel rod. This wasn't just politeness, it was her genuine intention, carved in stone. Captain Lin's smile was warm as summer sunshine. Right then, we'll be waiting for you. His tone was welcoming enough, but Serafina could sense he wasn't taking her words entirely seriously. She mulled this over, and realized Captain Lin probably saw her as just a young girl with a child's fickle heart. He likely expected that once she grew up and tasted life in the central star systems, she'd change her tune and want to stay put rather than return to the frontier. Her current promises were just youthful enthusiasm, not binding commitments. Even on rim worlds, spacecraft couldn't land directly on planetary surfaces. Captain Lin and Deputy George marshaled their people to escort Serafina to the orbital station circling Topaz Star, where they'd wait for her transport. Serafina stood pressed against the observation deck's massive viewport, gazing out at the cosmos where countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against black velvet. Her expression grew distant, almost dreamy, though the era was different. Hell, possibly even the universe itself. The stars remained constant, eternal witnesses to all human struggles. She'd barely lost herself in cosmic contemplation when Captain Lin's voice cut through her reverie. "Seraphina, let's head inside the station proper." 30 minutes later, a sleek silver spacecraft glided into the docking bay with the fluid grace of a predator, its hull gleaming under the station's harsh lights. The long access tunnel extended like a mechanical tongue, sealing around the ship's airlock with a soft hiss of equalizing pressure. A military officer, roughly Captain Lin's age, emerged from the vessel, his keen eyes immediately finding Captain Lin among the small crowd. "Lin Changfeng, bloody hell, it's you. Dudley Dursley, been ages, mate. Seraphina, this is your instructor." Seraphina immediately snapped to attention, delivering a textbook salute. "Good evening, instructor. I'm Seraphina." The man called Dudley Dursley didn't let his superior rank make him dismissive of the young woman. He returned her salute with equal precision before addressing Captain Lin. "Miss Seraphina seems excellent. You've done well as her guardian." Dudley Dursley and Captain Lin had shared some history years back, though they'd lost touch for over a decade. The years had made them strangers, and their conversation remained politely superficial, like two actors reading lines from a script they'd half forgotten. God knows what she'll face out there. The Crown Prince's favor isn't exactly easy to live up to. Captain Lin's gaze followed the departing spacecraft until it became just another point of light among the stars, his sigh heavy with paternal worry. "Miss Seraphina might look delicate as porcelain, but anyone who can survive second-generation genetic enhancement serum has a core of pure steel. Most people couldn't handle what she's already been through." Deputy George wasn't nearly as concerned, his faith in Seraphina's resilience absolute. He reckoned a girl with Seraphina's combination of mental fortitude, exceptional cultivation potential, and sharp emotional intelligence would thrive wherever fate took her. Deputy George had previously worried about Seraphina's brilliance making her a target, especially coming from a rim world with no powerful protectors in the imperial capital. But if she had the Crown Prince's backing, that concern evaporated like morning mist. Now he felt nothing but anticipation, eager to witness the day she'd spread her wings and soar. "Captain, who exactly is this Dudley Dursley?" Deputy George asked during their journey back to base, curiosity finally getting the better of him. "We were comrades in arms once, though only for about a month before our unit got royally fucked. I ended up stationed on Topaz Star. He went off to become an instructor at Xuangu 1st Military Academy. I reckon he's probably the freshman instructor for Seraphina's year in the Mecha Combat Division. Why would a 7th-tier warrior settle for being a bloody academy instructor?" Deputy George's instincts told him there was more to this story. Even in the Central Star System's military, a warrior of that caliber could easily secure a captain's commission. He was in the same boat as me back then. Took massive injuries that were supposed to stunt his cultivation for years before it started declining. You know, I only recovered because I got lucky with Dulcinea's stored spiritual medicines, accidentally repairing my damaged genes. And Dudley Dursley, he was already a 6th-tier warrior back then. Now he's made it to 7th tier, so he must have had his own stroke of luck. If he's content to stay at Xuangu 1st Military Academy as an instructor, his opportunity probably lies within the academy itself. Captain Lin's voice carried a note of understanding, one soldier recognizing another's strategic choices. Still, having Dudley Dursley as Seraphina's escort was a massive relief, though their wartime friendship had been brief, and they'd lost contact after the disaster that scattered their unit. They were still brothers in arms who'd shared the same foxhole. Now they were loosely aligned in the same political faction. Even without Captain Lin asking for special consideration, Dudley would naturally extend a helping hand to Seraphina. The fact that Captain Lin and Dudley Dursley had once been comrades made Seraphina marvel at her own luck. Even in the interstellar age, personal connections still mattered. It made everything feel a bit less daunting, like having a friendly face in a crowd of strangers. The spacecraft wasn't particularly large, with only 20 soldiers providing escort, but Seraphina still raided a suite of over 100 square meters. The quarters even included a private cultivation chamber, allowing her to maintain her training regimen during the journey. Instructor Dursley treated Seraphina with professional courtesy, though he clearly wasn't much of a talker. After explaining the ship's protocols and reminding her she could ask him about any cultivation questions, he left her to her own devices. Seraphina found this arrangement perfectly agreeable. She spent her days either cultivating or studying mecha engineering in her suite, and her evenings diving into the battle realm to complete missions. The routine was satisfying, productive, and blissfully drama-free. Perhaps blessed by the Crown Prince's golden aura, Serafina's journey proceeded without the slightest hiccup, smooth as silk from start to finish. 5 days later, the spacecraft arrived in orbit above the Imperial capital planet without incident. At the orbital station, Instructor Dursley led Serafina to a sleek aircar that descended through the night sky like a falling star, touching down silently on the empty ground before a towering building shrouded in darkness. Chapter 57. Just as expected, the Imperial capital's night sky boasted 3 so-called moons, but these celestial bodies were pathetic little things, dim as dying candles and smaller than marbles compared to Topaz Star's single, brilliant satellite. Combined, they couldn't muster half the luminosity of that distant world's proper moon, leaving the Imperial capital shrouded in darkness thick as treacle, though not quite pitch black enough to render you completely blind. When their aircar had touched down in this God-forsaken, unlit patch of nowhere, Serafina had still managed to make out the glimmer of water stretching endlessly in all directions. She'd quickly sussed that they'd landed on an island, and not a particularly large one at that, judging by the way the sea seemed to press in from every angle like a liquid cage. Though she'd never set foot on the Imperial capital before, Serafina had done her homework, poring over images of Xuangu First Military Academy's campus on the Skynet. She was absolutely certain this isolated rock wasn't part of the academy proper, not by a long shot. Other new recruits will arrive at first light for joint training. Get yourself a proper night's rest. Personal communications are blocked here, but I'll send word to your Uncle Lin that you've arrived safely. Fair warning though, since you're Lin Changfeng's adopted daughter, I'll be holding you to the highest bloody standards. Instructor Dursley's voice carried the weight of military authority, each word precise as a rifle shot. Yes, Instructor. Serafina snapped off a regulation salute, her spine straight as a steel rod. For any instructor worth his salt, showing students ruthless, uncompromising discipline was the greatest kindness he could offer. In the military, every drop of sweat shed in training could mean the difference between life and death when the bullets started flying. Instructor Dursley led Serafina up to the 3rd floor, gesturing for her to pick any room she fancied, before disappearing up to the 4th floor himself. Serafina made her way to the corridor's far end, selecting the most secluded room available. The space was modest, roughly 30 square meters of bare functionality, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and bugger all else, except a bed frame that looked like it had been stripped naked and left to shiver. Thank Christ she'd brought her own kit. Serafina released her robot butler, watching as the versatile machine's hands transformed into vacuum attachments with mechanical precision. A low humming filled the air, and within 2 minutes, every speck of dust had been hoovered up like it had never existed. A quick spread of bedsheets and she was sorted, though since acquiring her custom Battle Realm gaming pod, she'd barely given her bed a second glance, except for the occasional afternoon kip. Speaking of the Battle Realm, Serafina activated her optical brain to test the waters. The Skynet connection was live, but communications and messaging functions had been locked down tighter than a nun's knickers. Still, she could access the Battle Realm for gaming, which sent a wave of relief through her. She'd grown bloody attached to her nightly missions and cultivation sessions. She quickly extracted and set up her holographic gaming pod, then installed one of her own ingenious security devices behind the door, a clever bit of kit that would both alert her to intruders and slow them down long enough for her to react. After a quick wash, she dove into the Skynet with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning. The night passed without dreams or disturbances. When morning came, Serafina emerged from her gaming pod feeling sharp as a blade and ready to meet her future teammates. Instructor Dursley had mentioned that this special training group would consist of elite class freshmen from Xuangu First Military Academy, which meant today she'd finally come face to face with the male and female leads, the 3rd crucial step in overturning the original Soul's tragic fate. The sound of an approaching aircar drew Serafina outside, where she positioned herself in the 3rd floor corridor to watch the new arrivals. The vehicle's door slid open to reveal a tall, lean figure with deep chestnut hair and the sort of aristocratic bearing that screamed expensive breeding. The young man's silver-grey eyes found her immediately, scanning upward with laser precision before his face broke into a warm smile. Well, doesn't love mechas. How'd you manage to get here so early? Serafina returned his smile with genuine warmth. Hello there. After their brief exchange, she hurried downstairs, arriving just as 2 more figures emerged from the aircar to stand alongside Dean Akeson. The male newcomer had jet black hair and matching eyes, his features carved with classical perfection, but marred by an expression of cool arrogance. Serafina recognized him immediately. This was the same lad she'd sparred in the 2nd Prince's observation chamber during the challenge matches. Beside him stood a young woman with dark auburn hair pulled back in an elegant chignon, her emerald eyes bright as polished gems, but carrying an unmistakable air of superiority. Everything about her screamed pampered aristocrat, from her perfect posture to the way she held her chin just a fraction too high. As Serafina approached the trio, she couldn't help but notice that their clothing was clearly worth more than most people's annual salaries, each garment a masterpiece of craftsmanship and expense. Having lived 2 lifetimes, with this second one devoted entirely to cultivation, Serafina had paid precious little attention to her appearance. The previous evening's arrival had revealed the island's pleasant climate, a steady 24 to 25 degrees even at night, so after her morning shower, she'd simply thrown on a basic white short-sleeved t-shirt and black 3/4 length trousers. This sort of outfit was standard working-class fare on the Rim worlds, decent quality by local standards, but standing next to these 3 scions of noble houses, the difference was so stark that even Serafina couldn't ignore it. Her clothes looked positively cheap by comparison. Still, while she noticed the disparity, it didn't faze her in the slightest. She knew her own worth, and she refused to let external trappings diminish her value. Without a trace of the awkward self-consciousness that might plague a poor girl from a third-rate planet, she stepped forward with natural confidence and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Serafina from a Rim World third-class planet. Dean Aikson from the Imperial Capital. You should recognize me." Dean's response was equally straightforward, his manner refreshingly unpretentious. "Yes, your features are quite distinctive." Serafina's smile was genuine as she spoke. In the virtual world, he'd seemed to possess a certain scholarly elegance, but seeing his smile up close, she could tell this young man's true nature was considerably more cheerful and open than his online persona suggested. Dean Aikson naturally recognized Serafina immediately, a black-haired, black-eyed young woman appearing in this exclusive location, with late third-tier warrior cultivation. The identifying characteristics couldn't have been more obvious if she'd worn a bloody name tag, but something he hadn't noticed in the virtual realm hit him like a sledgehammer. Now that he was seeing her in person, the resemblance was so striking it made his breath catch. Dean's gaze shifted meaningfully toward Valorian Sterling. Valorian Sterling, with his own black hair and dark eyes, underwent a visible transformation the moment he got a proper look at Serafina's face. His expression flickered through a dozen emotions in the space of a heartbeat, before settling into something complex and unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully neutral. "Valorian Sterling." Serafina's smile grew noticeably cooler, her response politely distant. "Hello." She reckoned this young lord had initially planned to give her the cold shoulder because of his fiancée, but seeing her face had thrown him into some sort of emotional turmoil he couldn't quite name or understand. "I'm Minerva Aurelius. You really come from a third-class planet." Minerva's voice carried genuine disbelief, as if she suspected the intelligence reports had been fabricated. Before meeting the male and female leads, Serafina had tried to anticipate their reactions: coldness, disdain, disgust, rejection, even hostility. What she hadn't expected was complete and utter shock. Even with some mental preparation, Serafina nearly let her own surprise show. How could the resemblance be this bloody strong? What a melodramatic twist of fate. No wonder Minerva Aurelius and Dean Aikson kept staring at her, then glancing at Valorian Sterling, their faces masks of barely concealed astonishment. "Born and raised on a Rim world, this is my first time ever leaving that planet." Serafina maintained her smile, pointedly ignoring their obvious shock. Having studied the Gus Empire's human rights protection laws, Serafina knew that private photographs of non-public figures couldn't be distributed without written consent. Given Minerva and Dean's surprise, she suspected they'd never seen her picture before. "Mr. Dean Aikson, I have to say you don't look nearly as imposing in person as you do online. Definitely not as majestic as an entire planet." Serafina teased him about his username, deliberately steering the conversation away from more uncomfortable territory. Chapter 58. The second female supporting character. "You look even smaller in person than you did on the Skynet. Definitely living up to that doesn't love Mecca's handle of yours." Dean Aikson's smile was warm as summer sunshine, his voice carrying that easy charm that came naturally to the well-bred. "Back on my third-class planet, I'm not considered short at all," Serafina replied without a trace of self-consciousness, her tone as level as a carpenter's spirit. Standing next to 2 lads who were both pushing 6'3", not to mention Minerva Aurelius, who towered a good half-head above her, Serafina reckoned the female lead must be close to 5'11". At just over 5'7" herself, she looked positively petite by comparison, like a sparrow among eagles. Serafina pointedly ignored the conflicted expressions flickering across the male and female leads' faces, continuing her light-hearted banter with Dean Aikson, as if nothing was amiss. She'd always believed that how you treated yourself ultimately shaped how others treated you. So she was determined to maintain an air of casual indifference in all her dealings with these people, though their first meeting had taken an odd turn because of her appearance, leaving both Minerva Aurelius and Valorian Sterling looking like they'd swallowed something unpleasant. Things were still going better than Serafina had expected. Dean Aikson, in particular, was being far more cooperative than she'd dared hope, ever since learning that Miss Serafina was Lin Changfeng's adopted daughter. Instructor Dursley had been carrying a burden of worry he had no business shouldering. If Serafina could anticipate the potential malice Minerva Aurelius might develop after being mocked and ridiculed for Serafina's sudden appearance, Instructor Dursley's concerns ran even deeper. If Serafina weren't Lin Changfeng's ward, he'd simply keep an eye on things to ensure she didn't come to harm, but now he had to consider how to defuse this bloody powder keg before it exploded. To prevent Serafina from being bullied, he deliberately emerged from the training hall after spotting Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius's arrival, hoping to provide some backup and prevent their first meeting from descending into open conflict. When Instructor Dursley approached, he found Serafina standing face to face with 3 scions from the imperial capital's most powerful families, yet her presence was undiminished, her smile as steady and composed as if she were chatting with old mates down the pub. Bloody hell, she really is Lin Changfeng's protege. Got that same fearless devil-may-care attitude that doesn't know when to back down. Instructor Dursley. Serafina spotted him first, snapping to attention with a crisp salute. Captain Lin had drilled proper military courtesy into her bones. The other 3 young people turned at her words, offering their own respectful salutes to the instructor. Instructor Dursley returned their salutes, his gaze flickering between Serafina and Valorian Sterling, before he made a mental note to have a private word with Lin Changfeng that evening. Serafina could have kissed Instructor Dursley for his perfectly timed intervention. Her playful exchange with Dean Aikson had managed to keep the atmosphere from becoming too awkward, but she'd been running out of steam. The instructor's appearance meant she no longer had to face these 3 conflicted future classmates on her own. During their brief conversation, Serafina had already sussed out Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius's attitudes toward her. They were definitely pissed off about something, but it hadn't escalated to outright hostility. Yet, before arriving here, Serafina had been most worried about Minerva Aurelius's reaction if she'd encountered another vicious cow like Kang Jingdan, especially one with aristocratic breeding and powerful backing. Serafina reckoned she might have seriously considered transferring schools. Time was too precious to waste on petty drama and backstabbing. As it stood, though the female lead's attitude was chilly, there was no real malice behind it. Serafina had never planned to become best mates with the female lead anyway, so this level of coolness was perfectly manageable. Though Instructor Dursley wanted to protect Serafina, he was careful not to show any obvious favoritism. That would only make things worse for her in the long run, so he simply offered a few words of general instruction, informed them that training would begin at midday, and told them to get their quarters sorted. Finally, Instructor Dursley's voice cut through the morning air with military precision. Miss Serafina, stay behind. The rest of you dismissed. Despite being fresh academy recruits, they all carried themselves with proper military bearing. Valorian Sterling's trio snapped off regulation salutes before heading upstairs, leaving Serafina standing at attention, waiting for the instructor to speak. Don't worry, once training starts at noon, you lot won't have the energy left for conversation. Instructor Dursley's tone was matter-of-fact, like someone discussing the weather. Hang on, is he planning to punish us? Serafina blinked in confusion. What's all this about? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Why would he want to punish us right from the start? Instructor Dursley looked at this student, who was clearly not picking up on his meaning, her face as blank as a freshly wiped slate. He couldn't be bothered to explain further, simply waving her off with a dismissive gesture. Go back to your quarters and study. Don't come out until you're called for assembly. Serafina's head was buzzing with questions, but seeing Instructor Dursley's impatient expression, she swallowed her curiosity to maintain her composed image in front of her future teammates. She obediently headed upstairs to her room. Instructor Dursley had mentioned that the 3 rooms on the 3rd floor's right side were designated for female students, while the left side rooms and 2nd floor quarters were for the lads to choose from. Serafina had claimed the innermost room, while Minerva Aurelius had selected the one closest to the stairs. Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikson had both chosen rooms on the 3rd floor's left side without hesitation. Over the next 2 hours, 3 more aircars arrived in succession, delivering 6 additional people, 5 young men and 1 young woman. 2 of the lads were late 4th-tier warriors, while the other 3 boys and the girl were all mid-4th-tier cultivation level. Hello, I'm Scarlett Shadowmere, freshman in the combat division. The newcomer's smile was as warm as honey, her voice carrying a musical quality that made everyone lean in slightly. Scarlet Shadowmere had ranked 10th in the entrance examinations, with peak mid-4th tier cultivation. Her hair color and eye shade were remarkably similar to Minerva Aurelius's, making the two girls look like distant cousins. However, Scarlet possessed only about 60% of Minerva's stunning beauty, though her demeanor was considerably more gentle and approachable. From Minerva Aurelius's reaction upon meeting Scarlet Shadowmere, it was clear that Minerva held the superior social position. Scarlet seemed to naturally defer to her, like a courtier acknowledging royalty. Scarlet Shadowmere, the moment she heard the girl's introduction, something cold and unpleasant slithered through Seraphina's mind like a snake, finding its way into a garden. How could I have bloody forgotten? In the novel, there had been a second-tier antagonist, whose appearances were exceeded only by Kang Jingdan herself. This Scarlet Shadowmere was very likely that character. The novel's secondary female antagonist had been a classmate of the male and female leads, her true nature hidden so well that no one suspected her, until Minerva Aurelius's third year at Xuangu First Military Academy, when the scheming cow finally made her move against the female lead. Seraphina's memory was a bit fuzzy on the details, but she recalled that the secondary antagonist had fallen for Valorian Sterling, that bloody troublemaker, and had targeted Minerva Aurelius out of jealousy, hoping to break up the main couple so she could swoop in and claim the prize. Seraphina couldn't help but turn to study Valorian Sterling more carefully, wondering if her perception was colored by bias. No matter how she looked at him, apart from his family background, she couldn't see what made him so bloody special. In her opinion, Dean Acheson was every bit Valorian Sterling's equal. Their family standings were comparable, and looks-wise, Seraphina actually found Dean more attractive than Valorian. In terms of cultivation, Dean was only slightly behind Valorian, a gap so small that if they actually fought, the outcome would be anyone's guess. Dean's examination scores had only been a few dozen points lower than Valorian's, making him a genuine powerhouse in his own right. When you added it all up, Dean Acheson's qualifications weren't inferior to Valorian Sterling's in the slightest. Yet in the novel, Dean had always been portrayed as a straight-laced bloke with no romantic entanglements, while Valorian seemed to attract women like honey-drew flies. Was this some sort of side effect of the male lead's protagonist aura? Chapter 59. Potential assessment. Thinking about all the romantic entanglements Valorian Sterling had encountered in the novel, Seraphina couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Minerva Aurelius. Having a fiancé like that must be absolutely soul-crushing, like being married to a magnet for trouble. Though Minerva Aurelius seemed to have her own fair share of admirers buzzing around her like bees to honey, at least hers were the decent sort, the kind who'd quietly pine from afar without causing any drama, content to see her happy even if it wasn't with them. Unlike Valorian Sterling, who seemed to attract nothing but toxic women hell-bent on destruction, the sort who'd stop at nothing to tear apart his relationship with Minerva. It was like the bloke had a bloody curse on him. Seraphina's mind drifted to the secondary female antagonist, who she vaguely remembered being some sort of cousin to the female lead. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Scarlet Shadowmere grabbed Minerva Aurelius's hand with the sort of cloying sweetness that made your teeth ache. "Cousin, when did you arrive?" "Hello, brother Valorian. Bloody hell, I knew it." Seraphina wanted to curse out loud. So it really is a cousin situation. First you've got to watch out for fire, theft and backstabbing mates, and now you've got to worry about bloody relatives too. Seraphina touched her nose self-consciously, reminding herself that as a powerless little orphan, she'd be wise to steer clear of these main characters and their drama. Better to fade into the background like wallpaper than get caught in the crossfire when their soap opera inevitably exploded. Once all 10 recruits had assembled, Instructor Dursley called them down to the main hall, his boots echoing against the polished floor like a military drumbeat. "You lot are the top 10 from this year's intake, the cream of the crop who will be leading your fellow freshmen. That means you've got to maintain absolute excellence in your cultivation, and that's no bloody easy task. I want to know if you've got the confidence to see it through." Instructor Dursley's voice was steady as bedrock, carrying the weight of years spent forging soldiers from raw recruits. Everyone except Seraphina immediately snapped to attention, their voices ringing out in perfect unison. "Sir, yes sir." Instructor Dursley's gaze cut through the air like a blade, fixing on Seraphina with laser precision. Miss Seraphina seems to have reservations. Seraphina snapped off a crisp salute, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. "Sir, forgive me. I was caught off guard by my own inexperience. Sir, I have complete confidence." Instructor Dursley blinked, looking like a man who'd just been slapped with a wet fish. In all his years of military service, He'd never heard such a brazenly honest excuse delivered with such unwavering conviction. The other 9 recruits stood there looking like they couldn't decide whether to laugh or cringe at her audacity. The instructor finally waved his hand in defeat, though he made a mental note to give Miss Serafina some proper education over the next 2 months, the sort that would cure her of this refreshing honesty once and for all. Right then, we'll start with potential assessments. Can't design proper training without knowing what we're working with. Instructor Dursley's tone suggested this was going to be anything but routine. Serafina found herself walking at the back of the group alongside Gao Heidao, who held 3rd place in the rankings despite his distinctly Chinese name. The lad was so thoroughly mixed race that you couldn't spot a single Asian feature on him. Silver hair, silver eyes, and though he wasn't classically handsome, any 15-year-old who'd reached late 4th-tier warrior status was bound to cut an impressive figure. 4th place belonged to Su 43, another late 4th-tier warrior with black hair and brown eyes. The lad had an introverted, almost brooding quality about him, and word was he hailed from the 2nd-class planet Lely. 5th-ranked Shinobu Jinzuki was his complete opposite, black eyes and deep brown hair, with peak mid-4th-tier cultivation. He came from the 1st-class planet Pukyu. 6th place went to Tino Vinamo, whose dark gold hair and green eyes marked him as another 1st-class planet native, specifically from Rio Star, with mid-4th-tier warrior cultivation. Serafina held 7th place herself. 8th was Yuki Katsura, a baby-faced lad with deep brown hair and black eyes who seemed perpetually shy. Mid-4th-tier warrior from the 2nd-class planet Maplewood. 9th place belonged to Minerva Aurelius, while 10th went to Scarlet Shadowmere, both Imperial capital natives naturally. Out of the 10 recruits, 8 came from 1st or 2nd-class planets in the central star systems. Only Serafina hailed from a 3rd-class rim world, while Gao Heidao had it even worse. He was from a 4th-class penal colony. Still, judging by his clothing and bearing, his parents were clearly no ordinary criminals. Otherwise, no amount of natural talent would have gotten him to late 4th-tier warrior status by age 15. Compared to him, Serafina was definitely the poorest of the lot. Valorian Sterling stepped up to the testing apparatus first, a sleek column that looked like it belonged in a sci-fi film. The moment he positioned himself beneath it, brilliant white light erupted from the top, enveloping him in a cocoon of energy that reduced his form to a shadowy silhouette. 2 sets of numbers began flickering on the display panel, climbing steadily upward like digital slot machines. Finally, the green digits settled on E, while the yellow one stopped at 63. The white shroud vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving Valorian blinking in the sudden brightness as he immediately turned to check his results. Warrior potential, E grade. Psychic potential, C grade. Current cultivation, late 4th-tier warrior. Instructor Dursley's hand landed on Valorian's shoulder with obvious satisfaction. Xuangu First Military Academy hasn't seen talent like yours in 5 years, lad. Serafina felt her world tilt slightly off its axis. She distinctly remembered the novel describing the male lead's cultivation potential as 2D or 3D. Definitely not E-grade. What the hell has changed? Minerva Aurelia stepped up next, her movements graceful as a dancer's. Warrior potential, C-grade. Psychic potential, E-grade. Current cultivation, mid-4th-tier psychic, late 2nd-tier warrior at peak mastery. Excellent work, Minerva. You and Valorian make a perfect complementary pair. Serafina was now certain something fundamental had shifted in this world's timeline. She remembered the female lead's cultivation potential much more clearly, and it definitely wasn't E-grade. Dean Aikson registered 3D-grade warrior potential with 3B psychic potential. The 5 recruits who followed showed similar ranges. 2D warrior potential with psychic abilities ranging between 2B and 3B grades. Finally, only Serafina and Gao Heidao remained untested, drawing expectant stares from their fellow recruits. Serafina stepped back with a gesture for Gao Heidao to go first, and he moved forward without hesitation. His results were both surprising and inevitable. 3D warrior potential matching Dean Aikson's, but with C-grade psychic potential that actually exceeded Dean's by a small margin. The initial shock on everyone's faces quickly gave way to understanding. As the descendant of exiles sent to a penal colony, Gao Heidao's very presence at Xuangu First Military Academy suggested his parents had been punished for political mistakes rather than actual crimes. More importantly, his cultivation potential was so exceptional that the Empire had opened special channels for him to attend the academy on the Imperial capital. His 3rd-place ranking spoke volumes about his abilities. That left only Serafina, and she'd spent the entire testing session wrestling with whether to reveal her true capabilities. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided on complete honesty. Only with accurate data could the instructor design optimal training for her development. Psychic potential, 3E grade. Warrior potential, 2D grade. Current cultivation, early 5th tier psychic, late 3rd tier warrior at peak mastery. Even Instructor Dursley's voice cracked with disbelief, while the other recruits stared at Seraphina like she'd just sprouted a second head. With warrior potential that bloody good, how are you only at late 3rd tier cultivation? What have you been doing with yourself? Taking extended holidays instead of training? Dean Aikson looked like he wanted to throttle her for wasting such incredible natural gifts. These numbers hadn't been seen in the Gus Empire for several centuries. Seraphina tugged at her ear nervously, clearing her throat with obvious embarrassment. It's a bit of a long story, actually. 6 months ago, I couldn't even meet the minimum requirements to apply for Xuangu's Mecha Engineering Division. Then something happened that proper wound me up, so I decided to use second-generation genetic enhancement serum. Coffee. Nearly died in the process, but came out the other side as a genius. Everyone's faces registered varying degrees of shock, with Dean Aikson sucking in a sharp breath. Christ, you've got more lives than a bloody cat. You daft child, that genetic serum has a 5 in 10 fatality rate, with 4 more ending up permanently injured. How could your guardians let you take such a mental risk? Instructor Dursley looked like he'd aged 10 years just hearing about it, unable to fathom how such a delicate-looking young woman had survived that kind of agony. They didn't know. I snuck it into my holographic gaming pod and used it in secret. Seraphina's cheeks burned with shame, knowing she had to own the original soul's reckless decision now that she'd inherited this life. Chapter 60. Training begins. Everyone present was well connected enough to know the horrifying side effects of second-generation genetic enhancement, serum, the sort of knowledge that came with privilege and access to classified military intelligence. Miss Seraphina's near-death gamble for power wasn't something you could envy, really. After all, who in their right mind would take such a mental risk unless they were absolutely desperate? Better to be grateful for their own natural-born talents. The other 9 recruits consoled themselves with this logic, doing their best to swallow the bitter pill of jealousy that was lodging itself firmly in their throats. Instructor Dursley didn't fancy saying much about it either. As a freshman instructor, he'd seen every type of troublemaker imaginable, though this particular brand of reckless was genuinely terrifying. Still, from another angle, without her suicidal stunt, there'd be no monstrous genius standing before them today. He made a mental note to keep a much closer eye on this one. The girl's inner nature was the complete opposite of her sweet, obedient exterior, like finding a bloody great shark swimming around in what you thought was a goldfish bowl. Seeing everyone's reactions, Seraphina breathed an internal sigh of relief. She deliberately explained that her exceptional potential came from using the genetic enhancement serum, specifically to diffuse any resentment from the others. Human nature was predictable that way. If she'd been born with such brilliant cultivation potential, these privileged young lords and ladies would have been asking themselves why some orphan from a third-rate planet deserved better gifts than they'd received. That kind of thinking bred resentment, and resentment had a nasty habit of turning into malicious schemes. But if her abilities came at the cost of a 9 in 10 chance of death, they'd likely think twice about envying someone mad enough to take such a gamble. Plus, knowing she possessed that sort of fearless devil-may-care attitude would probably make these aristocratic brats think twice before picking a fight with her. Seraphina was still relatively powerless, with the Yunkai aliens hanging over humanity like a sword of Damocles. She wanted to focus entirely on cultivation, without getting dragged into petty political games with these pampered young things. Besides, with herself as a soul-stealing reborn variable, and Kang Jingdan as another reborn soul returned to her youth, who could guarantee there weren't 3rd, 4th, or even more reborn or transmigrated individuals lurking about. The changes in Seraphina were far too dramatic, easily enough to catch the attention of other variables. The genetic enhancement serum provided the perfect cover story for such a massive transformation. With all 10 recruits assembled, Instructor Dursley wasted no time announcing that training would commence immediately. From that afternoon onwards, Seraphina discovered exactly what hell-on-earth training actually meant. Instructor Dursley delivered their first assignment with the casual air of someone discussing the weather. Right then, we'll start with some light running exercises. Warriors will complete 30 laps around the base perimeter. Miss Seraphina gets 18 laps, Miss Aurelius gets 15. No stopping until you're finished. Having never participated in intensive training before, Seraphina's mind immediately conjured images of standard school running tracks from her Earth days. With her current physical condition, 30-yard laps around such a track would be challenging but manageable. Instructor Dursley extracted 10 combat suits from his spatial ring, and Serafina grabbed the smallest size before dashing back to her quarters to change. The black military-style uniform felt weightless against her skin, like wearing liquid shadow. She tested her range of motion with a few experimental stretches, and found that despite the form-fitting design, the garment didn't restrict her movement in the slightest. Serafina recalled reading about military combat suit specifications: waterproof, fireproof, puncture-resistant, corrosion-resistant, and equipped with automatic body cleaning functions that would make any germaphobe weep with joy. As the elite of the elite among freshman recruits, this group of young people already possessed impressive cultivation levels and outstanding temperaments. Dressed in combat suits that radiated military prowess, they looked even more vibrant and spirited, filling Instructor Dursley's heart with genuine excitement. The running track followed the coastline, offering stunning views of the azure sea stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Serafina felt perfectly calm as they began, but after completing one lap with the main group, she wanted nothing more than to tell Instructor Dursley exactly where he could shove his light exercise. Each lap was at least 5 bloody kilometers. 18 laps meant nearly 100 kilometers, while 30 laps would definitely exceed 150 kilometers of running. It was only after she started that Serafina realized that, as a late third-tier warrior, 5 kilometers really wasn't much of a challenge. She completed the first lap without even breathing hard and easily kept pace with her 9 teammates back to the starting line. But by the second lap, the third lap, gradually, Serafina and Minerva Aurelius began falling behind. Eventually, they couldn't even see the shadows of the 8 warriors ahead, though Serafina maintained a slightly faster pace than Minerva. Though Minerva Aurelius brought up the rear, the gap between her warrior cultivation and Serafina's was a full major tier. Unlike Serafina's wild, genetically mutated warrior development, Minerva had received proper training from childhood. For the first 10 laps, she maintained a steady position just behind Serafina, but ultimately, physical cultivation level determined a warrior's endurance. By the 11th lap, Minerva began to falter, her running deteriorating into an exhausted walk. When Serafina reached her 16th lap, Valorian Sterling's group had already completed 23, with even the slowest among them, Scarlet Shadowmere, on her 22nd lap. Every single one of them appeared far more composed than either Serafina or Minerva Aurelius. By the 17th lap, Serafina gradually caught up with Minerva Aurelius, who was struggling to even walk properly. Watching the group of warriors disappear from view once again, Minerva gasped out between labored breaths, "Let's walk slowly for a bit and have some nutrition supplements before we continue. The final lap is always the hardest." Truth was, Serafina hadn't reached her limit yet. She could probably manage another lap if she pushed herself, but with only 2 psychics in the group, and given their already questionable physical capabilities, appearing significantly stronger than Minerva Aurelius wouldn't do her any favors. So Serafina deliberately slowed her pace and exaggerated her fatigue level, playing up the exhaustion like an actress hitting her mark. Sure enough, Minerva Aurelius not only initiated conversation, but adopted a tone that suggested camaraderie. After all, they were the only 2 weakling psychics in the group. Extreme exhaustion also made people mentally lazy, too tired to worry about trivial concerns. "Sounds good to me." Serafina had no objections. She wasn't particularly knackered, but she was absolutely starving. As for whether Instructor Dursley would punish them for this unauthorized break, Serafina didn't give it much thought. He hadn't explicitly forbidden it, and if challenged, she'd simply plead ignorance. "Didn't know it wasn't allowed, sir." After refueling their bodies, the 2 young women walked side by side for a while, sea breezes alternately gusting and gentling against their faces, carrying that distinctive briny scent that reminded Serafina of Earth's oceans. She closed her eyes briefly, letting the familiar smell wash over her. The rest had indeed restored some of her energy. When they heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps behind them, both girls instinctively picked up their pace. Minerva Aurelius seemed genuinely exhausted. Serafina could see that she was struggling not just to walk quickly, but to maintain even a slow walking pace. Walking beside Minerva, Serafina noticed her beginning to stumble and instinctively reached out to steady her arm, ready to help support her if needed. From just half a day of interaction, Serafina had already sussed out that Minerva Aurelius possessed genuine pride and arrogance, the sort that wouldn't yield even to Valorian Sterling. Serafina wasn't certain whether Minerva could swallow that pride enough to accept help. Though Serafina and Minerva Aurelius had gotten off on the wrong foot, fate had made them classmates, and they were the only 2 psychics in the group. They'd inevitably be training together in the future, so regardless of any personal reservations, Serafina hoped they could at least maintain a cordial surface relationship. Chapter 61. Absolutely knackered Serafina was genuinely keen to maintain ordinary classmate relations with Minerva Aurelius and Scarlet Shadowmere, She didn't mind extending the first olive branch, but if Minerva didn't take it, she wouldn't be making any more overtures in future. Minerva glanced at Seraphina's outstretched hand, and though she didn't say a word, she not only refrained from shaking off the support, but actually leaned into it slightly, letting herself be guided forward. As they drew closer together, Seraphina realized Minerva's condition was far worse than she'd estimated. The girl was gritting her teeth and holding onto her last reserves of strength through sheer bloody-minded determination. Valorian Sterling caught up from behind, his expression genuinely surprised as he took in the sight of the two young women supporting each other. After glancing back at them twice, he called out some encouragement. "Just hang on a bit longer, you're nearly there." After more than 20 laps, Valorian's voice carried only the slightest hint of breathlessness, clearly nowhere near his limit. Dean Aikson followed close behind, offering similar words of encouragement before gradually overtaking them and disappearing into the distance. He didn't look particularly knackered either. Gao Heidao and Su-43 passed them one after the other, their breathing only slightly labored. The final group consisted of Yuki Katsura, Tino Vinamo, Shinobu Jinzuki and Scarlet Shadowmere, who'd formed a little pack. These four had cultivation levels one small tier below the previous runners, and by this point their condition had deteriorated considerably. Scarlet Shadowmere's breathing was extremely heavy. She was clearly exhausted as well, unable to run and reduced to fast walking. Still, her condition was somewhat better than Seraphina and Minerva's slow trudge. Otherwise, she couldn't have gradually caught up from behind. "Cousin, I can't walk anymore either. Could you help support me?" Scarlet's voice was soft and pleading, like honey dripping from a spoon. Seraphina looked up at Scarlet in shock. What the bloody hell is this performance? Is she taking the piss, or is she actually trying to stitch up her own cousin? Minerva Aurelius remained utterly silent, not even lifting her head. Seraphina knew she was so completely exhausted that she couldn't even speak. Without Seraphina's support and her own pride holding her upright, she'd probably have collapsed on the track ages ago. "Cousin, why won't you answer me?" Scarlet's voice took on a pitiful, wounded quality that would have melted hearts in a Victorian melodrama. Seraphina found the whole display rather nauseating. "Love, don't you realize that a nearly 6-foot warrior with stunning looks putting on this delicate flower act is about as convincing as a drag queen trying to pass for a schoolgirl? Why play against your strengths? Has the bloody interstellar age caught the White Lotus fever too?" If it weren't for the fact that Minerva hadn't said a word, and Seraphina didn't want to cause unnecessary drama, she'd have been tempted to tell Scarlet to have some bloody shame. How could a mid-4th tier warrior have the nerve to ask a late 2nd tier warrior to support her? True to form, the squeaky wheel got the grease. Scarlet's pathetic display worked its magic on Shinobu Jinzuki, who was running not far ahead. Hearing her soft, pleading voice, he turned back like a knight in shining armor. "Miss Scarlet, I'll help support you." Scarlet's face lit up with delighted surprise. "Thank you so much." With that little drama queen making her way forward, Seraphina noticed that Minerva seemed to find some renewed energy from the irritation, her steps quickening slightly. But it was ultimately the last gasp of a spent force, and she soon flagged again. Fortunately, they were only 500 or 600 meters from the finish line. Victory in sight always gave people a final burst of energy. Having supported Minerva for such a distance, essentially carrying half another person's weight, Seraphina's energy expenditure had increased dramatically. She was absolutely knackered herself by now, but with victory right there in front of them, Seraphina held her breath and forced herself to help Minerva reach the finish line. The consequence of that final sprint to the finish was that Seraphina found herself even more drained than Minerva. Both young women's legs gave out simultaneously. Fortunately, Dean Aikson and Valorian Sterling hadn't wandered off after reaching the finish line. When the two girls were about to collapse, the lads quickly stepped forward to catch them, preventing what could have been a rather undignified heap on the ground. After managing a few more steps, the entire group finally collapsed onto the ground, gulping down nutrition supplements like they were life itself. But the young recruits had barely rested for half an hour, their stamina only halfway recovered, when Instructor Dursley appeared, barking orders for assembly. This time, Instructor Dursley wasn't alone. A middle-aged female military officer accompanied him, her bearing as rigid as a steel beam. "Warriors, follow me to the training hall. Psychics, you're with Lieutenant Commander Xiang," Instructor Dursley announced with military precision. Lieutenant Commander Xiang is a 6th-tier warrior, but also a psychic. Seraphina glanced at the middle-aged officer, then caught Minerva's eye. Minerva's expression showed equal surprise. "Psychics fall out," Lieutenant Commander Xiang commanded without any introduction, her stern expression marking her as a no-nonsense military professional. Seraphina and Minerva immediately straightened their postures and stepped forward as ordered. "Attention, left turn, "Follow me, Lieutenant Commander." Xiang barked out her next command. The two young women fell in behind the Lieutenant Commander, walking for roughly 2 minutes before entering a MARDIS training room. Lieutenant Commander Xiang turned to study the two girls for a moment, then spoke. "You both have your own psychic meditation techniques that you're cultivating, I assume." Though she'd phrased it as a question, her gaze was fixed squarely on Serafina. Serafina understood the implication perfectly. Minerva Aurelius came from an established family. There was no way she'd lack access to proper psychic meditation techniques, but someone like herself, from a third-class planet who'd suddenly emerged from nowhere, might very well be lacking appropriate cultivation methods. "Ma'am, 2 months ago I acquired a new psychic meditation technique in the battle realm and switched to cultivating that method." Lieutenant Commander Xiang's expression remained stern as she studied Serafina. "Have you received any systematic psychic training previously?" "No, ma'am. I've focused primarily on mecha engineering since childhood." Lieutenant Commander Xiang nodded, her expression showing no surprise. She clearly knew Serafina's background already. "You should understand that for psychics, meditation techniques are fundamental, like combat arts are for warriors," Lieutenant Commander Xiang explained. Both girls nodded in unison. For a psychic to cultivate to high levels, 2 things are essential. First, excellent cultivation potential, and second, access to human-grade or higher meditation techniques. The girls nodded again. "Miss Aurelius, what's your assessment of your current meditation technique?" Lieutenant Commander Xiang inquired. "Family heirloom heaven-grade technique," Minerva replied without hesitation. Lieutenant Commander Xiang nodded expressionlessly. Serafina wasn't surprised. Families like the Aurelius clan would naturally provide their elite disciples with the finest resources available. "Miss Serafina, ma'am, as a civilian, I'm not certain what grade my meditation technique represents," Serafina answered honestly. "Technique quality is crucial, so we need to determine this. Miss Serafina, please enter the testing chamber and demonstrate your meditation technique," Lieutenant Commander Xiang instructed. Serafina hesitated slightly. Lieutenant Commander Xiang caught her uncertainty and offered a reassuring smile. "This training base belongs exclusively to the Crown Prince's defense forces, and I'm the 6th-tier psychic instructor here. For psychic talents like yourselves, if you lack suitable meditation techniques, you can exchange military merit points or academic credits for heaven-grade methods. That's why we need to test whether your current techniques are appropriate for your development." Chapter 62. The powerhouse. When Lieutenant Commander Xiang mentioned that military merit points or academy credits could be exchanged for psychic meditation techniques, Serafina's eyes went wide as saucers, practically bulging out of her skull. "Bloody hell, you can actually do that. But wasn't it common knowledge that heaven-grade techniques were exclusive to the great houses, jealously guarded family heirlooms that those aristocratic clans treated like the crown jewels? How on earth were military academies and armed forces getting their hands on them for exchange programs? These techniques are personally provided by the Crown Prince himself. Anyone wanting to exchange for them needs massive amounts of military merit points or academic credits, though His Highness has established a Learn Now Pay Later installment system specifically for academy freshmen." Lieutenant Commander Xiang's voice carried a subtle note of pride, like someone showing off a particularly impressive family connection. "How many credits would I need for an exchange?" Serafina asked, her mind already racing with possibilities. She'd made up her mind. If her current meditation technique turned out to be merely Earth-grade after testing, she'd move heaven and earth to learn whatever human-grade method the Crown Prince was offering. 1 million credits, Lieutenant Commander Xiang replied, her gaze steady as she delivered this financial bombshell. "Right," Serafina's voice trailed off like air leaking from a punctured tire. "How the bloody hell am I supposed to scrape together that kind of money in 4 years? If you can't clear the debt during your academy years, you'll need to serve in the military afterwards and pay it off with merit points. 1 merit point equals 10 credits. Now that's more like it." Serafina's interest sparked back to life like a flame catching dry kindling. She'd already decided to join Captain Lin's unit after graduation anyway, even if it meant being in debt for years. In the current climate, learning a human-grade technique was absolutely crucial. Serafina found herself genuinely impressed by the Crown Prince's capabilities. If he hadn't acted so decisively, after learning about the Yunkai alien threat, implementing sweeping reforms throughout the Empire to strengthen their overall power, humanity might not have had the ability to stage that desperate comeback after his sacrifice. "So this is the Crown Prince's private training facility," Minerva Aurelius observed, though she seemed less interested in the heaven-grade techniques than in their current location. Her priorities were clearly different from Serafina's. "Indeed it is, the Crown Prince." Serafina felt another layer of tension melt away from her shoulders like ice thawing in spring sunshine. Even though she'd never met him, the Crown Prince held a special place in her heart as someone absolutely trustworthy. If this was his arrangement, it had to be sound. Serafina extended her senses carefully, gauging Lieutenant Commander Xiang's intentions. The woman seemed to harbor no ill will toward her. If anything, there was a sense of approval, even genuine regard. Though this special training is the Crown Prince's private arrangement, the instruction you elite youngsters receive, whether from us or your academy, will be highly targeted. We'll definitely need to assess your comprehensive abilities before designing effective training programs. All the data we collect from testing you at this facility will be added to your permanent files. Lieutenant Commander Xiang's explanation was thorough and professional. With things laid out so clearly, Serafina couldn't very well object. Besides, theoretically speaking, entering a testing chamber alone to meditate shouldn't pose any significant danger. She'd just need to stay alert. Half an hour later, Serafina was called out of the testing chamber. By then, Minerva Aurelius had already entered another meditation room to practice her techniques. The instructor's office contained only Serafina and Lieutenant Commander Xiang, who was studying data on her terminal screen with the focused intensity of a scientist examining breakthrough research. You're exceptional, a 15-year-old early 5th-tier psychic. The Gus Empire hasn't produced talent like this in several centuries. The Empire desperately needs people like you, so you must work hard and reach your full potential. Lieutenant Commander Xiang's tone had softened considerably, brimming with hope and expectation like a gardener tending a particularly promising seedling. From her tone, Serafina suspected the lieutenant commander was likely aware of the Yunkai alien situation. Yes, ma'am. Serafina delivered a crisp military salute, genuinely grateful for the older woman's sincere expectations. The meditation technique you're currently practicing is excellent, also heaven grade. However, to prevent unnecessary trouble if others learn about it, don't mention this to anyone unrelated. Your information has been classified by military intelligence. Only someone at the level of Xuangu First Military Academy's headmaster or higher can access your complete files. Serafina's jaw nearly hit the floor. She'd actually learned a heaven-grade cultivation technique from the battle realm. What kind of ridiculous luck was that? This was the sort of thing you couldn't buy with any amount of credits. Still, Lieutenant Commander Xiang was absolutely right. Heaven-grade techniques were precious beyond measure, and she'd obtained one without paying any price whatsoever. Given her current powerless position, if certain capable factions learned about this, they might very well consider forcing her to hand over the technique. As for Lieutenant Commander Xiang knowing about her heaven-grade method, Serafina wasn't particularly worried. The Lieutenant Commander was part of the Crown Prince's personal guard, and with His Highness offering heaven-grade meditation techniques for exchange to academy students and military personnel, she'd naturally have access to such methods herself. Your current cultivation level is still low, and you haven't mastered your psychic skills properly yet. Skills require extensive training to increase their destructive power. I've reviewed your combat footage. The techniques you've mastered are all excellent, so you don't need to learn others. From now on, you'll spend 4 hours each afternoon here in meditation, plus 3 hours practicing skills. Once you meet my requirements, I'll arrange additional training. Lieutenant Commander Xiang's delivery was measured and deliberate, like a master craftsman explaining the finer points of her trade. Yes, ma'am. Serafina's response rang out clear and strong, her voice carrying genuine enthusiasm. Since her rebirth, Captain Lin had been able to guide her physical combat and martial arts training, but he was completely out of his depth when it came to psychic cultivation. So Serafina was essentially a self-taught, wild psychic. Having Lieutenant Commander Xiang confirm that her learned techniques were suitable for her development felt like receiving official certification. It filled her with renewed energy and confidence, but no amount of energy could withstand the brutal reality of hellish training. By 9 o'clock that evening, approaching 10, Serafina and Minerva Aurelius had trained themselves to complete exhaustion. They stumbled out of the cultivation chambers, looking like they'd been put through a meat grinder, collapsing onto chairs in the outer hall, because they literally couldn't take another step without rest. At that moment, Lieutenant Commander Xiang emerged from one of the training rooms, approached them, and produced 2 vials of some mysterious liquid, instructing them to drink up. Minerva Aurelius glanced at the vial but didn't ask a single question. She simply took it and downed the contents in one go. Her casual attitude confirmed to Serafina that this was definitely something beneficial. Serafina looked at Lieutenant Commander Xiang with questioning eyes, but the older woman simply said, "Don't ask." Serafina considered this briefly. The Crown Prince hardly needs to go to elaborate lengths to poison us, does he? So she took the vial and knocked it back without further hesitation. The cool liquid slid down her throat, carrying the bitter taste of medicinal herbs. Then, nothing. At least nothing immediately noticeable after consuming the mysterious potion. When all 10 teammates finally emerged from their respective training halls at 10 o'clock that night, every single one of them was staggering, like they'd just survived a natural disaster. They barely had the energy to grunt acknowledgements at each other, each focused solely on dragging themselves back to their quarters for some desperately needed rest. Serafina and Minerva Aurelius walked out of the training facility together, both too knackered to attempt conversation. As Serafina dragged her weary legs toward the dormitory, she found herself wondering about the purpose of that mysterious potion Lieutenant Commander Xiang had given them after training. Just as they approached the dormitory building, Minerva Aurelius suddenly spoke up. "I've been drinking one of those after every special training session for the past year, but everyone always says you can't ask questions about it. What kind of cloak and dagger operation is this?" The novel had never mentioned anything like this. "Do you notice any effects?" Serafina asked, her curiosity piqued despite her exhaustion. "I can feel that my cultivation speed has increased somewhat, though it's not particularly obvious." "Right," Serafina murmured thoughtfully. The potion was most likely some sort of cultivation accelerant. Back on Topaz Star, she'd never received such treatment, but now she was getting it without paying any price whatsoever. Only someone with the Crown Prince's resources and generosity could manage such an operation. Chapter 63. Training casualties dragging her absolutely knackered body back to the dormitory. Serafina couldn't even think about resting. First things first, she stumbled straight into the bathroom and started running a hot bath, chucking in medicinal packets to brew up the therapeutic soak she desperately needed. Though their training gear boasted self-cleaning functions, nothing could beat a proper wash with actual water. Even if her body wasn't filthy, she'd been sweating buckets all day, her hair going from soaked to dry and back to soaked again. With her heightened senses, Serafina could smell herself, and Christ, it wasn't pleasant. Besides, after suddenly being thrown into extreme training, her muscles were definitely strained to buggery. Without a medicinal bath to sort herself out, she'd probably not be able to crawl out of bed tomorrow morning. The trouble was, she was so absolutely shattered that once she sank into the warm water, the medicinal properties working their magic on her exhausted muscles and bones, that lovely warm, soothing sensation made her eyelids feel like they were weighted with lead. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Serafina barely managed to soak for an hour before hauling herself out and collapsing onto her bed like a sack of potatoes. She didn't even have the energy to enter the battle realm, not that she'd planned to anyway, though entering the battle realm technically counted as a sleep state. The game's official statements had repeatedly warned that while it wouldn't affect human sleep patterns, it would consume some physical energy, especially mental stamina. The battle realm was only suitable for players who hadn't undergone intensive training that day. If you'd pushed yourself hard in the real world, you absolutely had to get proper sleep to recover your strength, otherwise you damage your foundation. Serafina had never gone to bed this early in her life, but when the assembly horn blared at dawn, she still felt like death warmed over and wanted nothing more than to stay buried under her covers. When she forced herself to get up and out of bed, she discovered that every muscle in her body was screaming in protest, her limbs stiff as bloody boards. Serafina gritted her teeth through the pain as she quickly changed into her training gear. Truth was, the muscle soreness was actually lighter than she'd expected. After all, neither she nor the original soul had ever endured this kind of extreme training before, so even though she'd soaked in that muscle-relaxing medicinal bath last night, the strains from extreme training weren't going to heal overnight. Still, for cultivators like them, this was just a minor inconvenience. Keep training and the muscles would adapt. Eventually it'd be bloody difficult to strain them at all. Yesterday, Serafina had used her psychic abilities to program the robot butler in her jade pendant space, setting it to prepare a proper hearty breakfast every morning to fuel her up. After all, the day's success started with a good breakfast, and this way she wouldn't be living on nutrition supplements around the clock. So when Serafina entered her jade pendant space, the table was already laden with a magnificent spread of all her favorite breakfast foods. After stuffing herself properly, feeling somewhat more human, Serafina noticed the pain in her body had eased considerably. Before the second assembly horn even sounded, Serafina had left her quarters and made her way down to the plaza gathering point, where most of her teammates had already assembled. Looking around, Serafina could see that none of her fellow recruits were in particularly good nick either. Everyone looked rather peaked and listless. Even Valorian Sterling, with his superior warrior cultivation, was no exception, completely lacking yesterday's vigor and spirit. Seeing that everyone was suffering equally, Serafina felt a surge of psychological balance. So I'm not the only weakling here after all. What a bloody comforting revelation. Among them all, Dean Aikson looked to be in the best shape, probably because his regular training regimen was already quite intensive. The cheeky sod spotted Serafina approaching and gave her an odd look, before suddenly reaching out to give her arm a squeeze. The muscle soreness shot straight to her brain like an electric shock. Serafina hissed through her teeth and quickly batted his hand away. "Roy, what do you think you're doing?" Dean Aikson grinned wickedly. "Ah, so it's muscle soreness and full body stiffness. No wonder you're walking like you've got to stick up your arse." Serafina shot the cheeky bastard a withering look. "You know bloody well I used to specialize in mecha engineering. When have I ever had this kind of training? You'll need to have a proper medicinal soak tonight then, otherwise tomorrow will be even worse," Dean Aikson said with genuine concern. "Cheers, but my mum's a pharmacist," Serafina replied, grateful for his thoughtfulness. Whether high level or low level, any pharmacist could mix up a muscle strain relief bath. The only difference was the strength of the medicinal effects. The morning sun cast its gentle warmth across the base, and Serafina stood shoulder to shoulder with the Gus Empire's most elite group of young geniuses. Despite her aching body, her spirits were soaring. She'd already changed the original Soul's fate, hadn't she? Yesterday afternoon's run around the base perimeter had given Serafina a rough idea of the training facility's basic layout and structure. The training base was built on a modest-sized island, with most of the area dedicated to training facilities. On the eastern side, facing the sunrise, sat a compact villa that looked like it was designed for leisure and relaxation. Bloody hell, only fitting for a royal crown prince to own a private island on the imperial capital planet, where land costs more than gold. Instructor Dursley remained as economical with words as yesterday, gathering them together and ordering them to jog once around the island as a warm-up. Then Instructor Dursley marched the freshman squad to the training grounds and informed them that this morning they'd be conquering a 20-kilometer obstacle course. Repeatedly, what followed was an epic journey of crawling under barbed wire, scaling 90-degree rock faces 200 meters high, charging up 10-story buildings before rapidly rappelling down the exterior walls, crossing narrow log bridges riddled with traps, then carrying stones weighing roughly as much as a person through swampland, and finally swimming 10 kilometers back and forth in the ocean. And this wasn't a one-way route, it was a bloody circuit. When Instructor Dursley announced that warriors had to complete this circuit 20 times, Serafina would do 10, half as many, and Minerva Aurelius would manage 7 rounds. Every single teammate's face felt like they'd just been sentenced to hard labor. This was going to be far more brutal than simple laps. Throughout the morning, the group of young recruits engaged in all manner of death-defying climbing, crawling through mud and plunging into seawater. By the end, Valorian Sterling and the other lads had barely managed to complete their training assignments within the time limit, but Minerva Aurelius and Scarlet Shadowmere couldn't hold out to the finish. During the final leg, shortly after entering the ocean, both girls succumbed to exhaustion and couldn't swim another stroke, sinking beneath the waves until Instructor Dursley hauled them into his rescue boat. Though Serafina persevered to the very end, she finished by clinging to the seawall like a barnacle, completely lacking the strength to haul herself up. Her teammates were too knackered to pull her up either, so Instructor Dursley had to fish her out as well. Once all the recruits made it back to shore, every single one of them collapsed on the ground like beached fish, completely indifferent to being soaked through and filthy as chimney sweeps. Of course, the girls still had some vanity and cleanliness standards. After recovering a bit of strength, the 3 young women struggled to their feet and activated their training suit self-cleaning programs. 5 minutes later, their clothes and bodies were dry and fresh as daisies, but their hair was still dripping wet. The suit's cleaning functions couldn't reach their faces and hair. Fortunately, during their final ocean swim, they'd had the foresight to give themselves a proper rinse. Otherwise, like the lads with mud still caked on their faces and in their hair, any pretense of aristocratic dignity would have been completely shot to pieces. Chapter 64. Extreme training. Humans in this world didn't have the habit of midday breaks. Thanks to the widespread use of spatial storage devices, their lifestyle had evolved to include carrying food with them everywhere, ready to eat whenever hunger struck and time allowed. Food could be prepared by personal robot butlers or ordered from restaurants outside, quick, convenient, and hassle-free. With household chores liberated by technology, families no longer needed someone staying home full-time as a dedicated housewife or house husband. In this world, apart from the mandatory periods when someone had to stay home with newborn children, houses were typically empty most of the time. Habit had become second nature, so after completing the obstacle course training, Instructor Dursley only gave them an hour's rest, no more, no less. The group lay sprawled like beached fish for quite a while, before mustering the energy to sit up and retrieve food from their spatial storage to comfort their growling stomachs. Serafina had initially planned to just knock back a nutrition supplement and be done with it, but she noticed Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius producing elegant lunch boxes, while Dean Aikson and the other teammates were all eating proper food rather than supplements. Since everyone else was having a proper meal, Seraphina naturally didn't fancy shortchanging her own stomach. She pulled out the food instructor Fang had prepared for her, Topaz Star's most popular local delicacy, leaf-wrapped steamers. These were made using particularly fragrant leaves to wrap Topaz Star's unique ingredients before steaming them to perfection. They came in both meat and vegetarian varieties, nutritious and delicious, each one perfectly bite-sized. This type of food actually tasted better when cooled, making it extremely convenient for outdoor consumption. It was the favorite food of Topaz Star's more well-off common folk. Since Seraphina was particularly fond of leaf-wrapped steamers, Instructor Fang had thoughtfully prepared several different flavors. As Seraphina ate, she curiously glanced at the others' food. As a country bumpkin from Earth, apart from Topaz Star's cuisine, she'd never sampled food from other planets, so looking was rather pointless. Seraphina couldn't identify any of those dishes. Still, she reckoned that anything appealing to these young lords and ladies had to be absolutely delicious. The physical constitution of humans in the interstellar age was God knows how many times stronger than their Earth-era ancestors. After undergoing extreme intensity training all morning, the freshmen had collapsed in exhaustion, but after eating their fill and resting for another half hour, their stamina had recovered by more than half. Naturally, once their energy returned, the stone-faced instructor started them running laps again. The number of laps was the same as yesterday, and this was a bloody significant but, today, before running, everyone had gravity rings clamped onto their feet. Instructor Dursley required warriors to set their gravity rings to level 2, adding 5 kilograms of weight to their legs. Psychics only needed level 1, adding 2 kilograms. After a morning of intensive training that had already drained their stamina considerably, the afternoon brought another round of hellish lap running. Even Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikson, who had the best endurance, couldn't manage to run the final 2 laps and had to resort to slow walking. As for Seraphina and Minerva Aurelius, those 2 weaklings, well, by the final lap, they were supporting each other in a stumbling shuffle that made snails look speedy by comparison. Today, Scarlet Shadowmere didn't put on her pitiful act for Minerva Aurelius or try to make things difficult for her cousin, mainly because she was still trailing behind Seraphina and Minerva, nowhere near catching up. Taking half an hour longer than yesterday, the 2 sisters in suffering finally reached the finish line. This time, with no lads available for timely support, both girls collapsed together in a heap. The warriors had already endured morning training twice as intense as the psychics, and now they had to run over 150 kilometers, wearing 5-kilogram gravity rings. They were absolutely knackered, so when Seraphina and Minerva Aurelius reached the finish line, Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikson, who'd crossed not long before, were still weak in the knees and couldn't immediately come to the girls' aid. Shinobu Jinzuki and Scarlet Shadowmere, the last to reach the finish, were roughly an hour slower than yesterday's record. Shinobu Jinzuki was in somewhat better condition and managed to walk to the finish line under his own power, but Scarlet Shadowmere had to be dragged across by Instructor Dursley. She was so exhausted she couldn't speak or even stand properly. Instructor Dursley's face was black as thunder. Apart from Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikson completing their assignments, the other 8 of you exceeded the time limit. Hearing this, Minerva Aurelius glanced at Seraphina. Since they'd been supporting each other arm in arm, others didn't realize the truth. They assumed the girls had been mutually supporting each other, but Minerva Aurelius knew better. Seraphina had been carrying her the entire time, especially during the final half-lap. Most of Minerva's body weight had been pressing down on Seraphina. If she hadn't been helping support her, Seraphina definitely could have completed the assignment on time. That way, Seraphina wouldn't have been scolded and marked down by Instructor Dursley. But this girl, seeing Seraphina's calm, completely unbothered smile directed at her, Minerva Aurelius couldn't determine what sort of person she really was. Minerva didn't think Seraphina was deliberately trying to curry favor with her. Dean Aikson would have been a better target for that, since they already knew each other somewhat, but Seraphina seemed to have no such calculations, her purity and brightness almost too genuine to believe. After Instructor Dursley finished his lecture, the 10 youngsters were so exhausted they simply sat on the ground where they were. They felt the sea breeze, drank their various stamina-enhancing beverages, and then ate some food to fill their bellies. They watched the sun gradually sink beneath the far side of the ocean, watched the sky slowly darken, watched the training base behind them light up brilliantly, but they couldn't continue enjoying the view for long, because they'd barely rested for an hour when the stone-faced instructor came to chase them away. They still couldn't rest. They had to go to the training halls for 4 more hours of practice. Warriors would train in combat arts, psychics would cultivate meditation techniques, so when everyone returned to their dormitories at 10 that night, They appeared even more exhausted than yesterday. The 8 teammates emerging from the combat training hall were supporting each other as they walked. Conversely, Minerva Aurelius and Seraphina, the 2 psychics, had been practicing seated meditation techniques, so their fatigue was mental rather than physical. Though they looked listless, their steps were steady. Just as they reached the dormitory and opened their doors, Minerva Aurelius, who had already stepped inside, suddenly backed out and tossed something to Seraphina. "Add this to hot water and soak for half an hour, then get some sleep. It'll eliminate muscle fatigue." Minerva's tone was somewhat stiff. Seraphina listened carefully but didn't detect any condescending charity in her voice, so despite Minerva's less than warm delivery, Seraphina didn't mind. It was clearly meant kindly. She smiled and said, "Cheers." Minerva nodded, her tone softening slightly. "Good night." Dulcinea had left behind quite a few medicinal preparations and formulas. Though Seraphina couldn't brew proper medicines, she could still mix up some fatigue relief and muscle strengthening compounds for bathing. Yesterday afternoon's sudden extreme training would have left her too sore to get out of bed this morning if she hadn't had that medicinal soak. Seraphina was rather curious, so when bathing she used the powder Minerva had given her. As usual, she dozed through half an hour of medicinal soaking before emerging and immediately collapsing into bed. It wasn't until she woke up the next morning that Seraphina remembered the previous night's bath. Testing how she felt, she reckoned Minerva's medicinal packet was actually more effective than Dulcinea's formulas. Chapter 65. The instructor's trap. That night, Seraphina used the medicinal packet Minerva Aurelius had given her for her bath. Apart from noticing that this therapeutic soak smelled considerably more pleasant than her own concoctions, she didn't feel much different during the actual bathing process. However, when she woke up the next morning and took stock of how her body felt, Seraphina reckoned Minerva's medicinal packet was definitely more effective than Dulcinea's formulas. This result didn't surprise Seraphina in the slightest. After all, Minerva Aurelius's medicinal powder was bloody expensive. Just from the 2 medicinal plants she could identify, 1 packet cost as much as 5 of Seraphina's homemade versions. Never mind the dozen or so other herbal components she couldn't even recognize. God knows how much those would set you back. So from a value for money perspective, while Minerva's packet was only marginally better than Seraphina's own preparations, her budget-friendly version was definitely the more sensible choice. For 2 consecutive days, Minerva Aurelius had only managed to persevere through training to the bitter end, thanks to Seraphina's subtle assistance, allowing her to maintain that haughty persona of hers. Seraphina's motives were purely practical. She was trying to ease potential conflicts with the male and female leads. Though she wasn't certain this approach would work, she figured that shared suffering under their instructor's brutal regime counted as some sort of camaraderie forged in adversity. What she hadn't anticipated was that Minerva Aurelius was an extraordinarily proud young woman who absolutely refused to show weakness in front of her fiancé. Seraphina's discreet help had allowed Minerva to preserve her image before Valorian Sterling, earning her genuine gratitude. So on yet another evening, as the 2 exhausted girls supported each other back to their dormitories, Minerva once again offered Seraphina a medicinal packet. Only then did Seraphina realize that Minerva was subtly expressing her thanks. This time, however, Seraphina declined. "My mum prepared some for me as well. Though they are not as effective as yours, it's the thought that counts." Seraphina had only accepted yesterday's packet out of curiosity about its effects. Accepting another would put her in Minerva's debt, and she had absolutely no intention of casually owing anyone favors. So despite knowing these packets meant nothing to someone like Minerva Aurelius, and that her refusal might earn her negative points with the female lead, she still politely declined. Though Seraphina had phrased her refusal diplomatically, Minerva still felt that familiar sting of having good intentions thrown back in her face. While Seraphina noticed this reaction, she had no desire to go back on her word. She simply bid Minerva good night and disappeared into her room. Seraphina had expected that after last night's scene, Minerva would treat her with some coolness the following day. After all, she was a pampered young lady with sky-high pride and self-esteem. Seraphina planned to act as if nothing had happened, treating Minerva with the same attitude as before. However, if Minerva showed obvious coldness, she'd maintain her distance accordingly. As mentioned before, Seraphina had a clear principle regarding these new teammates. She could extend friendship first, but she absolutely wouldn't grovel or play the lapdog. She'd only accept relationships built on equality. Rather surprisingly, though Minerva's expression had been less than pleased during the refusal, the next day she showed no signs of displeasure, as if she'd completely forgotten about the previous night's incident. Seraphina observed for a while before setting the matter aside. The devil instructor was increasing their training intensity day by day, leaving the freshmen with nothing but exhaustion piled upon exhaustion. Any petty emotions were simply luxuries they couldn't afford. Instructor Dursley's training philosophy seemed to be draining every ounce of their stamina, ensuring these dramatic teenagers didn't even have the energy left to cause trouble. Because the training assignments grew heavier each day, they inevitably found themselves collapsing like beached fish multiple times daily. Every evening they emerged from the training facilities supporting each other. There was no such thing as getting used to it. Under these circumstances, whether dealing with friendship or hostility, nobody had the mental bandwidth to contemplate such things. Unless absolutely necessary, each teammate barely wanted to speak, collapsing into bed the moment training ended. During this high-intensity, extreme training regimen, not only were they exhausted as dogs every day, but their spirits were stretched taut as piano wire. Over time, they inevitably became rather listless and dispirited. None of the freshmen could have predicted that on the 9th day at the training base, after being worked to the bone as usual, as they supported each other out of the training halls, they'd suddenly hear Instructor Dursley's assembly whistle shrieking through the evening air. Oh bloody hell, what's the instructor want now? More training? Shinobu Jinzuki couldn't help but groan, his voice cracking with despair. I can't take any more of this. Scarlet Shadowmere was practically having a breakdown, forgetting to maintain her ladylike facade. Though the others remained silent, their faces were uniformly sour as pickled lemons. Seeing the 10 freshmen's utterly deflated expressions, Instructor Dursley felt a surge of satisfaction. Look at that, not a single cocky attitude left among them. Devil training really is the best method for suppressing these privileged brats' arrogance. Though internally pleased, Instructor Dursley's face remained black as thunder as he announced with military sternness, tomorrow will be basic training only, a day for you to adjust your condition. The 10 teammates initially couldn't believe their ears. Once they confirmed it was real, they couldn't help but cheer with joy like prisoners hearing news of their pardon. Tomorrow I'm going to have a proper lie-in, Dean Aikson declared, his voice bright with anticipation. Seraphina glanced at him, not having the heart to burst his bubble. She suspected that when Instructor Dursley mentioned adjusting their condition, he definitely didn't mean letting them rest, but since the instructor hadn't elaborated, and she didn't want to be a killjoy by asking questions, she decided to let them enjoy their moment of happiness. So when morning came, and Instructor Dursley roused them from bed as usual to begin their daily mandatory lap running activity, Seraphina wasn't particularly surprised. But after completing their laps, just as the freshmen thought they could embrace wild, unrestrained freedom, Instructor Dursley delivered his crushing blow. For those who failed to complete assignments during this training period, today you'll make up for them. The freshmen's joyful smiles, filled with dreams of liberty, instantly froze on their faces like masks of horror. Not one of them had consistently completed every assignment, particularly Shinobu Jinzuki and Scarlet Shadowmere. These two had failed to finish tasks almost daily. Seraphina wasn't overly surprised. She'd suspected yesterday that Instructor Dursley had some ace up his sleeve. Throughout their previous training, everyone had failed to complete assignments at various points, yet the instructor had never punished them. Clearly he'd been saving up for one massive blow, though everyone's hearts were screaming no, 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 in unison. Despite being merely military academy students, the doctrine of absolute obedience to military orders had been carved into their minds, so they could only fold away their wings of freedom and trudge off to complete their make-up training assignments with faces like funeral mourners. The result, most of the day had passed, especially by the time Scarlet Shadowmere finished her punishment assignments. The sky was already beginning to darken. I reckon the instructor's been playing with our emotions, Yuki Katsura said bitterly. This is hardly what I'd call a day of rest. If we'd managed to complete our training assignments every day, we'd have had nearly a full day of leisure, Valorian Sterling observed with casual ease. Since he'd only failed to complete assignments once, he'd only endured 2 hours of punishment training. His light-hearted tone naturally earned him a look from his fiancée that clearly said she didn't want to speak to him. Still, fortunately, Instructor Dursley wasn't completely heartless. There really were no training assignments that evening. They were finally truly free. Chapter 66. Freedom my arse ah, freedom my bloody arse. Before the freshmen could even properly celebrate finally getting their liberty, they discovered they had bugger all places to go. What kind of freedom was it if you couldn't do whatever you fancied? Because Instructor Dursley had declared them teammates who needed to share both sweet and bitter experiences. Even though Valorian Sterling had finished his punishment assignments by morning, he still had to stay on base and keep his mates company until everyone had completed their make-up tasks. But it was already 4 in the afternoon, with barely an hour before darkness fell, and no matter how much the freshmen pestered their instructor, He absolutely refused to let them go ashore for a bit of fun in the city. Instead, he gave them a proper lecture, pointing out that if they hadn't failed their training assignments in the first place, they could have left the base this morning to enjoy themselves in town. Apart from Serafina and Gao Heidao, those two from the Rim worlds who genuinely treasured this opportunity to train under powerful instructors and weren't particularly bothered about outside freedom, the other 8 freshmen felt properly deflated. They were accustomed to vibrant city life, and while they were working hard here for their cultivation, that didn't mean they weren't feeling stifled. The base's network couldn't access the Skynet, so they couldn't go online or play games, couldn't even make video calls. They had no desire to sit around in their dormitories either. In the end, the bored freshmen who didn't fancy returning to their quarters ended up forming a group to wander around the island. Serafina actually wanted to go back to her room quite badly, because she was desperate to relax in her jade pendant space for a while. Over the past fortnight, the robot butler had maintained the jade pendant space beautifully. It was increasingly feeling like a proper home. Unfortunately, to avoid anyone discovering she possessed a spatial device different from ordinary storage rings, Serafina only entered the space for hearty breakfasts after waking up each morning, staying away otherwise. Back when she discovered the jade pendant space on Topaz Star, knowing she'd be leaving soon, Serafina had cleverly ordered seeds for vegetables she enjoyed eating. Delivery in this world was absolutely lightning fast. Some items arrived within half an hour of ordering. A few days ago, remembering those vegetable seeds, Serafina had input planting manual instructions to the robot butler, having him plant some vegetables in the space's empty ground. This had caused her dormitory's water consumption to spike dramatically, but since nobody asked about it, Serafina pretended not to notice. Instructor Dursley hadn't mentioned water shortages or conservation requirements anyway. Yesterday, Serafina discovered that those vegetable seeds planted in the soil had actually sprouted. Whether or not they'd grow to maturity, the sudden appearance of green life in the previously barren space made it far more pleasing to the eye. Perhaps this was the sentiment of building one's own homestead. Looking at those little seedlings filled Serafina with tremendous satisfaction. She desperately wanted to spend more time in the space, but unfortunately, with their current schedule only allowing dormitory returns at bedtime, she had no opportunity to enter the jade pendant space. To avoid her teammates thinking she was antisocial, Serafina reluctantly sacrificed her time to accompany them. But this island had absolutely nothing worth exploring, and before they knew it, they'd wandered to the beautiful villa at the island's far corner. That villa belongs to the Crown Prince, doesn't it? Brother Valorian, could we possibly have a look inside? Scarlet Shadowmere said, studying the villa with careful attention. It's not a rest day, so there's nobody inside except robot butlers. Valorian Sterling replied with obvious disinterest. Brother Valorian, have you ever been here before? Scarlet persisted with the determination of a terrier. This is the Crown Prince's private residence. Obviously people can't just waltz in whenever they fancy. Dean Akeson said with barely concealed irritation. But you're the Crown Prince's cousins. Since you're here training on the island, surely you could stay there instead. You think Cousin Cyrus is some pushover? He's stricter with us than anyone else, never allows us special treatment. We're here for intensive training, not a bloody holiday. Dean Akeson said sharply. Come on then, it's not like you lot haven't seen villas before. What's so fascinating about it? Serafina, you've never seen such a beautiful villa before, have you? Scarlet suddenly turned to address Serafina directly. Serafina wanted nothing more than to tell Scarlet exactly where she could shove her condescending question. When Dean Akeson wouldn't give her face, why drag some innocent bystander into it? Did she think Serafina was some poor sod who'd be easy to bully? No, I haven't. So what? That's not illegal, is it? She replied with lazy indifference, not bothering to engage in verbal sparring with Scarlet. Her response was apparently so unexpected that everyone stared at her with expressions beyond description, while Scarlet looked like she'd swallowed her own tongue. What, does the Empire actually have laws against not having seen fancy houses? Seeing Scarlet's expression, Serafina's interest was piqued, and she asked with exaggerated alarm plastered across her face. No, there aren't. Scarlet's voice sounded like it was being squeezed through her teeth. Bloody hell, you had me worried I'd broken some law. Serafina put on a show of enormous relief, even dramatically padding her chest for good measure. Serafina caught sight of Minerva Aurelius, that ice queen, struggling to suppress a smile during her verbal takedown of Scarlet, which made her say cheerfully, Minerva, fancy a walk by the seaside for some fresh air? All right then, Minerva agreed as expected. Eventually, the bored freshmen wandered around the beach, stepping on small creatures in the sand and kicking at waves washing ashore, staying out until complete darkness forced them to head back. Either way, tonight we can finally get back into the battle realm. I haven't been online for 10 days. God knows where my rankings dropped to, Dean Aikson said with obvious excitement. What's your player ID? What rank were you before? Sue 43, who'd been quietly daydreaming until now, immediately perked up with bright eyes, clearly a proper gaming enthusiast. Dean Aikson was about to answer when something occurred to him. He glanced at Valorian Sterling before saying, "Well, since we can't form teams until we reach level 10 anyway, let's wait until then. Better to maintain some mystery, don't you think?" The mention of the battle realm instantly revitalized the previously listless teammates, and they began discussing strategies and sharing experiences with renewed energy. By 9 o'clock that evening, the group scattered back to their dormitories, everyone clearly eager to dive into the battle realm. Since it was still early, Serafina entered her space for a proper feast, followed by an enhanced medicinal bath, before finally settling into her holographic gaming pod. She even set it to deep sleep mode for an extra hour after logging off. Having been absent for nearly 10 days, Serafina had worried her ranking would have plummeted significantly, but when she checked the leaderboards, she'd only dropped one position, from second to third place, while the previously first-ranked Huafation had fallen to second. Serafina knew Huafation was Valorian Sterling, so his drop after 10 days offline wasn't surprising. But who was this Imperial Highness who'd suddenly shot to first place? She didn't remember anything like this from the novel. In the original story, Huafation had consistently held the top spot on the youth rankings from the beginning. She couldn't recall who'd held second, third, or fourth places. The female lead, Xianxian Yufei, had apparently started around 5th place before the protagonist's aura kicked in, eventually rising to second. But in reality, this mysterious Imperial Highness had suddenly appeared to knock Huafation from his throne. Third place now belonged to Serafina, a wild card variable. If she hadn't been deliberately keeping a low profile, spending considerable time on gold-earning quests and studying mecha engineering, she'd have surpassed the male lead ages ago. Chapter 67. Imperial Highness. The top 3 spots on the Battle Realm's youth rankings told a fascinating story. Apart from the male lead, the other 2 were complete wild cards who'd never appeared in the original novel. 4th place belonged to a player with the ID Planetary Overlord, and Serafina had a nagging feeling this gamer had cropped up in the story before, consistently hovering within the top 10 rankings. She was starting to suspect that Planetary Overlord was actually Dean Aikson. After all, going by pure ability, Dean was only marginally weaker than Valorian Sterling. Their rankings shouldn't be worlds apart. Plus, the lad's username was Neptune, which showed just how bloody obsessed he was with celestial bodies. Creating some cringeworthy handle like Planetary Overlord would be right up his street. 5th place went to I Am Senior, 6th to Vulcan Shield, 7th to World's Greatest Swordsman, and 8th to a player called Senior's Teammate. These usernames all rang bells for Serafina. She had vague memories of them appearing in the novel, though she couldn't be certain. Meanwhile, Minerva Aurelius's, Ferry Soaring, had dropped to 9th place, several positions behind where she'd been in the original story. Serafina rubbed her chin thoughtfully. In the novel, after Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius had been accepted into Xuangu First Military Academy, they hadn't participated in any special training before term started. They'd spent their entire holiday playing the Battle Realm, reaching level 10 before classes even began. But in reality, Huafation and Ferry Soaring had barely any time for the Battle Realm, thanks to the Crown Prince's privately arranged intensive training. It was perfectly natural that their in-game performance wouldn't match the novel's version. However, this mysterious Imperial Highness, who'd suddenly appeared at the top, that username was far too pointed to be coincidental. Serafina couldn't help suspecting this player was very likely the second prince, and frankly, only someone of his caliber could knock Valorian Sterling from his throne in the youth division. If Imperial Highness really was the second prince, then Valorian Sterling could kiss his dreams of reclaiming first place goodbye. If not, once their special training ended and Valorian had proper time to focus, he'd have excellent chances of snatching back the top spot. Serafina stared at the rankings for a while, letting her imagination run wild before deciding she couldn't afford to waste more time on speculation. After all, she was now rubbing shoulders with these elite players. She'd find out the truth eventually. So she closed the panel and prepared to tackle some leveling quests. Given their current training schedule, unless they had evenings like tonight, she'd likely lack the energy to access the Battle Realm consistently. To prevent her ranking from plummeting too drastically, Serafina decided that whenever she could get online during this period, she'd focus purely on leveling quests and set everything else aside. Perhaps having satisfied their gaming cravings in the Battle Realm the previous night had properly reset everyone's mental state. Come morning, all the youngsters were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, radiating youthful energy like they'd been plugged into the mains. However, after assembly that morning, Instructor Dursley didn't immediately send them off for their usual lap-running routine. Instead, he marched the entire group back to the testing chambers. "Let's see if all this training has actually changed your data," Instructor Dursley announced with his characteristic stern expression. The freshmen's faces turned equally serious. This was essentially their instructor, conducting a performance review of their training results. If the outcomes were positive, brilliant. If the results were disappointing, given Instructor Dursley's perpetually thunderous expression, they'd be in for a proper bollocking. At moments like this, even the most rebellious freshmen knew to play nice and avoid sticking their necks out. They obediently followed Instructor Dursley's arrangements, entering the testing chambers one by one, before emerging to wait in tense silence. This time, Instructor Dursley wasn't personally conducting their assessments. Instead, an unfamiliar military officer handled the testing, someone they'd never seen during their stay, appearing seemingly from thin air. This was only the second officer they'd encountered since arriving at the training base. A refined-looking man in his early 40s, with late fourth-tier warrior cultivation, clearly in an administrative role. Seraphina had sensed that this base housed more than just Instructor Dursley and Lieutenant Commander Xiang besides themselves, but since those individuals had never appeared, she'd simply pretended not to notice. Once all 10 freshmen completed their assessments, Instructor Dursley emerged from the testing chamber and activated his optical brain to review the results. The freshmen carefully studied his expression, though apart from that perpetual scowl, they couldn't glean any additional information. When Instructor Dursley lifted his head, the freshmen unconsciously straightened their spines and raised their chins, adopting the posture of soldiers awaiting inspection, while their hearts hammered with nervous anticipation. "Minerva Aurelius, Seraphina," Instructor Dursley called out. "Sir," both young women responded in unison, stepping forward. "You two have both reached the breakthrough threshold for your warrior levels. Starting today, you'll switch from meditation cultivation to combat arts training. Give it everything you've got and aim to advance within the next few days," Instructor Dursley commanded. "Yes, sir." Seraphina and Minerva snapped to attention in response. "The rest of you have also performed admirably, particularly Valorian Sterling, Dean Aikson, Gao Heidao, and Su 43. These 4 have trained with exceptional dedication, which is why their data improvements are the most significant." Instructor Dursley continued with his praise. The 4 lads whose names had been called couldn't quite suppress the gleams of satisfaction in their eyes. "As for the others, you've made substantial progress as well, but your teammates have higher cultivation levels and work harder than you do. Are you content with this? Do you want the gap between you and them to keep widening?" Instructor Dursley's voice cut through the morning air like a blade. The 4 who hadn't been mentioned looked crestfallen, but Instructor Dursley's words left them stunned rather than simply disappointed. Catching up requires more than empty words. It demands double the effort. Can you manage that? Do you want to manage that? Do you want to stand on equal footing with your teammates? Instructor Dursley continued his relentless questioning. Though Instructor Dursley posed these soul-searching questions, he clearly had no intention of waiting for answers. The moment he finished speaking, he herded them off to training. From that day forward, the freshmen's training assignments underwent significant changes. No longer were they all completing roughly similar tasks. Now their training had different focal points tailored to each individual, with everyone intensifying work on their particular weaknesses. These programs were obviously custom designed based on each person's data and actual training performance. However, the ultimate goal of all training remained the same as before. If anything, it had become even more brutal. The objective was to drain every last drop of each person's stamina in order to unlock their hidden potential. Consequently, after completing their daily training, nobody gave a toss about appearances anymore. They'd collapse flat on their backs wherever they happened to be, completely ignoring how filthy the ground was, remaining prone until they recovered enough strength to support each other back to quarters. Having never undergone such systematic extreme training before, Seraphina now relied on Dean Aikson to help her back each evening. Minerva Aurelius was in no better condition, but she had her fiancé to escort her. Fortunately, Dean Aikson still possessed some gentlemanly instincts, perhaps because Seraphina and Minerva Aurelius had relatively low warrior levels. Both young women made tremendous progress after switching to combat arts training. Seraphina in particular, having never experienced this type of intensive conditioning, saw her cultivation data increase at nearly double the rate of her peers. Just 3 days after Instructor Dursley declared she could attempt a breakthrough, she successfully advanced to early 4th-tier warrior status. This development filled her teammates with a sense of urgent panic. Bloody hell, Seraphina was already an early 5th-tier psychic. If they didn't buckle down and work harder, they'd be overtaken in warrior cultivation by a psychic. Where would that leave their elite pride? Chapter 68. Shifting attitudes, Seraphina's breakthrough hit Minerva Aurelius like a sledgehammer to the gut. She'd already been trailing behind Seraphina by a full major tier in warrior cultivation, and now that Seraphina had reached 4th tier warrior status while she remained stuck at 2nd tier, well, it was bloody humiliating. Even accounting for Seraphina's superior warrior cultivation potential, the gap between them shouldn't have been this vast. Fortunately, hard graft pays off in the end. Under Minerva Aurelius's desperate, almost manic efforts, she managed to break through to 3rd tier warrior status just 3 days after Seraphina's advancement. Truth be told, the real-world Minerva Aurelius was every bit as brilliant as her novel counterpart. If Seraphina, that monstrous variable, hadn't appeared on the scene, Minerva would have been the Gus Empire's most outstanding young psychic in nearly a century. Seraphina almost felt like shedding a few crocodile tears for Minerva Aurelius, running into a wild card like herself. The poor girl's luck was absolutely rotten. What Seraphina didn't realize was that her advancement right under her teammates' noses hadn't just put pressure on Minerva Aurelius. Everyone else was feeling the heat as well. Based on information Seraphina herself had revealed, combined with intelligence their families had gathered, all the freshmen knew that her cultivation potential transformation had only occurred 3 or 4 months ago. Before that pivotal moment, Seraphina had been nothing more than a C-grade psychic potential cultivator with 3rd-tier psychic cultivation, B-grade warrior potential, and 1st-tier warrior cultivation. Basically a complete nobody. While such cultivation potential might have been considered decent on a rim world, it was absolute rubbish by imperial capital standards. Back then, she couldn't even meet the minimum requirements to apply for Xuangu First Military Academy. Moreover, Seraphina had always specialized in mecha engineering rather than martial arts. Yet in just over 3 months, her psychic level had rocketed from 3rd to 5th tier, while her warrior cultivation had soared from 1st to 4th tier. Such rapid advancement was unprecedented in the entire history of the Gus Empire, even accounting for the powerful effects of 2nd-generation genetic enhancement serum. Good cultivation potential didn't automatically translate to level advancement. You still needed grueling training and exceptional comprehension abilities. Since they'd known her, everyone had witnessed Seraphina's dedication, but bloody hell, which of them wasn't working their arses off? People like them received intense attention from both their families and clans, which meant their cultivation schedules were packed tighter than a London tube during rush hour. Their cultivation levels had been built up gradually, step by painstaking step, specifically to prevent them from taking shortcuts that might destabilize their mental state and create hidden dangers. But Seraphina's progress was meteoric, and that's what bothered Valorian Sterling and Dean Akeson the most. For Seraphina to advance so many levels in such a short time, while maintaining perfect mental equilibrium, showing no signs of unstable cultivation whatsoever, it was absolutely mind-boggling. This led to one inescapable conclusion. Seraphina's comprehension abilities were nothing short of monstrous. Monstrous cultivation potential, monstrous comprehension abilities, and a diligent, studious nature. Even if Seraphina wasn't currently a powerhouse, nobody could deny she'd become one soon, and it wouldn't take long either. Regardless of which world you inhabited, humans respected strength above all else. Someone like this, if you couldn't suppress them, they'd inevitably become the person you'd have to look up to. The other 9 freshmen were all elite youngsters, with intelligence levels well above the interstellar human average. Though they couldn't help feeling envious and resentful toward this extraordinarily gifted young woman, their sharp minds focused on what truly mattered: personal and family interests. How should they handle such a genius to maximize their benefits? Knowing they were young with limited experience, they didn't dare make unilateral decisions. They planned to relay this information to their families once communications were restored or special training ended, waiting for family decisions before taking action. But regardless of their future plans, they'd never again look down on Seraphina because of her rim world origins. Even Scarlet Shadowmere, who'd been riding her aristocratic status like a high horse and showing subtle disdain toward Seraphina, had done a complete 180 in her attitude. With Seraphina's formidable mental strength, she quickly picked up on her teammates' psychological shifts, but she felt no pride about it. This level of cultivation was nothing, barely enough to avoid being instantly obliterated by aliens. Still, having her training partners genuinely acknowledge her abilities from the bottom of their hearts was rather pleasant, lifting Seraphina's spirits considerably. The following days continued with the same relentless extreme physical training. The freshmen had assumed they'd maintain that pattern of collapsing like beached fish after each session, needing ages to recover enough strength to stand. But even they were surprised when, after just another 20 days, they'd unconsciously adapted to the high-intensity training. Within the same training timeframes, No matter how many or how demanding the tasks Instructor Dursley assigned, they gradually developed endurance. Though still exhausted, they no longer experienced that bone-deep fatigue that left them sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Occasionally, when training assignments were relatively lighter and they weren't completely knackered, they could even manage 3 or 4 hours of leveling quests in the battle realm during evenings. Serafina had assumed they'd remain cut off from outside communication indefinitely, so she was gobsmacked when, during their third 10-day adjustment period, Instructor Dursley announced they'd have special communication privileges for half an hour that evening. Since arriving on the Imperial capital planet, Serafina naturally found herself thinking about Instructor Fang and Captain Lin from time to time. Now that she could finally contact the outside world, she didn't hesitate to call Instructor Fang first. "Serafina, is that really you? Have you finished your special training? Where are you now?" Instructor Fang's voice came through the communication link, a mixture of surprise and joy that made it obvious she'd been worrying about Serafina constantly. After nearly 20 minutes of conversation with Instructor Fang, Serafina placed a call to Captain Lin. Since he wasn't home, she couldn't speak with both husband and wife simultaneously. Fortunately, Captain Lin was available to take Serafina's call. Unlike Instructor Fang's emotional openness, Captain Lin was more reserved, though his words still conveyed genuine care. Naturally, he focused more on discussing her cultivation progress and offering encouragement. As their time was running out, Captain Lin hesitated before saying, "My elder brother's son will be a freshman at Xuangu in your year." From Captain Lin's expression, it was clear he had an excellent relationship with his nephew. He hoped she might have opportunities to connect with the lad, potentially gaining a small patron to prevent her from being completely alone on the Imperial capital planet. Serafina naturally wouldn't refuse such thoughtful consideration, though she didn't usually feel particularly homesick for her guardians. Communicating with them left Serafina feeling brilliant. Even the sea breeze seemed fresher somehow. Of course, Serafina wasn't the only one in good spirits. Being able to communicate with family, after a month of information isolation, had put all the freshmen in excellent moods. Valorian Sterling shared that same uplifted feeling. The perpetually stone-faced lad actually wore a subtle smile during morning assembly and training, leaving his teammates staring at him in amazement. Minerva Aurelius and Valorian Sterling had been betrothed when they were both 12 years old. Though it was an arranged marriage between families, they'd been classmates since childhood. While they didn't share any earth-shattering romance, they'd always gotten along harmoniously. Therefore, Minerva could be considered the person who understood Valorian best among the 10 of them. Seeing the barely concealed gentle joy in his eyes and remembering the previous evening's half-hour communication window, she couldn't help asking, "Was Auntie home yesterday?" Chapter 69. The cold mother hearing his fiancé's question, Valorian Sterling nodded, his smile deepening like sunlight breaking through storm clouds as he addressed Minerva Aurelius. "Mother asked me to tell you, once this special training's finished, you're welcome at our place. She hasn't seen you in ages." Minerva felt a flutter of surprise, her eyebrows lifting slightly. "So she even mentioned me. It seemed yesterday hadn't just been about Aunt Lizzie being home. She'd clearly had quite a lengthy chat with Valorian, which explained his unusually buoyant mood today. As Valorian's betrothed, Minerva Aurelius had naturally encountered her future mother-in-law, Lady Lizzie Amber, Valorian's stepmother and the Sterling family's second wife, on numerous occasions. This familiarity meant Minerva was well aware that Aunt Lizzie had always been emotionally distant and sparse with words when it came to Valorian. The woman was perpetually buried in military duties, rarely returning home, and showed precious little interest in her stepson's upbringing. Valorian had essentially been raised by his father alone, which explained why any scrap of maternal attention sent Valorian's spirits soaring so high. He couldn't hide his joy if his life depended on it. Minerva could absolutely understand her fiancé's reaction. Her own situation was considerably worse, actually. While Valorian merely had an absent mother, at least his father was consistently present. She could count the number of times she saw her parents each year on one hand, and still have fingers left over. When she'd rung home last night, it had been the same old butler who'd raised her from childhood answering the call, as always. Seeing Valorian's happiness, though it stirred her own sense of loss, Minerva still felt genuinely pleased for him. But Instructor Dursley was approaching, so both young people quickly fell silent and snapped to attention. As Minerva turned her head, catching sight of Serafina's profile beside her, that strange, inexplicable feeling bubbled up in her chest once again. The resemblance really is uncanny. Over the past month, the more she observed, the more convinced she became that Serafina bore a striking 5 or 6 point similarity to Aunt Lizzie, while Valorian, her actual stepson, only shared perhaps 2 or 3 points of resemblance with his stepmother. Truly, the world's full of the most extraordinary coincidences. That very evening, Lai Kixing was enjoying the sea breeze in his courtyard, sharing tender words and gentle wine with his beloved wife, when his optical brain chose the most inopportune moment to start beeping insistently, shattering their intimate moment like a brick through a window. Who on earth could that be at this hour? Lady Lai pouted with obvious displeasure, her lower lip jutting out in a way that would have been adorable under different circumstances. Her workaholic husband rarely took extended leave to spend time with her, and they deliberately escaped to Azure Star without even bringing their son, hoping for some proper romantic time together. Yet they still couldn't find peace. Someone was always calling to interrupt their precious moments. "It's my cousin," Lai Kixing said, shooting his wife an apologetic glance before accepting the communication. Lady Lai watched her husband's expression transform from initial relaxation to deadly seriousness. He listened in complete silence to whatever his cousin was saying, clearly indicating this was serious business rather than a social call. Lady Lai found this rather odd. Her husband's cousin had always been reserved and economical with words. What could possibly have prompted such an extended conversation? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed anger flashing in her husband's eyes like lightning in a dark sky. "How could you do something so bloody stupid? Why haven't you said anything all this time? You should have investigated this properly. Even if the Amber and Sterling families won't support you, you've still got the Lai family behind you." Lai Kixing's voice carried a low, angry rebuke directed at his cousin. "What's left to discuss? Family may be important, but aren't you important too? Have you given any thought to how wretched that child must be?" Seeing her husband disconnect the call looking like he was suffering from both toothache and migraine, wearing an expression of frustrated disappointment, Lady Lai was genuinely shocked. Her husband had always been the epitome of gentle refinement. She'd rarely seen him this furious. What on earth had his cousin said or done? Lady Lai asked with genuine concern. "What's wrong, darling? My cousin made a terrible mistake when she was young. I never realized she could be so bloody dense, being accommodating when she should have stood firm. And now when things have reached this point, she still only wants me to handle everything. I'm sorry, love, but this concerns her private affairs. She's asked me not to tell anyone." Lai Kixing suppressed his anger, his voice softening as he addressed his wife. Since her husband's cousin preferred to keep the details private, Lady Lai wasn't offended. Personal matters were naturally sensitive, and she was only a cousin-in-law after all. Besides, she'd never been one for meddling in other people's business. Still, though her husband's cousin wasn't typically someone who lacked judgment, Lady Lai remained concerned. "Whatever she's asking you to do, it won't cause problems for you, will it?" Lai Kixing sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "No, quite the opposite actually. I'll probably come out ahead in this arrangement." Well, that settled it then. As long as her husband wasn't being taken advantage of, Lady Lai was content to drop the matter. She said gently, "You promised to spend these few days with me. You're not going to change your mind, are you?" "Don't worry, I won't. Nothing's more important than you, darling." In the deep of night, Lady Lai stirred drowsily from sleep to find her husband propped against the headboard, using his optical brain to research something. She squinted through sleepy eyes and caught glimpses of military academy information scrolling across the screen. "Why aren't you sleeping yet? Aren't you knackered?" She mumbled with drowsy irritation. "You go back to sleep, love. I'll be done soon." In what felt like the blink of an eye, the freshmen had completed over a month of intensive training, with each person's improvement visible to the naked eye. They'd assumed this brutal regimen would continue right up until term started, so they were completely gobsmacked when, on the final evening of July, Instructor Dursley suddenly told them to rest for the night and dropped an absolute bombshell. "Physical conditioning ends today. Starting tomorrow, we're switching to mecha training." The freshmen were caught completely off guard, taking a full 2 seconds to process what they'd heard, still hardly daring to believe it. "Instructor, you mean we'll actually get to pilot mechas?" For youngsters in the mecha combat division, mechas represented their ultimate goal, the holy grail of their ambitions. But bloody hell, mechas were expensive. Families without serious money couldn't afford even a first-tier mecha, and training at mecha clubs was beyond most people's financial reach. Even scions of great houses like Valorian Sterling hadn't piloted mechas very often. Though they didn't have to worry about affording the machines, various restrictions meant they couldn't just hop into a mecha whenever the mood struck. Moreover, the Gus Empire imposed both situational and age restrictions on mecha pilots. You had to be at least 14 to even touch one. At 15, they'd only had a handful of opportunities to experience mecha piloting. You can imagine how excited the freshmen became once the news sank in. They immediately swarmed Instructor Dursley, completely ignoring his thunderous expression as they peppered him with questions. Serafina was particularly thrilled. Being a country bumpkin from the Earth era, where mechas had been nothing more than beautiful fantasies, since being reborn into this fictional world, though she'd assembled various mecha models with her own hands in the Sky Net. She'd never had the chance to see the real thing. When she'd first arrived at this training base, Serafina had harbored hopes of piloting mechas, but the facility was simply too small to accommodate mecha training grounds. With a month remaining before term started, beginning training tomorrow would give them at least 20 days of practice. Serafina had been secretly disappointed, but now, what a brilliant plot twist. Their instructor had arranged this magnificent surprise. Right now, immediately, go pack your kit. The battleship arrives in 30 minutes, and anyone who's slow gets sent straight back where they came from. Instructor Dursley didn't elaborate further, simply barking out orders with military precision. The freshmen scattered like startled birds, racing back to their dormitories with the speed and urgency of people fleeing a burning building. Chapter 70. Standing firm and true in this world, spatial storage devices were as common as mobile phones back on Earth. Though some cost a bloody fortune, there were affordable options too, which meant most people could pack up their lives in the blink of an eye. The freshmen gathered their personal belongings with military efficiency, leaving not a trace of their presence behind. Serafina kept Instructor Dursley's lessons firmly in mind. No matter how brilliant your spatial storage might be, if enemies were determined to interfere with it, you'd likely find yourself unable to retrieve anything when you needed it most. Never become overly dependent on the technology. Whenever venturing out on missions or dangerous expeditions, you needed a proper rucksack packed with essentials, and your most frequently used weapons should never be stored away. They belonged within arm's reach, ready for instant deployment. Serafina shouldered a modest backpack, while her long whip coiled around her waist like an elegant belt. Her trouser pocket bulged slightly where Captain Lin's micro-death ray pistol nestled against her thigh, a reassuring weight that spoke of serious firepower in a deceptively small package. The others were similarly equipped, each carrying discreet but deadly weapons. Serafina's enhanced senses even picked up that Minerva Aurelius wasn't just sporting a single handgun. The girl was properly tooled up, though concealed beneath her clothing. Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikson, with their extensive military backgrounds, naturally recognized exactly what sort of hardware Serafina was packing. This revelation sparked serious doubts about the intelligence they'd gathered on Serafina's guardians. According to their files, the married couple were simply ordinary instructors at a middling academy. But how could two common teachers from a third-rate planet possibly acquire cutting-edge weaponry, let alone secure firearms permits for an underage girl? Obtaining weapons permits for minors required high-ranking military or police officers to serve as guarantors, and imperial law explicitly stated that if a minor committed gun crimes, the guarantor bore half the legal responsibility. So the information about Serafina's guardians was definitely dodgy. Those two were absolutely not ordinary teachers. Common educators simply couldn't access this level of kit. Serafina remained blissfully unaware of her teammates' churning suspicions, her eyes fixed on the darkening sky with uncharacteristic intensity, her usual composed demeanor completely abandoned. "Never seen you like this before," Minerva Aurelius observed from beside her, genuine curiosity coloring her voice. Serafina glanced back at Minerva, understanding her meaning perfectly, and broke into a grin that transformed her entire face. "I've never even seen a proper mecha in the flesh. How could I not be buzzing with excitement?" "But you're already a third-tier mecha engineer," Dean Aikson said, his brow furrowing with puzzlement. "How have you never encountered real mechas?" "I mean, I've never piloted an actual mecha. Hell, I haven't even driven one in the Sky Net," Serafina replied with endearing innocence. The original soul had touched real mechas, but this Earth-era country bumpkin genuinely hadn't seen the real deal. As they spoke, a compact warship descended from the heavens with the silent grace of a predator, and Instructor Dursley herded his charges aboard with military precision. Serafina, 8th in the boarding queue, spotted an emblem on the vessel's stern that matched the insignia adorning their training base's entrance gates exactly. Bloody hell, could this be the Crown Prince's personal warship? Though the ship's interior wasn't particularly spacious, the main cabin featured seats that screamed luxury and comfort. Without waiting for orders, the freshmen found spots and secured their safety harnesses with practiced efficiency. The warship's takeoff involved barely a tremor, far smoother than any commercial flight Serafina could remember. Once aboard, Instructor Dursley simply told them to sit tight and avoid wandering about, then lapsed into his characteristic silence. The freshmen had no clue about their destination or journey time. "This is an atmospheric warship, designed for planetary surface operations only, can't handle space travel," Dean Aikson observed with the casual authority of someone born into military royalty. "We won't be leaving the imperial capital planet," Valorian Sterling added with equal certainty, his political and military pedigree lending weight to his assessment. Hearing their confident predictions, Serafina suspected they'd already worked out their destination, though she couldn't be bothered asking. She'd find out soon enough anyway. "Brother Valorian, do you know something? Could you tell me?" Scarlet Shadowmere asked with that perfectly pitched combination of sweetness and curiosity. Having somehow managed to secure the seat directly opposite Valorian, Serafina couldn't help but admire the performance. Those doe eyes, that melodious voice, the flawless execution of aristocratic finishing school training. Scarlet embodied the image of an innocent young lady addressing her beloved older brother, without a single false note. This sort of theatrical display had occurred several times over the past month and a half, with Serafina maintaining her role as dispassionate observer. Scarlet's behavior toward Valorian was definitely overly familiar, though Serafina detected no genuine romantic interest in the girl's eyes. She wasn't harboring secret feelings for Valorian. Rather, Serafina suspected Scarlet's true motivation was needling her cousin Minerva Aurelius, a calculated campaign of psychological warfare disguised as innocent affection. The relationship between these cousins appeared harmonious on the surface, but everyone could sense the underlying tension that defied easy description. Serafina reckoned this was shaping up to be one of those cautionary tales about jealousy transforming people beyond recognition. After more than a month of close observation, Serafina could clearly see that Valorian and Minerva's engagement was purely strategic, a political alliance between powerful houses rather than a love match. Perhaps this explained why the male lead attracted such toxic romantic entanglements. Those predatory women probably convinced themselves that since Valorian and Minerva weren't truly in love, all they needed was to make Valorian fall for them instead. True love conquers all, right, though Serafina believed the novel's male lead had only emerged victorious thanks to protagonist plot armor. She had to admit his moral compass pointed true north. Reality proved no different. Valorian Sterling's character was absolutely rock solid. Faced with Scarlet Shadowmere's various manipulative approaches, he maintained the same stoic expression regardless of circumstances, consistently supporting his fiancée and ensuring Minerva never lost face. No wonder the novel version had attracted so many toxic women who repeatedly endangered Minerva Aurelius, yet nobody ever called him a scoundrel. Valorian's prediction proved accurate. The warship didn't fly long, perhaps 30 minutes before touching down. The freshmen leaped to their feet with barely contained excitement, but Instructor Dursley gestured for patience before speaking with measured gravity. "This is the fleet of the 12th Legion, commanded by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Every soul aboard this vessel is military personnel. You will adhere strictly to regulations, and absolutely must not wander off or explore unauthorized areas." The freshmen chorused their agreement enthusiastically. They were geniuses, not bloody idiots. Even the most rebellious among them knew when to behave and when they could afford to act up. Having grown up hearing tales of the Crown Prince's legendary exploits, they all harbored deep admiration for him. How could they possibly misbehave in their hero's domain and tarnish their reputations? After graduation, they all hoped to join the 12th Legion themselves. The freshmen formed an orderly queue and filed off the warship with military precision, eyes bright with anticipation, each secretly hoping this journey might offer a glimpse of the Gus Empire's greatest hero. Serafina was no exception. She was absolutely the Crown Prince's biggest fan. Though darkness was beginning to fall, they could still make out their surroundings clearly enough. They stood on the deck of an absolutely massive naval vessel, with 2 soldiers positioned near the exit to guide their movements. As a native Earth girl who'd never seen anything like this, Serafina felt like an ant standing on the uppermost deck, surveying an area larger than their previous island training base. This was a proper military warship crawling with soldiers. Though the vessel's size was staggering, the accommodation was considerably more cramped than their island quarters. They'd be sharing rooms in pairs. This world still maintained proper gender segregation, with laws providing strict protection for underage girls. As one of only 3 females in the group, Serafina naturally couldn't intrude on the cousins' loving relationship, so she was delighted to secure her own private space. Chapter 71. The real first meeting that evening, Serafina had a proper go at testing the systems and was chuffed to discover that while they still couldn't communicate with the outside world, the Skynet was limited to basic queries only. The battle realm remained accessible as ever. Still, even with a change of scenery, the next morning's mandatory lap running couldn't be avoided. Instead of circling the island as before, they now pounded the specially designated track on the warship's uppermost deck. This time, their little group of 10 wasn't alone on the running track. Proper soldiers were also out doing their morning drills in formation, a bloody magnificent sight of athletic, battle-hardened blokes that was absolute eye candy. The military personnel maintained perfect formation throughout, their synchronized footfalls creating a thunderous rhythm that spoke of discipline and power. Meanwhile, the academy freshmen gradually fell apart as they ran, their rookie status glaringly obvious. The self-aware among them didn't dare glance toward Instructor Dursley's direction. Seraphina took stock of the soldiers around them, mostly young lads with relatively modest cultivation levels. The rank and file were predominantly 4th-tier warriors, with only the officers reaching 5th-tier status. Watching these men, Seraphina began to understand why Captain Lin's promotion from 5th to 6th tier warrior had sent his position and influence rocketing skyward like a bloody firework. The military personnel on Topaz Star obviously couldn't match those stationed on the Imperial capital planet, so Captain Lin's cultivation level would have made him absolutely top tier in his local forces. Though these soldiers' cultivation levels were roughly comparable to the freshmen's, their overall capabilities existed on completely different planes. When the freshmen had first arrived, the soldiers were already in full stride. By the time the academy students were gasping for breath with their formation dissolving into chaos, the military units remained perfectly synchronized, their ranks as tight as parade formations. Seraphina and Minerva Aurelius, the two young women, were undoubtedly the primary culprits behind their squad's serious deformation. Their teammates had grown accustomed to the girls' lagging pace and had long since legged it to the far side of the track, leaving them trailing in the dust. Running one behind the other, Seraphina and Minerva found themselves repeatedly overtaken by military formations streaming past from behind. Every soldier in each passing unit couldn't help but steal glances at the two girls. Because of Seraphina's early 4th-tier warrior cultivation, soldiers unfamiliar with the situation assumed she was a pure warrior, making her the target of the most scrutiny. Their expressions clearly conveyed the sentiment, "Pretty girl, shame she's absolutely rubbish." Minerva Aurelius, conversely, drew far less attention due to her lower warrior level. The soldiers correctly deduced she was a psychic, so nobody looked at her with that bloody hopeless expression. While Minerva felt somewhat ashamed, Seraphina remained completely unfazed. She was a psychic, for Christ's sake. Why would she compare her weaknesses to others' strengths? She knew she was brilliant at what she did, and if these blokes knew she was a psychic, their expressions would definitely shift to bloody hell, you're amazing. Fortunately, probably because other activities were scheduled, Instructor Dursley didn't intend to drain every ounce of their energy. After working them half to death, he called them together. Instructor Dursley remained silent, simply checking his optical brain display. Suddenly, an aircar appeared in the distance, with a soldier on deck waving green flags to guide its approach. Seraphina didn't understand the military signals, but reckoned they were directing the vehicle's landing position. As the aircar drew closer, Dean Aikson let out a small yelp of excitement, with Sue-43 adding his own appreciative blimey. Seeing that Instructor Dursley was clearly distracted and had no intention of managing them, Seraphina turned to Dean with puzzled amusement. "What's all the fuss about? Keep your hair on, mate." Over the past month, thanks to Dean's meritorious service in helping her back to quarters, their friendship had taken a massive step toward proper banter territory. They'd developed a habit of taking the piss out of each other for entertainment, so Seraphina's response was purely instinctive. "That aircar, that's the latest model luxury transport." Dean's eyes were absolutely sparkling as he gazed at the vehicle with the devotion of a man seeing his beloved. "Right," Seraphina replied with complete disinterest. "Poor folk don't understand these things. An aircar flies, doesn't it? How different can they be?" Dean looked genuinely wounded by Seraphina's dismissal, turning to her with an expression of helpless resignation. "I've never met anyone who's so bloody unapologetic about being poor, with such a novel way of putting it. Her poverty's become her go-to excuse whenever she can't be bothered with something." Minerva Aurelius suddenly delivered a cutting observation. "She uses being skint as an excuse to dodge effort and avoid complications." Valorian Sterling chimed in, supporting his fiancée's assessment. "Exactly. Who constantly bangs on about being poor. Even though I've never actually met proper poor people, I know they wouldn't act like you do." Scarlett Shadowmere added with pointed sarcasm. Though Scarlett's family could be considered middle-tier nobility, everyone knew the Shadowmere clan was essentially a subsidiary of the Aurelius house. Yet Scarlett carried herself with the full airs of aristocratic breeding, loved showing off, and had initially delighted in mocking Seraphina as a country bumpkin and pauper. What she hadn't anticipated was that Seraphina was a rather special sort of country bumpkin, one who not only lacked a glass jaw but possessed a razor-sharp tongue. Scarlett frequently found herself speechless after Seraphina's verbal counterattacks. Unable to best her physically or verbally, she'd gradually learned to keep quiet, though she occasionally couldn't resist another snide comment. Seraphina bit back her response, suddenly aware of all the handsome soldiers surrounding them and remembering Scarlett's carefully cultivated ladylike image. Right then, first day in posh company, she'd give Scarlett some face today. If the girl got mousy again tomorrow she'd get properly told off. You think I haven't seen poor people before? Even the typically silent Gao Heidao couldn't resist joining the verbal pile-on. The way you're going on, I'm getting the distinct impression you've got this I'm poor so I'm right. What you gonna do about it? Attitude, Dean concluded with devastating accuracy. Surrounded by her teammates' coordinated verbal assault, Serafina stared at them in genuine amazement. She'd always been rather quiet, hadn't she? How had these mates gotten to know her so bloody well? Could they still have a laugh together in future? Genuinely poor children can't afford basic training fees and lack the ability to test into Xuangu First Military Academy in the first place. An unfamiliar young voice cut in with obvious irritation. Only then did the freshmen realize they'd been so absorbed in roasting Serafina that they'd completely forgotten about the luxury aircar they'd been admiring, failing to notice when it had landed on deck or when its passenger had approached their group. Serafina turned around and found herself staring directly into a pair of deep blue eyes. Sunlight caught the young man's slightly long golden hair, making it gleam like spun metal, while sea breezes had tousled it into artful disarray. His expression radiated arrogance tempered with untamed rebelliousness. "Your Royal Highness, Second Prince." Scarlett Shadowmere reacted fastest, stepping forward 2 paces to execute a sickeningly sweet curtsy that completely ignored the fact that she was wearing stark black training gear, hardly appropriate for such theatrical gestures. Scarlett's voice snapped Serafina back to awareness, making her realize that for that brief moment, her mind had gone completely blank in the most extraordinary way, utterly devoid of any coherent thought. "Cousin Helix." Valorian Sterling also stepped forward, greeting the second prince with natural familiarity, the address revealing their intimate family connection. Valorian's mother and the current empress were sisters from the Amber clan. Though the relationship was somewhat distant, family bonds remained paramount in this era, making their cousin designation perfectly accurate. Chapter 72. From wastrel to genius, both Valorian Sterling and the second prince's mothers were daughters of the Amber House. Though these cousins' bloodlines had grown rather distant over the generations, family was still family, and their external allegiances remained unified. This was why young Valorian had been sent by his mother to serve as the second prince's childhood companion. But as the years rolled on, the two lads, blessed with vastly different abilities, gradually found themselves walking down completely separate paths. Though Helix Adamant held royal blood, his cultivation potential was absolutely dire. Combined with the Empress's indulgent coddling, his studies and training lagged miles behind elite youngsters like Valorian Sterling. Bit by bit, he transformed into an utterly feckless wastrel who couldn't be arsed to better himself. Meanwhile, though Valorian was merely the eldest son of Huade Yu from the Sterling family's second branch, and his father was nothing more than an ordinary merchant, his social standing was nowhere near as exalted as the second prince's. This was precisely why his mother had initially sent him to the second prince's side, without family interference. But Valorian's cultivation potential was absolutely brilliant. The Sterling family, being a great house, would spare no effort in nurturing outstanding clan members, especially since Valorian was the family head's nephew. The Sterling house extracted Valorian from the second prince's circle, providing him with the finest cultivation resources and the most elite education money could buy. Valorian proved himself worthy of their investment. By age 10, he'd already advanced to third-tier warrior status, becoming the unparalleled genius of his generation in everyone's eyes. The second prince, conversely, grew increasingly dissolute, frequently engaging in petty schemes that harmed others without benefiting himself. He caused no end of grief for the noble house's scions, yet nobody could do bugger all about it given his royal status. As they aged, the chasm between them deepened like a geological fault line. Gradually, both Valorian Sterling and second Prince Helix Adamant became household names throughout the Gus Empire, but their reputations stood in stark opposition. The second prince and Valorian respectively became the poster children for their generations, wastrels and geniuses. So despite the friendship between the Empress and Valorian's mother, under the Sterling family's interference, from Valorian's 10th birthday onwards, his previous role as the second prince's companion was conveniently forgotten by all concerned parties. The distance between Valorian and the second prince grew like winter frost, and the two lads, each with their own circles of mates, never played together again. This situation persisted until 2 years ago. 2 years back, the Crown Prince survived an assassination attempt that reportedly left him grievously wounded. Shortly afterwards, he struck back with devastating force against factions aligned with the second prince, ultimately imprisoning the second prince himself without a moment's hesitation. When the empress couldn't locate her son and raised absolute hell about it, the entire imperial capital was thrown into chaos. But with King Adam's unconditional backing, the crown prince weathered every storm of pressure and steadfastly refused to release his prisoner. During this period, countless theories and rumors swirled like autumn leaves in a gale. Many believed the crown prince's assassination attempt was likely connected to the empress and second prince. This explained why the crown prince had imprisoned the second prince, and why King Adam offered no opposition, even going so far as to fall out with the empress over the matter. Throughout the Gus Empire's history, everyone knew that King Adam completely defied the conventional wisdom about stepmothers bringing stepfathers. Everyone understood he valued the crown prince above all else, while the second prince had always been relegated to the sidelines. After this incident, public perception crystallized even further. Most people reckoned the second prince would get a proper thrashing and likely remain locked up until the crown prince ascended to the throne. But even the wildest imagination couldn't have predicted what actually transpired. After being confined for merely 2 years, the second prince, who'd been only a mid-third tier warrior when imprisoned, reappeared in the royal palace as an early 5th tier warrior. In the past several centuries, nobody had managed to reach 5th tier warrior status by age 15 or 16. Even the exceptionally gifted crown prince hadn't achieved 5th tier cultivation until age 19. How had the second prince, whose warrior cultivation potential barely scraped C grade, managed such advancement? The whole business was so bloody unbelievable that it caused an absolute sensation on the imperial capital planet. King Adam and the crown prince seemed to have prepared for this revelation well in advance. Regardless of how frantically the imperial capital's great houses discussed the matter, not a whisper of information about the second prince leaked onto the networks. Consequently, the imperial capital's noble houses could only engage in quiet speculation, while only the most well-connected families beyond the planet learned bits and pieces of the truth. After the second prince's return, his relationship with the crown prince underwent a complete transformation. Though he still displayed occasional minor rebellions, anyone with eyes could see that the brotherly bond between them was utterly different from before. Most people capable of maintaining their position on the imperial capital weren't complete muppets. They immediately suspected the second prince's dramatic change was absolutely connected to the crown prince. Previous whispered rumors about the crown prince being ruthlessly cruel to his siblings vanished without a trace. Honestly, if being locked up by the crown prince resulted in rapid cultivation advancement, the royal palace would have been absolutely mobbed by eager volunteers queuing up to register. Neither King Adam nor the crown prince wanted the second prince stealing the spotlight, and the newly empowered second prince had become considerably more level-headed. Therefore, during the Xuangu First Military Academy recruitment assessments, the second prince deliberately scored just enough to qualify, with the vast majority of candidates remaining completely unaware of his participation. This allowed Valorian Sterling to maintain his reputation as the Gus Empire's foremost young genius during the assessments, unlike poor Minerva Aurelius, who'd been utterly crushed by Seraphina's sudden emergence and subjected to endless media speculation. However, shortly after the second prince's return, Valorian learned of his transformation, making his first young genius title feel more like mockery than praise. Behind the scenes, he experienced the same frustration as Minerva Aurelius when suddenly overshadowed by a dark horse. During that period, the forum praise directed at him became a form of torture rather than celebration. Still, regardless of circumstances, their mother's connection made Valorian Sterling and Helix adamant natural allies. Conversely, Dean Akeson found himself in somewhat natural opposition to Helix adamant. Dean's mother and the former empress were cousins from the Sterling house, making Dean and the crown prince, son of the former empress, cousins who naturally aligned with the crown prince's faction. Of course, Valorian was also the crown prince's cousin, standing at the back with the others, offering respectful bows to the second prince. Seraphina found herself mentally cataloguing everyone's relationships. Bloody hell, the aristocratic circles are absolutely crawling with cousins everywhere you look. Regarding the second prince's sudden appearance as an early 5th tier warrior, Valorian Sterling, Minerva Aurelius, and the other imperial capital natives showed no surprise whatsoever. Their well-informed networks had obviously briefed them on this development ages ago. Since Seraphina had encountered the second prince during the assessment challenge matches, seeing him again naturally didn't shock her, but observing the other non-imperial capital freshmen, including Gao Heidao, None displayed the slightest surprise upon meeting the second prince. Instead, they adjusted their postures to present their most impressive bearing. Truly, every single one of these elite future leaders was anything but simple. By comparison, Serafina felt like a complete innocent abroad. If Instructor Lai hadn't specifically wanted to evaluate her, she'd never have learned about the second prince's situation in advance. Initially, when special training had begun on the island, Serafina had wondered whether the second prince might join them. Later, when he failed to appear among the trainees, she'd speculated about Xuangu First Military Academy's arrangements for him. Chapter 73. First time in a mecha, the second prince had muscled his way into the Xuangu First Military Academy recruitment assessments halfway through, which meant he'd missed the written exams entirely. Still, his practical combat scores were absolutely brilliant, high enough to land him somewhere around the 3,000 mark on the rankings. But here's the thing. With his early 5th-tier warrior cultivation, the second prince wasn't just the strongest among this year's freshmen. He was the most powerful student in the entire bloody academy. If his academic scores had been up to scratch, he could have graduated on the spot without breaking a sweat. So for the second prince, those rankings meant bugger all when it came to representing his actual abilities. His position at Xuangu First Military Academy was definitely going to be different from every other freshman's. Nobody had expected the second prince to start from year 1 like the rest of them, let alone join their special training squad for future exercises. Though this training program was nominally for the top 10 freshmen, the second prince's midstream entry didn't strike anyone as illegitimate or out of place. Serafina reckoned the second prince hadn't bothered with the previous physical conditioning, because that sort of extreme endurance training was beneath His Royal Highness's notice. But the upcoming mecha training demanded teamwork and coordination. No matter how brilliant the second prince might be, he couldn't exactly fly solo. That's why he'd turned up here. As Serafina mulled this over, she watched Helix Adamant snap off a crisp military salute to Instructor Dursley, his voice ringing out with authority. Helix Adamant reporting for duty, sir. Instructor Dursley nodded curtly and barked his command, "Fall in immediately." The mecha training hall occupied the warship's second level, a cavernous space stretching nearly 20 meters high, where 20 training mechas stood like mechanical sentinels. Though Serafina had encountered every conceivable mecha model in the Skynet since her rebirth, she'd never actually touched a real one in the flesh. Seeing these genuine war machines filled her with an almost overwhelming sense of longing and anticipation. 2 officers occupied the training hall, Lieutenant Commander Zhang and an unfamiliar 5th-tier warrior who carried himself with military precision. Instructor Dursley gave them only the most basic overview of the day's mecha operations before dismissing the formation with characteristic efficiency. Warriors select sensory control mechas, psychics choose psychic control mechas. Naturally, Serafina and Minerva Aurelius, the 2 psychics, found themselves under Lieutenant Commander Xiang's supervision once again. "Have either of you piloted mechas before?" Lieutenant Commander Xiang inquired, her gaze moving between the 2 young women. "Ma'am, yes, 3 times. Minerva Aurelius replied with crisp military bearing. "Ma'am, no," Serafina answered honestly. "Miss Serafina, once you're in the mecha, read through the operational manual thoroughly before following the procedures outlined within." Lieutenant Commander Xiang instructed, her tone carrying the weight of experience. "Yes, ma'am," Serafina delivered a sharp salute. "Miss Aurelius, every mecha has its unique characteristics. You should also review the specific operational guidelines before beginning training." Lieutenant Commander Xiang nodded approvingly. "There are 3 psychic mechas here. Choose whichever suits you." Under Lieutenant Commander Xiang's guidance, Serafina entered the mecha's control chamber and settled into the pilot's seat. She spent a full 3 minutes memorizing the extensive operational manual, her enhanced mental capabilities allowing her to absorb every detail with photographic precision. Following the manual's instructions, she donned the psychic control helmet and activated the mecha. Suddenly, she found herself in the most extraordinary state, as if she and the mechanical giant had somehow merged into a single entity. Serafina attempted to raise her right hand, and the mecha's right arm lifted in near-perfect synchronization. When her mental movement stopped, the mecha's arm ceased its motion as well. Throughout this process, Serafina felt a distinct resistance, a drag that made the mecha's arm movements slower than her mental commands, preventing perfect harmony between her psychic actions and the machine's responses. Serafina recalled her theoretical knowledge. This was the synchronization lag that all human mecha pilots had to overcome initially. Though the delay lasted only a tenth of a second, failing to master it could prove fatal during intense combat situations. She practiced various arm movements repeatedly, gradually adapting to the mecha's inherent resistance and the temporal delays caused by psychic signal transmission through the control systems. Serafina knew this couldn't be rushed. It was an absolutely crucial first step, so she patiently worked through fundamental movements with the methodical precision of someone building a foundation. Her teammates, however, were clearly not the same sort of country bumpkin she was. After running through basic movement sequences, they were already moving about freely, walking, racing, even engaging in playful sparring matches. Every single one of them moved with fluid grace that spoke of extensive prior experience. This made Serafina's mecha appear utterly clumsy by comparison. She moved with painstaking care, cautiously flexing each limb, and nearly toppled over during her first walking attempt. Aren't you a third-tier mecha engineer? How can you barely control a first-tier mecha? Dean Aikeson's surprised voice crackled through the team communication channel. Serafina replied without a trace of shame. I'm a poor girl who specialized in mecha engineering. Is it really that strange I've never piloted a real mecha? This is exactly how it should be. What's so bloody funny about it? But Miss Serafina, you're already a third-tier engineer. Why didn't you apply for the mecha engineering division? With your level of expertise, you could easily have become the top freshman there. I heard this year's engineering division valedictorian is only a second-tier engineer. Scarlett Shadowmere said with apparent amazement. Serafina sensed something off about Scarlett's comment. She didn't believe for a second that Scarlett was completely ignorant of her circumstances. Dean Aikeson knew this story better than anyone. He recounted Serafina's original application to the Mecha Engineering Division and her embarrassing forced transfer to the Combat Division during the map assessment, giving everyone a proper laugh at her expense. The second prince, who'd remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with unmistakable arrogance. She was simply too stupid to realize. The military issued notifications 3 months ago that any candidate with D-grade cultivation potential or higher would be automatically enrolled in the combat division. Her 3E psychic potential makes her a once-in-3 centuries genius across the entire Gumara star system. How could the Empire possibly waste such talent in the engineering division? She and the second prince were complete strangers. Why had he started taking shots at her the moment he appeared? Earlier, when Serafina had sensed hostility from him, she'd managed to deflect his comments while everyone was busy offering respectful greetings. But now the second prince was attacking her directly, and if she backed down, the others would definitely notice something was amiss. After considering her options, Serafina decided that backing down would be too humiliating and completely out of character. She fired back. Can't blame us third-rate planets for being so backward that even the Central Star Military Command can't be bothered sending us proper information. What choice do we have except to grin and bear it? Her tone was light and casual, but the underlying message delivered a blatant mockery of the Gus Empire's class inequality. While Valorian Sterling and Dean Aikeson barely registered the comment's implications, it struck the second prince differently. After all, this rigid hierarchy had been deliberately created by the royal family itself. Serafina had expected the second prince to explode with rage and throw his royal weight around. Instead, he completely surprised her by swallowing his anger, refusing to retaliate, and simply ordering everyone to stop wasting time and focus on training. Through the mecha systems, Serafina couldn't see the second prince's expression clearly, but she detected no surge of fury from his direction. This unexpected restraint made her heart clench with unease. Chapter 74. Suspecting Rebirth, the second prince's reaction was precisely what Serafina had been dreading most. As the old saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Though the second prince's words sounded harsh on the surface, Serafina couldn't shake the feeling that his comments were some sort of test, a verbal probe designed to gauge her reactions. When you really thought about it, a second prince who could grasp battle intent at 16 was definitely no longer the pampered wastrel from the novel she remembered. This sort of person would only be more dangerous, and the fact that he hadn't lost his temper after her direct mockery. Christ, that set off every alarm bell in her head. A cold certainty crystallized in her mind. She absolutely had to keep her distance from this second prince. The young man standing before her bore no resemblance to the chronic case of teenage rebellion that everyone had described. He was worlds apart from his fictional counterpart, like comparing a house cat to a bloody tiger. Serafina's suspicions deepened like shadows at dusk. Ever since encountering the second prince on the Skynet, she'd harbored growing doubts about whether he might be a reborn soul like Kang Jingdan. Now, seeing him in the flesh, witnessing his reactions and sensing his probing questions, her suspicions had hardened into near certainty. But given Serafina's social standing and circumstances, having never known the second prince before and lacking any channels for investigation, she had no way to identify the telltale signs that might confirm her theory. Worse still, judging by current developments, the second prince seemed to be harboring suspicions about her. After all, her transformation had been rather dramatic, Serafina couldn't help but congratulate herself once again on her foresight. Since arriving on the imperial capital planet, she deliberately crafted an explanation for her dramatic changes, even going so far as to embarrass herself in front of these elite youngsters by revealing how she'd been duped into using second-generation genetic enhancement serum, even if the second prince was a reborn soul who'd noticed her as an unexpected variable from his previous life. As long as she remained careful and didn't slip up, his investigations would ultimately attribute her changes to that incident. Still, she needed to be bloody cautious about everything. Serafina worried about accidentally giving herself away, so she tried to imagine how the real Serafina would have reacted to the second prince's provocative words. As a spirited young person, only someone naturally timid would swallow such an insult, and based on her behavior over the past month and a half, she clearly wasn't the type to back down from a fight. So Serafina had followed her instincts and delivered a small counterattack against the second prince. True to form, he hadn't grown angry at her retort, but had instead shifted the conversation elsewhere. Though the second prince's reaction wasn't what Serafina had hoped for, it confirmed that her response had been appropriate. He didn't seem to be paying her excessive attention afterwards, but Serafina couldn't relax just yet. The second prince training alongside them meant he'd likely end up in the first-year elite class, making them classmates for the next several years. Just thinking about it made her feel absolutely knackered. Still, deep in her heart, as long as it didn't endanger her personally, Serafina rather hoped the second prince was a reborn soul. Given his position and influence, he could change many things, especially considering his reportedly excellent relationship with the Crown Prince now. In the novel, the Crown Prince had managed a desperate comeback, even when surrounded by enemies on all sides, carving out humanity's survival path. With the second prince's prophetic knowledge from rebirth, the Crown Prince would surely perform even better. However, Serafina was absolutely determined that, unless her cover was completely blown and she faced no other choice, she'd never reveal her own rebirth secret. Her knowledge consisted only of superficial plot points from the novel, utterly useless for the bigger picture. Her goal was simple: attend military academy here, then return to Topaz Star after graduation. She had no intention of forming deep friendships with anyone from the Imperial capital planet. As an early 5th-tier psychic piloting a 1st-tier psychic mecha, though she'd initially been clumsy enough to draw laughter, Serafina quickly wiped the smirks off everyone's faces. Less than 10 minutes after entering the mecha, Serafina had already mastered its balance perfectly. However, to hide her true abilities, she spent an additional 10 minutes on basic movements before allowing her natural grace to show through. Once she felt she'd properly demonstrated the correct learning curve for a 5th-tier psychic mecha pilot, Serafina stopped pretending and began seriously practicing advanced maneuvers. Learning opportunities were precious. Nothing was more important than strengthening her own abilities. Constantly showing off would only harm her in the long run. Lost in her studies, Serafina remained unaware that to the others hidden within their mechas, her learning ability could only be described as absolutely monstrous. Among the 11 trainees, only Serafina had never piloted a mecha before. Even those without family wealth had trained at mecha centers, and even Gao Heidao had piloted 4th-tier mechas multiple times. Therefore, the relatively experienced group quickly noticed Serafina's astounding progress. In just half a day, she'd achieved what typically took them 5 or 6 days of training. These were youngsters who'd always been recognized as geniuses by everyone around them, whose abilities had consistently left their peers in the dust. Moreover, Serafina's cultivation potential wasn't innate, but had been artificially enhanced with genetic serum just 6 months ago. But enhanced cultivation potential didn't automatically improve comprehension abilities, which meant Serafina's learning capacity was naturally monstrous. The assembled geniuses felt a fresh wave of pressure from Serafina's performance. This was what a real genius looked like. Because of her previous educational limitations, they couldn't even estimate the upper bounds of her learning ability. From their limited perspective, they could already gauge her growth rate from her current performance. Apart from the second prince who might keep pace with her, none of them could come close. But they were all young people who considered themselves far from mediocre, so nobody was willing to admit defeat. Everyone gritted their teeth and trained like their lives depended on it. Apart from sleeping hours, they spent every moment either cultivating or training. Diligent children always earned affection, especially naturally gifted ones who could settle down for serious training. Their dedication caught the admiring attention of every soldier aboard the warship, filling the veterans' hearts with joy. Consequently, whenever opportunities arose, those soldiers would privately teach the freshmen practical mecha combat techniques, skills that mecha pilots had developed through real battlefield experience. Even the ship's captain privately remarked to Instructor Dursley, These 11 freshmen are all extraordinary individuals. The top few are the most outstanding youngsters I've ever encountered. Their future achievements will definitely surpass both of ours. Dursley, having students like these makes everything worthwhile. Though Instructor Dursley didn't respond verbally, a smile crept across his perpetually stern face. Of course, this didn't make him go easy on them. Quite the opposite. He became even more demanding with the freshmen, working them until they were crying for their mummies. If the initial extreme physical conditioning had made everyone feel like time was crawling, the mecha training that followed had them completely addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Though the work was grueling, the youngsters found immense joy in piloting their mechas through basic drills and engaging in fundamental combat exercises. Every single day felt absolutely brilliant, so when they suddenly realized a full month had passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, they wished desperately that time could flow backwards. The group, utterly absorbed in their mecha obsession, suddenly noticed that the start of term had arrived. With tremendous reluctance, they had to pack their belongings and go their separate ways. Well, bollocks to that. The official term started in 5 days, so they'd all be seeing each other again soon enough. Chapter 75. At the academy gates, with Xuangu First Military Academy's term starting imminently, the freshmen's special training naturally had to wind down, giving them time to sort their academic kit and prepare for proper student life. Truth be told, the whole crew was feeling rather wistful about leaving. Mind you, nobody was going to miss that month and a half of hellish extreme physical conditioning. That could bugger right off, but this past month of proper mecha training, where they'd been able to pilot different models to their heart's content, rotating through various types like kids in a sweet shop, well, that had been absolutely addictive. They were all wondering if they'd ever get another chance to indulge like this, since apart from the military, where else would you find such a vast array of mecha models? The freshmen pestered Instructor Dursley with barely concealed desperation, asking whether they could return for training during future holidays. Instructor Dursley's response was characteristically blunt. This entire training program was the Crown Prince's personal arrangement. If you want to know about future opportunities, you'll need to ask His Royal Highness directly about any follow-up plans. The implication was so bloody obvious that every pair of eyes immediately swiveled toward the second prince like compass needles, finding magnetic north. Helix Adamant glanced at Instructor Dursley before responding with measured consideration. I'll make inquiries. Though this is a military vessel, once might be acceptable, but anything beyond that would be rather difficult to arrange. The freshmen departed with a sense of satisfaction, settling over them like warm honey. These 11 would be classmates from now on, and with the second prince among their number and the crown prince clearly invested in their development, they definitely have opportunities to get their hands on mechas in future. Everyone else had somewhere to go. Even Gao Heidao from that fourth-rate exile planet had arrangements sorted. Only poor Seraphina found herself without options, looking absolutely pitiful as Instructor Dursley vetoed her freedom to explore the city, citing safety concerns about a young woman wandering alone. He promptly bundled her into an aircar like a wayward parcel. Can't you just let me see a bit of the world? Seraphina pleaded with the sort of tragic expression that would have melted hearts in a Victorian melodrama. Your Uncle Lin specifically said this child needs close supervision, otherwise God knows what mad schemes she'll dream up, or what terrifying stunts she'll pull next. Instructor Dursley delivered Captain Lin's pointed message word for word, his tone suggesting he found the warning entirely reasonable. She wouldn't, but she couldn't bloody well explain that, could she? Captain Lin had only given her a gentle telling off about the original soul's reckless use of second-generation genetic enhancement serum, but apparently he'd filed that incident away in his mental records for future reference. Unable to convince her instructor, Seraphina found herself whisked directly to the gates of Xuangu First Military Academy. Since aircars couldn't park at the entrance, Instructor Dursley delivered a final lecture before unceremoniously dropping her from about 25 feet up. For a fourth-tier warrior, such a height was absolutely trivial. Child's play, really. 2 months of Instructor Dursley's brutal conditioning had beaten any tendency toward melancholy or self-pity right out of her system. Being tossed from an aircar by her own instructor left Seraphina completely unmoved, and she'd entirely forgotten the pathetic waif persona she'd been performing earlier in hopes of earning shopping privileges. Seraphina landed with feline grace, straightened her clothing, shouldered her rucksack properly, and strode toward Xuangu First Military Academy's imposing entrance. She wasn't actually a child after all. She understood perfectly well why Instructor Dursley wouldn't let her roam freely, partly due to Captain Lin's guardian instructions, but also genuine concern about a young woman wandering unfamiliar territory alone. She certainly wasn't going to be contrary and sneak off for unauthorized sightseeing. When Instructor Dursley had deposited Seraphina from the aircar, she'd already caught attention from the crowd gathered near the academy gates. Quite a few upperclassmen were stationed there to welcome new arrivals, and many were now watching her with obvious interest. Seraphina was undeniably a beautiful young woman, and in a military academy where blokes vastly outnumbered the ladies, any female would draw attention, let alone a proper stunner. At military academies, beautiful girls practically radiated their own gravitational field. Before leaving the training base, Seraphina had changed back into the civilian clothes she'd brought from Topaz Star, but her bearing and features were so striking that ordinary garments looked extraordinary on her, making observers unconsciously overlook the modest price point of her outfit. The second-generation genetic enhancement serum hadn't just boosted Seraphina's cultivation potential. Over these past months, it had systematically improved her physical condition as well. Seraphina's appearance had now reached the absolute peak of her natural potential, enhanced by the unique aura that came from her extraordinary experiences. Her figure had achieved near perfection, while the battle realm rated her charm at 85 points. In reality, she was definitely pushing 90, so when the assembled young men looked at this black-haired, dark-eyed girl, her beauty struck them as ethereally elegant rather than devastatingly gorgeous. Not the sort of face that would launch 1,000 ships, but possessing an indefinable quality that made it impossible to look away. Once you'd seen her, you wanted to keep looking. Though her clothing was simple, it faithfully showcased her perfect proportions. The hint of her slender waist visible beneath the fabric made the young men's hearts race, and they didn't dare stare too long for fear of making complete fools of themselves. Even her bare calves were so beautiful they were practically hypnotic, but since legs weren't considered improper to observe, the lads allowed themselves several proper looks. Only when they realized the girl was walking directly toward them did the young men snap out of their daze and remember where they were. The beautiful girl was clearly an early fourth-tier warrior. Judging by her age and civilian dress, everyone reckoned she was probably this year's freshman intake, though they couldn't guess which division she'd be joining. Several lads engaged in subtle competition, with a silver-haired student winning the race to approach Seraphina. He offered her a refined, genteel smile. "Are you here for registration, miss?" "That's right. Hello, I'm a freshman in the Mecha Combat Division," Seraphina replied with polite courtesy. A brown-haired lad's face lit up with delight as he pushed forward. "You're in Mecha Combat?" "Yes," Seraphina confirmed. "Brilliant. I'm also Mecha Combat Division, class of 958. The brown-haired student extended his hand with obvious excitement. As a 960 intake, Seraphina was meeting a senior 2 years ahead of her. She politely shook his offered hand. "Hello there. I'm also Mecha Combat, same year as him." A dark gold-haired lad muscled his way over, extending his own paw for a handshake. Seraphina had little choice but to oblige him as well. The silver-haired upperclassman who'd approached first was apparently from a different division, and found himself elbowed aside by these two Mecha Combat seniors. "Pleasure to meet you both." Since these were her direct academic seniors, Seraphina's initially polite smile warmed by several degrees. The brown-haired upperclassman ended up escorting Seraphina into the academy, navigating her smoothly to the freshman dormitories without needing to consult any maps. Along the way, he gave Seraphina a general overview of the academy's layout and facilities, while she inquired about the typical cultivation and training opportunities available to Mecha Combat students during holidays. "Our academy has the finest cultivation halls in the entire Gus Empire, absolutely essential for Mecha Combat students. Most of us spend every spare moment there when we're not in classes. The academy website has detailed information about everything, and once you collect your student card from the administrators, you'll be able to access the internal network and look up whatever you need. If anything's unclear, just send me a message. I'd be delighted to help sort you out." The brown-haired senior's enthusiastic explanation showed no surprise that such a delicate, lovely young woman's primary concern was cultivation matters. If anything, he seemed to find it perfectly natural. After all, they were all Mecha Combat Division students. Anyone who could reach 4th-tier warrior cultivation by age 15 had to be absolutely devoted to their training. There was simply no other way to achieve such levels. Chapter 76. White walls, blue windows. "Right then, miss, this is your ladies' dormitory. We don't have that many girls at the academy, so they don't even fill up one whole building. But the women's quarters are miles better than what us blokes get," the upperclassman explained, gesturing toward a striking building with pristine white walls and brilliant blue window frames that looked fresh as a spring morning. "Lads aren't allowed in the girls' dorms. Academy rules in knit. Can't escort you upstairs, I'm afraid," Let's exchange contact details though, yeah. If you need anything, just drop me a message. Don't be shy about it. Serafina found this regulation rather endearing, even in the interstellar age. Schools maintained the same old rule about keeping boys out of girls' dormitories. Did this mean that even in this advanced era, young men were still complete pigs who needed watching? Some things never bloody changed, did they? This upperclassman was her direct academic senior, after all. Though he was enthusiastic and clearly appreciated her company, there wasn't anything dodgy about his intentions. He simply enjoyed chatting with a pretty underclassman. The escort duty was just academy protocol, since they'd be attending the same institution, and she was completely new to the area. Having another friend could mean another source of information. Serafina didn't see any point in being coy about exchanging contact details. The upperclassman's face lit up like Christmas morning when she agreed. Brilliant. You've definitely got that combat division spirit. Straight to the point, no messing about. I'd better head in then. Cheers for all your help, Serafina said with polite courtesy. Right you are. Just find the accommodation supervisor when you get inside. She'll sort you out with all the paperwork. The upperclassman waved goodbye, still needing to return to the academy gates to continue his welcoming duties. Serafina entered the ground floor lobby and immediately spotted the accommodation supervisor, though calling such an attractive middle-aged woman a supervisor seemed rather harsh. Accommodation auntie would be far more appropriate. Serafina had been somewhat worried about potential roommate difficulties. In this era, doormates came from various planets across the galaxy, making relationships considerably more complex than anything she'd experienced back on Earth. But when she scanned her student number, the accommodation supervisor's face broke into an expression of genuine admiration as she delivered the brilliant news. Because Serafina ranked in the top 10 among Mecha Combat Division freshmen, she'd be entitled to her own private suite. This announcement filled Serafina with absolute delight, while the two girls queuing behind her turned practically green with envy, their eyes nearly burning holes through her back. Hang on, black hair, black eyes, and she's in the top 10 freshman rankings. Could this girl be that legendary genius psychic everyone's been talking about? Nah, can't be. This girl's clearly an early 4th tier warrior. The news said that Genius Lass was only 3rd tier. Well, she is a genius, isn't she? Couldn't she have advanced again in the past couple of months? But she's supposed to be a genius psychic, not a genius warrior. How could she progress that quickly? Walking out of the administrative office, Serafina caught the whispered speculation behind her and felt rather pleased that her early 4th tier warrior cultivation would help her maintain a low profile. Even that helpful upperclassman hadn't connected her with the legendary genius psychic girl from the stories. Serafina's accommodation was on the 3rd floor, no need to fight for lift space, with easy access up and down. The 50 square meter suite might have been compact, but it was absolutely perfect in every detail. Beyond the standard bedroom, living area and bathroom, it even included a fully equipped kitchenette that sent Serafina's spirits soaring. Christ, you have no idea. During those 20-odd days of training aboard the warship, she'd been forced to abandon even her morning feasts to avoid revealing her jade pendant space. Living on nothing but nutrition supplements and ready-made takeaway for so long had been absolutely revolting for someone who genuinely loved good food. Now, with her own little kitchen, she could have her robot butler prepare exquisite meals without fear of discovery. Sometimes the Academy's policy of not providing food actually worked in her favor. Since her rebirth, Serafina had added several favorite recipes to her robot butler's programming menu. She hadn't tasted those dishes in nearly a month, and the craving was driving her absolutely mad. She'd be living here for the next 3 or 4 years, so having such excellent private accommodation was an unexpected blessing. At the very least, she could freely access her spatial storage without worry. Since evening was drawing in, and she wasn't sure whether the administrative staff had finished for the day, Serafina decided to report to the academic office tomorrow to finalize her freshman status and collect her student card. She instructed her robot butler to tidy the kitchen and prepare a proper feast to comfort her absolutely starving stomach, then went to arrange her bedroom. The bedroom wasn't large, containing a metal-framed bed about 5 feet wide and a modest wardrobe. The entire space was spotlessly clean, and Serafina retrieved her familiar bedding from her spatial ring to make up the bed. She positioned her beloved holographic gaming pod beside the bed, which left precious little remaining space. Fortunately, with both her jade pendant space and spatial ring, she could store items that weren't needed regularly. After eating her fill, Serafina began exploring Xuangu First Military Academy's official website. Though she hadn't yet received her student card, the accommodation supervisor had provided the internal network address. When she tried entering her student number, she discovered she could log in successfully, though certain information remained blocked, requiring student card authentication to access. The available information primarily consisted of internal campus maps. With these guides, she could use her optical brain's positioning system to navigate anywhere without getting lost. Absolutely perfect for newcomers unfamiliar with the territory. Using this basic map, Serafina easily located the academic building where she needed to report, noting its direction relative to her dormitory. Tomorrow she wouldn't need to ask for directions or worry about getting lost. However, with so many restrictions on what she could view, she couldn't even access the student forums. There wasn't much worth exploring. Rather than waste time, Serafina logged out and entered her jade pendant space for cultivation practice. Meanwhile, Dean Aikson arrived home to find his mother, Huade Faye, rushing out to greet him with an enormous embrace, her voice soft with maternal affection. "Darling, you're back. Mummy's missed you so much these past months. You've been roughing it for over 2 months, and you've gotten so thin." Dean rolled his eyes with theatrical exasperation. "You say this every time I go away, but when I'm actually home, you complain I'm in your way." Huade Faye gave his shoulder a playful smack. "You cheeky thing, why do you always tell such uncomfortable truths?" After their affectionate reunion, the middle-aged man in crisp military uniform sitting in the lounge said with mild exasperation, "Could you two possibly continue this conversation inside? Standing in the doorway chatting like this is rather ridiculous, don't you think? Your father's getting jealous, love. Don't let that serious expression fool you. He specifically requested early leave today because he knew you were coming home." Huade Faye cheerfully exposed her husband's carefully concealed sentimentality. Captain Aikson was an extremely disciplined man, but in front of his son, his stern facade was constantly undermined by his wife's revelations. Consequently, Dean had never feared his father, and like his mother, frequently ignored the man's serious expressions. Dean also gave his father an enormous hug. "Been ages, Dad. Did you miss me terribly?" A smile flickered across Captain Aikson's features. "These past 2 months have been considerably more peaceful." If Serafina could have witnessed the warm welcome Dean received upon returning home, she'd have been filled with endless sentiment. Why was it that even in the interstellar age, when children returned from distant journeys, parents' first instinct was still to prepare them a magnificent feast? "Dean, you met that genius psychic girl, didn't you? What's she like? Is she as remarkable as the Skynet reports suggest? I heard you two get along quite well," Huade Faye asked with obvious curiosity. Chapter 77. Family conversations. When it came to discussing Serafina, Dean Aikson found himself struggling for words, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Mum, you have absolutely no idea. I've never encountered a girl quite like her. She's genuinely impossible to describe." Over 2 months of close quarters had completely shattered his initial impressions. At first, he'd pegged her as one of those delicate yet resilient young women, the sort who'd bend but never break. But now, Christ, calling her delicate was doing a proper disservice to the word itself. The maddening thing was that her appearance naturally suggested fragility, making it bloody difficult for anyone meeting her fresh to see through the contradiction between her looks and her true nature. "Oh, how do you mean?" Huade Faye's eyes flickered with sudden interest, that maternal radar that all mothers possessed pinging like sonar in dangerous waters. Dean didn't catch the subtle shift in his mother's expression, continuing with that same bewildered tone. "If she hadn't told us herself that she was some common girl from a third-rate planet, an orphan no less, I'd never have guessed her background was so bloody rough." "How exactly did she introduce herself?" Huade Faye raised an eyebrow with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. She said it with this completely matter-of-fact tone, even a touch of pride. "I'm a freshman from a third-rate rim world." Her delivery was exactly the same as when we'd say we're from the imperial capital, not a hint of the deference you'd expect from rim-world folk. These past months her behavior's been exactly the same. Not clingy, not distant, just perfectly composed. And I'm not just talking about how she treats us lot. Even with the second prince, she acts like we're all just classmates, nobody special. Dean had initially wondered where she'd gotten such confidence, but gradually he'd come to believe she'd earned every bit of it. This girl's no ordinary lass. That sort of mindset at her age. Her abilities match yours, I'd wager. Captain Aikson observed, his military bearing evident even in casual conversation. Her strength's definitely formidable, but what's most impressive is how absolutely fearless she is. Fearless in speech, fearless in action. Minerva Aurelius is the epitome of pride in our circle, but even she can't maintain that hauteur around Serafina. When Scarlet Shadowmere occasionally tries her sarcastic little digs, Serafina fires back without missing a beat, leaving Scarlet speechless every bloody time. Eventually, Scarlet stopped trying altogether. Though Dean found the whole dynamic rather complex, he couldn't deny his genuine admiration for the girl. "Are you rather fond of this young woman?" Huade Fei asked with a smile that would have made the Cheshire Cat proud, having spent considerable time with his mother over the years. That particular smile sent ice water coursing down Dean's spine. She'd made it crystal clear that he was absolutely forbidden from having girlfriends before reaching adulthood. Mum, look, have a look at these two, will you? Dean's eyes darted about like a cornered animal before he frantically activated his optical brain, projecting two holographic images side by side. When the projections materialized in the light display, both Captain Akeson and Huade Fei's faces registered unmistakable shock. Valorian Sterling and this girl share about 60% facial similarity. Moreover, she bears roughly 30% resemblance to Huade Yu and 50% to Lizzie Amber. Who is she? The Sterling family doesn't have any girls in Valorian's generation, do they? Captain Akeson directed his question toward his wife with military precision. That's Seraphina, but I asked Valorian privately. She has absolutely no connection to either the Sterling or Amber families. She's genuinely an orphan from a rim world. Absolutely extraordinary how two people with no blood relation can look so remarkably similar. Dean's voice carried genuine amazement, like someone witnessing a particularly impressive magic trick. Huade Fei studied the holographic images with intense concentration for several long moments before asking her son, "What's this girl's name?" "Seraphina. Sierra." Huade Fei's gaze grew distant, as if she were desperately trying to dredge up some half-buried memory from the depths of her mind. The Empire's vast enough that finding similar-looking people isn't particularly strange. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Besides, with their black hair and dark eyes, they already share natural similarities. A genius of her caliber. If she carried Sterling or Amber bloodline, they'd never have let her remain lost in the wilderness. She even resembles you somewhat, dear. I still remember when you attended the Advanced Academy, you had that same youthful. Captain Akeson's voice carried the warm nostalgia of cherished memories. Absolutely right, Mum. You and she do share some resemblance. If you stood together, anyone unfamiliar with the situation might assume you were sisters. Dean enthusiastically agreed with his father's assessment, while simultaneously delivering some well-placed maternal flattery. Being praised by both her husband and son sent Huade Fei's smile into positively saccharine territory as she playfully swatted Dean's shoulder. "You little charmer. It's not that I'm trying to force you away from anything, love, but you know as well as I do, if you can't survive what's coming, nothing else matters. I just want you to pour every ounce of effort into improving your cultivation. Don't let other distractions derail you. Higher strength means better survival odds." Huade Fei's expression grew melancholy as she tenderly stroked her son's hair. She could remain safely in the rear, but these two men couldn't, especially her son. When that terrible day arrived, Dean would likely still be a low-ranking junior officer, constantly at risk of battlefield deployment. The topic cast a heavy pall over the room. After several moments of uncomfortable silence, Dean deliberately lightened his tone. "Mum, it really is true that training alongside stronger people accelerates your progress. You can't imagine how absolutely monstrous the second prince is. Training with him somehow pushes you beyond your own limits without you even realizing. The second prince's transformation is genuinely remarkable. Who could have predicted such dramatic change?" Huade Fei's voice carried profound amazement. "The Crown Prince handled this entire affair with exceptional grace," Captain Akeson said with obvious approval. "At a time like this, his actions have actually won considerable popular support. Even the Amber family's behind-the-scenes maneuvering has diminished significantly, which greatly benefits the Crown Prince's military reforms. Though the Empress still refuses to accept reality." Huade Fei's eyes glinted with sardonic amusement. "The second prince treats me differently now, seems genuinely interested in friendship. Even his attitude when discussing cousin Cyrus has completely changed from before." Dean's observation carried the weight of someone who'd witnessed the transformation firsthand. Whether this change is genuine or calculated remains unclear, but the second prince has definitely transformed. Someone in his position becoming stronger can only benefit the Empire. Captain Akeson maintained his optimistic assessment. Even Huade Fei couldn't argue with that logic. Meanwhile, Valorian Sterling's homecoming bore no resemblance to Dean Akeson's warm reception. Only the butler who'd raised him from childhood was there to greet him. Both parents remained absent, though he'd long since grown accustomed to such solitude, and felt no particular disappointment, even when evening brought only his father Huade Yu home, with news that his mother had urgent military business requiring several more days' absence. Valorian felt no surprise whatsoever. According to established pattern, his mother would find time to return briefly, just before term started. His parents maintained their marriage through sheer stubborn determination, rather than affection. From his earliest memories, Lizzie Amber had shown neither warmth toward his father nor genuine affection for him. The house typically contained only father and son, a reality he'd long accepted. After sharing dinner, the two men naturally gravitated toward the study to discuss Valorian's training experiences over the past 2 months. Has Helix Adamant truly made such significant progress? Huade-Yu inquired with paternal concern. Yes, he genuinely possesses early 5th-tier warrior strength, considerably stronger than me. In his father's presence, Valorian no longer bothered concealing his sense of displacement. For the first 15 years of his life, he'd been universally praised as the most outstanding young genius among the imperial capital's elite aristocratic circles, while the second prince had epitomized the wastrel prince stereotype. But when the second prince reappeared after 2 years of mysterious absence, Valorian could no longer claim that most outstanding title with any confidence. Chapter 78. A touch of irritation. Father, I genuinely can't believe it. Cousin Helix has become a completely different person from who he used to be. I found a chance to ask him about it, and he was dead honest with me. At least 80% of what he's achieved today is down to Cousin Cyrus's handiwork. From what Helix told me, I could hear that his attitude toward Cousin Cyrus is nothing like it was before. He genuinely respects him now. Valorian's voice carried the weight of someone who'd witnessed a miraculous transformation firsthand. Huade-Yu nodded with the measured consideration of a seasoned politician. Given the current situation across the entire Gumara star system, the Empire simply can't afford internal strife. They are both your cousins, so if the two brothers have made peace, you won't need to choose sides anymore. Crown Prince Cyrus Voidstrider was the son of Valorian's paternal aunt, Huade-Kyan, the former empress who'd held that title with grace and dignity. Meanwhile, second Prince Helix Adamant was the son of Jenny Amber, the current empress and a cousin from the same Amber clan as Valorian's mother, Lizzie. When half-brothers shared the same father and a throne hung in the balance, brotherhood often became a luxury they couldn't afford. The Sterling family had always maintained unwavering support for the Crown Prince, largely due to the ongoing friction between the two princes. This left Valorian, who shared blood ties with the second prince, in a rather awkward position, like filling caught between 2 slices of bread, never quite fitting properly on either side. Nobody could have wanted the two princes to reconcile more desperately than Valorian himself, so the second prince's transformed attitude toward the Crown Prince filled him with more relief than anyone else could possibly understand. What about that genius girl? How did she strike you? Huade-Yu shifted the conversation with the casual precision of someone accustomed to steering discussions. This young woman's emergence had been absolutely dazzling, and she remained a civilian, one who hadn't yet aligned herself with any particular faction. Such unattached talent was precisely the sort that great houses love to recruit. She's genuinely formidable. Her cultivation and abilities exceed even the legendary accounts. Standing among us aristocratic offspring, her presence doesn't diminish one bit. Nothing about her suggests she's from a rim world. Minerva's been so overshadowed that her usual arrogance has practically evaporated. Though Valorian had maintained his characteristic stoic expression around Seraphina, that didn't mean he hadn't been observing her carefully. Hearing the melancholy threading through his son's voice, Huade-Yu looked up and gave Valorian's shoulder a reassuring pat. I've told you before, the world's vast and full of wonders, teeming with powerful individuals. Having people stronger than you is perfectly natural. Besides, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. You and Minerva have been hearing nothing but praise for so long that you've both grown rather too proud. Having someone like her ahead of you will only drive you to work harder. After absorbing his father's words, Valorian bowed his head in contemplation before responding with newfound understanding. You're absolutely right, father. Though being overshadowed doesn't feel particularly pleasant, having a target to chase has actually accelerated my progress. My combat techniques finally broke through that bottleneck just a few days ago. Growing stronger when faced with strength, that's an excellent mindset. You've only been stuck at that bottleneck for 6 months before breaking through, precisely because you had such a powerful figure spurring you forward. Otherwise, you might have struggled for a year or two without any progress. Huade-Yu's voice carried genuine approval, though his father's praise soothed most of Valorian's inner turmoil. And as an exemplary student deeply shaped by family education, he understood these principles even without guidance. Emotional wounds weren't so easily healed by logic alone. Apart from Minerva and himself, probably nobody could truly understand that particular brand of heartache. Being proud for over a decade, only to suddenly find yourself overshadowed at the most crucial moment, no longer the most outstanding person in everyone's eyes. The bitterness and unwillingness cut deep. If he hadn't known that both Cousin Helix and Seraphina had nearly paid with their lives, emerging from death's door to achieve their current excellence, rather than being born lucky, his and Minerva's psychological wounds might have festered even deeper. Honestly, his previous interactions with Minerva Aurelius had been purely dutiful, fulfilling responsibilities rather than genuine intimacy. But their shared frustrations, those unspoken grievances they couldn't voice to others, had led to increasingly frequent communications between them. Without either quite realizing it, they'd grown considerably closer. I hear Dean's become quite friendly with her. Hueyu's fingers drummed lightly against the desk surface, a subtle rhythm that spoke of careful consideration. Right from the assessment start, when the Skynet forcibly dumped her into the Mecha Combat Division's testing grounds, Dean was the first candidate she encountered. He helped her out, and they ended up forming a team together. So among our group of 10, Seraphina's closest to him though. Valorian hesitated, his brow furrowing with uncertainty. I always get the impression that beneath her smiles lies this indefinable coldness. Even when she's with Dean Aikson, though it's somewhat warmer, that distance still exists. I find her attitude rather strange. Hueyu continued his light desk tapping, the rhythm accelerating slightly, an unconscious habit that emerged when irritation began creeping in. Valorian mentally rewound their conversation, searching for whatever content might have triggered his father's obvious agitation. Nothing in tonight's discussion seemed particularly inflammatory. Do you think this girl harbors any ambitions to climb the social ladder through Dean? Any thoughts of marrying into wealth and power? Hueyu's question carried the weight of someone who'd seen such schemes countless times. Absolutely none. Both Minerva and I are certain that Seraphina has zero interest in using Dean for advancement. Father, you don't understand. She treats Dean reasonably well, just maintains a small distance. Her attitude toward the second prince is even more aloof. She consistently keeps her distance, speaks with perfect courtesy, maintains impeccable politeness, and even her smiles are standardized, practically identical every time. But the moment the second prince says something she finds disagreeable, she fires back with subtle but cutting responses. The second prince has complained to me privately several times, saying he's never encountered such an arrogant commoner. If she weren't destined to be a future comrade in arms, he'd definitely teach her a lesson. Hueyu's desk tapping stopped abruptly. After a moment of contemplative silence, he asked, "Do you have any photographs of her?" The Skynet maintained extremely strict controls over private photographs and images. Without proper clearance, you'd only see rather blurred pictures unless you specifically sent someone to take them. Seraphina's Skynet images were no exception. Apart from her hair and eye color, facial features remained frustratingly indistinct. Valorian activated his optical brain, pulling up the group photograph they'd taken on their final training day as a memento. Being a private image, it was crystal clear, though uploading it to the Skynet would automatically blur the details. When Hueyu saw the black-haired, dark-eyed girl with her ethereally elegant features, his pupils dilated slightly with recognition. Since Valorian was also viewing the photograph, he missed his father's momentary change of expression, continuing with obvious frustration. Everyone says this, Seraphina, and I share about 40 to 50% similarity. People who don't know us would probably assume we're siblings. Resembling a girl so closely felt genuinely bizarre. During childhood, Valorian had endured frequent teasing for looking rather feminine, and he'd been relieved when he finally outgrew those comparisons. But Seraphina's appearance had reminded Dean of this old joke, leading to several instances of him mockingly calling Valorian beautiful as a flower, and similar nonsense, absolutely infuriating. Hueyu didn't respond immediately, studying the photograph in contemplative silence before finally observing, "This girl appears intelligent and dignified, stable and self-possessed. Barlocks, father, you have no idea what she's actually done. Do you think there's some innocent reason she had no reputation before suddenly bursting onto the scene?" Hearing his father's assessment, Valorian actually used one of the crude expressions he picked up during training. While Valorian might not have objections to Seraphina's other qualities, he absolutely refused to accept any description of her as stable and self-possessed. Chapter 79. Tangled complications when Seraphina, that genius psychic, had burst onto the scene during Xuangu First Military Academy's recruitment assessments. She'd caught the attention of countless great houses across the imperial capital, like a bloody firework exploding in the night sky. For these aristocratic families, grassroots-born geniuses were prime recruitment targets, especially super talents like her. No price was too steep to pay for such potential, so naturally the Sterling House had commissioned their own investigation into her background. Regarding her use of second-generation genetic enhancement serum, Captain Lin's intervention had ensured that all available intelligence remained purely speculative. No concrete evidence could be found to substantiate the claims. Given the absolutely terrifying fatality and disability rates associated with second-generation genetic enhancement serum, nobody believed a young girl could survive such brutal treatment. Even Valorian Sterling and his peers had dismissed the stories as nonsense, until Serafina herself had confirmed the truth with her own revelations, learning that Serafina's exceptional cultivation potential wasn't natural born, but rather the result of secretly using genetic enhancement serum, surviving against all odds to emerge stronger, had been quite the revelation. Complex emotions flickered through Huadyu's eyes like shadows dancing across water. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. That was incredibly reckless of her. Thank God she was lucky enough to survive. Absolutely mental, wasn't it? Apparently she's an orphan with nobody to supervise her, so she just went completely off the rails. According to her account, the pain was so excruciating, she collapsed completely in the gaming pod, unable to move. If she'd been able to get up, she might have topped herself to escape the agony. These intimate details had come courtesy of Minerva Aurelius's gossip sessions with Valorian. Huadyu lapsed into contemplative silence before asking, "How do the others treat her now?" Initially, everyone was rather lukewarm toward her, but after our first opportunity to communicate with the outside world, attitudes gradually warmed up. Everyone's keen to get on her good side now. Valorian could easily read the political calculations behind his peers' behavior. Another extended silence preceded Huadyu's next observation. With a genius of her caliber, it's wise to maintain good relations if possible. Having shared that training experience gives you a natural connection, no need to force closer ties. The Crown Prince will likely arrange for her to partner with the second prince at Xuangu. Since you've got Minerva, there's no point competing with the second prince for her allegiance. Though she treats the second prince and me with similar coolness, she's actually quite decent to Minerva. I'd say among all of us, she maintains the least distance with her. Poor Dean's plans to team up with her have gone right out the window though. He's absolutely gutted about it. Valorian's tone carried a note of sympathy for his cousin's disappointment. From Valorian's perspective, with the second prince as his cousin and Dean as another cousin, it didn't matter whether Serafina ended up in the second prince's sphere of influence or Dean Aikeson's camp. Either way, she'd be on their side. Actually, the second prince's sudden emergence had hit Dean harder than anyone else. According to Xuangu's traditional practices, the top 10 assessment candidates entered the elite class, then split into two squads led by the two highest-ranking freshmen. This year's elite class would have 11 members. Valorian, holding second place, could still captain one squad, but Dean, relegated to third, would have to settle for vice-captain. For people like them, who wouldn't want to be their own boss, when Helix Adamant returned to the royal palace, the rear quarters felt as cold and empty as a mausoleum. Only Empress Amber was present, and his reception was considerably worse than Valorian Sterling's homecoming. At least Valorian had an old butler to welcome him with genuine warmth and concern. The palace steward's polite greetings and standardized smile were indistinguishable from a bloody robot's programming. Watching the steward's mechanical expression, Helix couldn't help but think of a certain young woman's smile. How had an orphan from a rim world learned to deploy such artificial pleasantries? What sort of self-taught skill was that? His father, King Adam Roman XII, remained in the front palace's council chamber meeting with parliamentary representatives. Even his perpetually busy brother Cyrus Voidstrider had found time that morning to send a message, saying he'd return that evening for a proper reunion. Mother, Helix Adamant, went to pay his respects. Empress Amber was in her beauty salon having her nails done, her expression glacially indifferent as she completely ignored the son who just returned after a month's absence. "Weren't you absolutely determined to follow your brother's path? How generous of you to come back," Empress Amber said with arctic detachment, her gaze never leaving the manicurist working on her nails. "Training's finished," Helix replied, uncertain how to bridge the Cold War that had developed between them. Though he'd been a wastrel in the past, he'd actually been quite obedient to his mother then. Mother and son had formed a united front against his elder brother, and she'd been incredibly gentle with him in those days. But 2 years ago, his brother had suddenly changed his approach entirely, using the Gus Empire's only dose of 10th grade enhancement serum to boost Helix's cultivation potential, then forcibly confining him to drive-intensive training. Though he'd been furious at his brother's methods, ranting and raving about not wanting any of it, he wasn't actually stupid. His brother had invested the finest resources in him, forcing rapid growth because he harbored high expectations, hoping Helix could become something worthwhile. Though he'd continued voicing defiance, he'd stopped actively resisting his brother's arrangements and had actually worked harder than anyone imagined. Nobody knew that beneath his seemingly carefree wastrel exterior, his cultivation potential issues had been a source of deep shame. Only he understood how desperately he'd wanted to become someone like Valorian Sterling. So when that serum had begun remaking his body, the unexpected agony hadn't been unbearable, quite the opposite. In that excruciating pain, He'd felt overwhelming hope blooming like flowers in a desert. Finally, he'd become the person he'd always longed to be. But life still held plenty of complications. The conflict between his mother and brother had actually intensified. Because of this transformation, during his 2-year confinement, his mother had refused to believe his brother's good intentions, actively campaigning to rescue him, and committing numerous acts detrimental to the Empire's interests in the process. Even after his return with dramatically enhanced cultivation, surpassing even Valorian Sterling, who'd been dubbed the Imperial Capital's Golden Boy, his mother still wouldn't abandon her schemes against his brother. If anything, his transformation had made her more enthusiastic about plotting to seize the Crown Prince position for him. Previously, driven by inner imbalance and reluctance to defy his mother's wishes, young Helix Adamant had openly opposed his brother purely to cause him grief and frustration. But 2 years ago, when his brother had been critically wounded in an assassination attempt, seeing him lying pale and haggard in that hospital bed had crystallized everything. Regardless of their past conflicts, he didn't want to see his brother like that, didn't want him suffering such harm. Combined with his brother's subsequent change in attitude, which had enabled his current achievements, Helix Adamant absolutely refused to walk that old destructive path again. As his cultivation had improved, his perspective had naturally broadened as well. He could see more clearly than ever how exceptional his brother truly was, how much effort he'd poured into serving their nation. Beyond his brother's inherent excellence, being 25 years older meant he'd already established deep roots throughout the military hierarchy. If Helix followed his mother's urgings to compete with his brother, his chances of success were vanishingly small, and the result would only be chaos and wasted national resources. Simply considering his brother's protective love and his father's expectations, Helix Adamant had no desire to become an enemy to his family. If opportunities arose, he could compete honorably based on his own merits, but he wanted no part of conspiracies and schemes. Moreover, with crisis looming across the entire Gumara star system, any disruption that hindered his father and brother could have catastrophic consequences, potentially leading to the Empire's complete destruction. Chapter 80. Brothers united in heart. Once Helix Adamant's cultivation potential had soared to new heights, it was as if he'd been lifted to an entirely different vantage point, like climbing from the basement to the penthouse of his own existence. Standing at this elevated perspective, his worldview had expanded exponentially, revealing horizons he'd never imagined possible. The love and care expressed by his father and brother had gradually dissolved that corrosive resentment festering in his chest like poison, finally being drawn from a wound. He no longer harbored the bitter hatred he'd once felt toward his father's coldness toward his mother. That old fury had evaporated like morning mist under the sun's warmth. Deep down, he understood the score perfectly well. His mother had spent over a decade orchestrating schemes against his elder brother, and his father, unable to change her nature, had naturally grown emotionally distant from her. It was like watching someone repeatedly touch a hot stove and wondering why they kept getting burned. Under these circumstances, his father's trust in his mother had plummeted to rock bottom. To prevent her from stirring up more trouble, the king naturally kept the Empire's most sensitive secrets well away from her prying eyes and scheming mind. Moreover, since his mother was merely an ordinary third-tier warrior without any significant capabilities, his father had chosen not to burden her with knowledge of the impending Yunkai alien invasion, partly to spare her the terror of knowing what was coming. Truth be told, Helix Adamant himself had been kept in the dark about the alien threat initially. Given his previous abilities, telling him would have been utterly pointless, like explaining quantum physics to a toddler. Only after his brother had forced him to consume that top-tier enhancement serum, and he'd gradually cultivated his way upward, had the truth been revealed. It was then that he'd begun to comprehend the crushing weight of responsibility, pressing down on his father and brother's shoulders like Atlas bearing the world. But his mother, ignorant of these underlying factors, had grown increasingly angry and disappointed, as he'd stopped being the obedient son she remembered. Instead of supporting her schemes, he'd begun siding with his brother. After repeated failed attempts to sway him back to her cause, she'd grown cold and distant toward him as well, her maternal warmth freezing over like a lake in winter. Helix Adamant couldn't bear seeing his mother so miserable. He desperately wanted his parents to find some measure of harmony, hoped his mother would stop viewing his stepson brother as such a mortal enemy. More than anything, he longed for his family to achieve the sort of peaceful domesticity that ordinary families took for granted. But he couldn't persuade his mother to see reason. What disappointed him even more was his own certainty that even if he revealed the truth about the approaching alien invasion, given his mother's extremist mindset, she wouldn't retreat an inch from her position. Not unless the Amber family members backing her were, Dealt with permanently. Why are you standing there looking like you've lost your last quid? A deep, melodious voice spoke behind Helix Adamant, cutting through his brooding thoughts like a blade through silk. Helix turned to see his brother Cyrus Voidstrider approaching, having returned earlier than expected. Dressed in his crisp black military uniform, his brother cut an imposing figure, tall, commanding, and devastatingly handsome, yet the aura of noble authority radiating from him was so intense that most people couldn't meet his gaze directly, like staring into the sun itself. This was his brother, the Crown Prince, whom every citizen of the Gus Empire praised and revered. Helix Adamant steadied his thoughts, feeling a surge of gratitude. Having such a brother made him extraordinarily fortunate indeed. Big brother, didn't you say you wouldn't be free until evening? Helix asked with genuine surprise. The sun hadn't even begun its descent toward the horizon yet. The captain of the Royal Guard mentioned you seemed troubled. You've been standing in the courtyard for 2 hours straight. Fancy a chat? Cyrus Voidstrider's tone carried the warmth of genuine concern beneath its authoritative surface. Ever since learning about his father and brother's painstaking efforts on his behalf, though Helix still felt somewhat awkward and couldn't quite manage the easy familiarity of brothers in ordinary families, he no longer experienced that reflexive urge to rebel whenever they offered guidance or correction. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his brother, Helix had grown considerably, not just in cultivation but in physical stature as well. His height now nearly matched his brother's, and his frame had evolved from adolescent slenderness to young adult strength. Viewed from behind, despite their different hair colors, the brothers' silhouettes were remarkably similar. King Adam Roman XII had returned to the rear palace, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he observed his two sons standing together in apparent harmony. Satisfaction flickered through his eyes, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. He addressed the stone-faced empress beside him. Look at them, see how alike they are. What's wrong with them, getting along and supporting each other? Why must you insist on making them enemies? They are both your sons equally. Why must mine always be the one to step aside? He has ability now too. The empress replied with bitter resentment, her voice sharp as broken glass. King Adam frowned, feeling the familiar frustration of trying to communicate with someone who refused to listen. Well, if communication worked, we wouldn't have reached this bloody impasse in the first place. At least his younger son was finally developing his own judgment, no longer swayed by this woman and her family's machinations. King Adam had no desire to continue this futile conversation, and simply turned and walked away. The empress remained unmoved by her husband's departure. For years now they'd been like oil and water. Though they shared the same palace, days could pass without them crossing paths. She'd long since abandoned any hope for the husband, who'd always favored the crown prince. The empress's gaze fixed intently on the two figures in the garden, her eyes glittering with thoughts known only to herself. The next morning, Serafina emerged from her holographic gaming pod to find pale sunlight streaming through her window, dust motes dancing cheerfully in the golden beams. For a moment, she felt genuinely unsettled by such peaceful tranquility, like a soldier suddenly finding herself in a library after months of combat. Over the past 2 months, she'd grown accustomed to leaping out of bed each morning and racing about like she was on military maneuvers, arriving precisely on time for their hellish training sessions. Even yesterday, despite being told their special training was finished, they'd still completed their usual laps before dismissal. Now, with this sudden leisure and no demonic instructor breathing down her neck, she felt oddly uncomfortable all over, clearly suffering from post-traumatic stress after 2 months of systematic abuse. So after breakfast, Serafina headed to the Academy's athletics grounds for a run. As expected, anyone capable of gaining admission to Xuangu First Military Academy wasn't going to be a lazy sod. Though term hadn't officially started, the vast training grounds were already crawling with cadets engaged in various exercises. Serafina jogged along the broad track at a comfortable pace, surrounded by other runners maintaining similar rhythms. Their footfalls created an almost musical synchronization that spoke of military precision. Despite the crowd, everyone ran with serious focus. Apart from the steady drumbeat of feet against track, you could barely hear any conversation. It was like being part of some vast, silent machine. More cadets continuously arrived from outside the grounds, smoothly joining the existing groups with practiced efficiency. After 20-yard laps, Serafina felt properly knackered and stepped off the track to catch her breath, but those who'd arrived before her were barely winded. They continued their training without any sign of stopping, like bloody Energizer bunnies. Looking around, Serafina realized with some embarrassment that she probably had the lowest warrior cultivation level on the entire grounds. There weren't many girls exercising either, perhaps a dozen at most among the sea of male cadets. By now, daylight had fully arrived. Checking the time and confirming that office hours had begun, Serafina made her way toward the Mecha Division's freshman administration office. She pulled up her acceptance notification and provided her student number to the staff. "You're Serafina." The female instructor looked rather surprised as she studied Serafina's face, then broke into a warm smile. "Though you look rather delicate, you're quite lovely." Seeing this beautiful and elegant instructor regarding her with such appreciation, Serafina felt rather bashful. "You're the one who's truly beautiful, ma'am," Serafina replied with an embarrassed smile. "You're excellent, dear. Work hard and don't waste your natural gifts. I'll be teaching your elite classes artistic behavior and deportment course." The instructor handed over Serafina's student card as she spoke. After politely bidding farewell to the instructor, Serafina walked away with a head full of questions. Artistic behavior and deportment. What the bloody hell was that about? Why would military cadets need to study such things? She inserted her newly acquired student card into the optical brain on her wrist, and Xuangu First Military Academy's internal network immediately unlocked completely, revealing all its secrets like a treasure chest finally opened. Chapter 81. Internal network information. Yesterday, the Mecha Combat Division upperclassman who'd appeared at the academy gates to guide Serafina had given her some proper serious advice. At Xuangu First Military Academy, academic credits were absolutely crucial, more important than actual money, even. During her years here, she shouldn't let any opportunity to earn credits slip through her fingers. At Xuangu First Military Academy, apart from food purchases that required actual currency, everything else could be exchanged using academic credits. This was especially true for cultivation-related resources, which could only be purchased with credits, like access to Xuangu's state-of-the-art training facilities that left every other military academy in the dust. If cadets wanted to use the training halls for cultivation, or acquire weapons and medicinal supplements, they absolutely had to exchange credits for access. Yesterday, without her student card, most of the academy's internal network had been locked down. She couldn't access any of the information she'd wanted to see. Now that everything was unlocked, Serafina immediately went to check out the training facility details. Information about the training halls was prominently displayed right on the internal network's homepage. When Serafina clicked the link, an incredibly detailed introduction immediately popped up on her screen. After quickly scanning through these descriptions, Serafina understood why yesterday's upperclassmen had called it an essential destination for combat division students. These training facilities were absolutely the finest cultivation venues available. Put simply, if Xuangu First Military Academy Combat Division cadets couldn't train regularly in these halls, they'd fall miles behind their peers, who made frequent use of the facilities over the course of several years. Xuangu's training complex covered virtually every cultivation discipline that combat division students might need. You could say these halls had been built specifically with combat division requirements in mind. The training complex consisted of 5 major zones: Swimming Training Hall, Warrior Training Hall, Psychic Training Hall, Mecha Training Hall, and Holographic Simulation Training Hall. Each major zone contained even more detailed subcategories. These 5 training facilities occupied 3/5 of Xuangu First Military Academy's total campus area. Their sheer size alone demonstrated their importance. Just looking at the holographic display of those 5 massive, ultramodern buildings was enough to set anyone's blood racing with anticipation. Serafina could barely contain her eagerness to experience them firsthand. She was no longer the country bumpkin she'd been 2 months ago. During those evening training sessions on the island, she'd experienced the benefits of proper facility-based cultivation. However, unlike the island's free access, using these training halls would cost credits. If she wanted to train there, she'd need to have credits available. That upperclassman had mentioned that every freshman received an initial credit allocation when they first enrolled. Yesterday, since personal information had also been locked, Serafina hadn't known how many credits she possessed. When Serafina accessed her basic information, the first thing she saw was the credits column, and she was delighted to discover that even before term officially started, she already had 70 credits to her name. Serafina then looked at the second column, which showed her basic data assessment from the recruitment trials, followed by her statistics after completing special training. Comparing the 2 datasets, Serafina noticed considerable improvements in her numbers, particularly in physical conditioning, which had literally doubled. There was also the training evaluation that Instructor Dursley had given her yesterday, after completing 2.5 months of intensive preparation. All statistics were scored out of a maximum 100 points. Serafina's psychic-related data showed scores above 90 points across all training categories. Her warrior statistics were considerably lower, though. Her highest score in any training category was only 85 points, while her overall physical conditioning rating was a mere 75 points. Her worst performance was in swimming, which had earned her only 60 points. Though instructor Dursley had expressed dissatisfaction with these results, Serafina felt rather pleased with herself. During the Xuangu First Military Academy recruitment assessments, her physical conditioning had scored only 45 points. On the first day of special training, Instructor Dursley had bluntly told her she was nothing but an empty shell. After some consideration, Serafina couldn't determine whether her statistics were actually good or poor, so she sent Dean Aikson a message asking about his training scores. Dean replied within 10 seconds. Seeing that his physical conditioning scored 93 points made Serafina feel like a proper lemon, absolutely green with envy. Serafina recalled Dean Aikson's serious warning that Xuangu First Military Academy conducted multi-day field training exercises at the end of every month. When Serafina searched the internal network for previous year's field training forum discussions, she discovered that related information was locked away. She could only see comments like absolutely knackering and impossible to complete missions without good physical conditioning. Serafina suspected the academy deliberately restricted detailed field training information to prevent students from developing shortcuts or clever workarounds that would undermine the exercise's purpose. Field training was designed to improve cadets' comprehensive combat capabilities. Taking shortcuts would completely defeat that objective, so there was nothing for it but to focus on improving her physical conditioning as much as possible. If field training occurred monthly, that meant at least 7 or 8 exercises per year, likely covering every conceivable terrain type. Swimming would definitely be unavoidable, especially if combat scenarios took place over water. Those exercises would essentially be one long swimming marathon. With Serafina's current swimming speed and endurance, the results would be absolutely catastrophic. She'd either be eliminated halfway through, or become the weak link dragging down her entire team's performance. Serafina absolutely refused to become that sort of liability, so she decided to dedicate this month to seriously improving her swimming speed and technique. The academy maintained a dedicated swimming training hall, which demonstrated just how crucial swimming skills were considered. When Serafina checked the swimming training hall information, she discovered that 1 hour of training cost 1 credit, which came as a massive relief. With 70 credits already in her account before term even started, and training costing 1 credit per hour, she wouldn't need to worry about insufficient credits preventing her from accessing the facilities. After swimming training sessions that would likely exhaust most of her physical energy, she could transition to psychic cultivation. Serafina checked the psychic training hall details and found that credits there cost double the swimming facility rate, 2 credits per hour. After psychic training, her stamina should have recovered to about 70%, making it perfect timing for the final training venue, the gravity training chambers, where she could focus purely on combat arts cultivation. She could polish her martial techniques in the battle realm instead. When Serafina looked up the gravity training hall information, she discovered the credit consumption there was even more staggering, 3 credits per hour. According to her planned schedule, Serafina would need to spend at least 12 credits daily, which suddenly made her 70 credit balance seem rather modest. Still, you had to spend money to make money. Nothing was more important than improving cultivation levels. In a military academy where strength ruled supreme, power was absolutely everything. With that principle in mind, though Serafina still didn't know how to earn additional credits, she was confident that only by becoming stronger could she earn sufficient credits for her needs. After finalizing her training schedule for the coming days, Serafina headed back to her dormitory. Though the morning's 2-hour running session hadn't drained much of her stamina, she was absolutely starving. Rather than resort to nutrition supplements, she wanted to return to her quarters for proper food and to change into form-fitting, waterproof training gear. Chapter 82. Swimming training. Having prepared herself for a full day of training facility immersion, Serafina left her dormitory and checked the campus map on her optical brain, only to discover that the women's quarters were a bloody 2 kilometers away from the swimming training hall. Xuangu First Military Academy's campus size came as a proper shock to Serafina. Wasn't the imperial capital planet supposed to be so overcrowded that per capita living space was the smallest in the entire Gus Empire? As a military academy that hadn't even been established for 1,000 years, nowhere near the pedigree of those ancient, prestigious institutions, why did the campus sprawl across such vast territory? Was it simply because they had serious financial clout? Still, this academy had produced countless high-ranking military officers. Even the current King Adam Roman XII and the Crown Prince were alumni. Now the second prince had enrolled as well, and given his current cultivation potential, God only knew what heights he might reach. Serafina had read on the internal network that the academy provided campus aircars for student transport. After leaving the women's dormitory, she curiously followed the campus guide's instructions and raised her hand in a summoning gesture. An aircar immediately glided over from nearby and settled in front of her like an obedient pet. A single aircar ride cost 1 credit, and the 2-kilometer journey would only take her 7 or 8 minutes at a jog, child's play for someone of her current abilities. But as a country bumpkin, Serafina was rather curious about the campus transport system. She climbed aboard, thinking it was high time she stopped being such a provincial. You had to broaden your horizons somehow, perhaps because it was flying within campus grounds. The aircar maintained a leisurely pace that allowed her to take in the academy's scenery. Rather pleasant, actually. 5 minutes later, the aircar reached her destination. Only after disembarking did Serafina feel the financial sting. 1 credit could buy her an hour in the swimming training hall, but she'd just blown the same amount on a 5-minute ride. Absolutely mental waste of money. The swimming training hall occupied the outermost edge of Xuangu 1st Military Academy's training district. From a distance, Serafina could see the various training facilities, magnificent, spacious buildings that radiated impressive grandeur. The Mecha training hall was particularly striking, occupying nearly half the available space. That flame-red building designed to mimic Mecha architecture was enough to set anyone's blood racing just looking at it. Serafina had experienced Topaz Star's military headquarters training grounds, but those facilities weren't even in the same league as these. The island's modest setup was laughably small by comparison. Though term hadn't officially started, the entire training district buzzed with activity, streams of students heading into various halls, with the heaviest traffic flowing toward the Mecha facility. These were all upperclassmen in academy uniforms. The sensation of piloting mechas was absolutely intoxicating. Serafina couldn't resist checking the internal network for Mecha Training Hall information. The Mecha Training Hall operated on 2-hour training blocks. Each session cost 20 credits, and there were restrictions. Students could only enter once every 5 days for a single session. Supply and demand in knit. 20 bloody credits though. Serafina let out a long sigh. That was well beyond any ordinary freshman's budget. Christ, think about it. During their month of special training, Instructor Dursley had mandated over 8 hours of daily mecha piloting. At the time, she'd felt nothing but exhaustion and barely suppressed urges to curse the man's name. But now she realized how many credits they'd saved. Absolutely mental amounts. Thanks to that preterm training, their group of 11 had mecha skills that far exceeded their peers. What she needed now was steady, methodical progress, not dreams of flying before she could properly walk. Serafina cast one last longing glance at the mecha training hall before turning toward the swimming facility. The swimming training hall ranked among the smaller venues in the 5-facility complex, though that was purely relative. The space was still substantial, featuring 30 lanes each stretching a full 1,000 meters. Following the posted instructions, Serafina scanned her student card at the swimming hall's network terminal. Since she didn't understand the system yet, she initially set herself up for 1 hour of training time. After processing her student card, a middle-aged female instructor emerged from the training hall's control room, addressing Serafina with maternal warmth. Since you're a freshman who's never trained here before, let me explain the system. The swimming pool's gravity training will feel strange initially. We'll start you on the lowest setting. Once you've adapted and feel comfortable, send me a message and I'll increase the intensity level by level. These 3 devices attached to your chest and temples. I'll monitor your training progress remotely and provide a performance evaluation when you're finished. The instructor handed Serafina 2 flesh-colored and 1 white button-sized monitoring devices. The instructor's name badge read King Huasai, and Serafina had to bite her tongue to keep her expression neutral, though she knew perfectly well that in this world, Huasai referred to a beautiful and precious ornamental flowering tree. Adding the surname King triggered entirely different associations for someone with an earthborn soul. Thank you, Instructor King, Serafina said, forcing herself to completely forget the woman's name as she accepted the monitoring equipment with proper gratitude. Serafina first attached the 2 flesh-colored devices to her temples. Whatever technology they used, once applied they held firmly in place. She could barely feel their presence. As for the white chest monitor, Serafina couldn't bring herself to casually reach inside her clothing in front of everyone like other girls might. She turned away from the crowd, gently pulled her shirt open slightly, and carefully positioned the device. This monitor also adhered securely, though when Serafina experimentally tried to remove it, considerable force was required. The technology seemed rather fascinating, so she examined it more closely. Quite the curious student, aren't you? The staff member said with an affectionate smile. That's cutting-edge technology that helps us capture your most accurate training data. Off you go then, don't waste those credits. Instructor King assigned Seraphina a swimming lane that was both long and wide, designed for solo training. Seraphina obediently dove into the pool. As an early 4th-tier warrior, swimming had become remarkably easy for her, operating on a completely different level from her Earth-era abilities. A single forward thrust propelled her 6 or 7 meters, while each stroke covered 5 or 6 meters more. Even though swimming remained her weakest skill, completing the 1,000-meter length left her feeling no fatigue whatsoever. But when she turned to swim back, her body felt considerably heavier than before, lacking that previous sense of fluid freedom. Instructor King must have activated the lane's gravity system without checking the timer. Seraphina knew this lap had taken much longer, nearly double the time of her previous 1,000-meter swim. Though Seraphina was breathing somewhat harder, she didn't feel truly tired yet, so she turned and launched herself forward again. After this turn, however, her body felt even heavier, and she detected a subtle suction force from the pool bottom trying to drag her downward. She had to apply considerably more power to her swimming stroke to overcome this downward pull. By the time Seraphina reached the far end this time, her breathing had become noticeably labored, and her arms and legs carried a distinct sense of weight. Rather than immediately turning for another lap, Seraphina gripped the pool edge to catch her breath, waiting for her respiration to steady before attempting the return journey. As expected, the pool's gravity increased once more. This lap took Seraphina an extraordinarily long time to complete, leaving her not only gasping for air, but with trembling arms that felt like overcooked spaghetti. Chapter 83. Worth every penny. When Seraphina finally collapsed against the pool's edge, gasping like a landed fish, Instructor King was staring at her data readings with an expression of utter bewilderment. Just then, the swimming facilities director wandered into the monitoring room, and Instructor King voiced her confusion with obvious perplexity. Weren't we told this year's combat division freshmen were all absolutely brilliant? Even the weakest supposedly had early 4th-tier cultivation at intermediate level. So how have we got one here who's barely scraping early 4th-tier at basic level, and her stamina's absolutely shocking? Gravity's only at setting 3, and she's already struggling to stay afloat, heart rate spiking like mad. Previous trainees could at least manage setting 4 before showing this kind of distress. Hearing this assessment, the director felt equally puzzled and wandered over to examine the student's information. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like Christmas morning, and he quickly used his administrative privileges to pull up additional data on this particular freshman. The director's expression grew rather solemn as he spoke. This student's anything but ordinary. She's not primarily a warrior. Having such high warrior cultivation is already monstrous for someone in her position. She's a psychic, you see, early 5th tier at basic level. What? Instructor King's jaw practically hit the floor. Then comprehension dawned like sunrise breaking through storm clouds, and she remembered that female candidate from the recruitment assessments, the one whose achievements had been trumpeted across the entire Gus Empire until every citizen knew her story. She's that legendary genius psychic girl. Indeed, the director nodded with obvious satisfaction. From now on, when she trains here, you'll personally oversee her sessions. Her training results go directly to the headmaster, so make sure your data collection is absolutely meticulous. That's no problem at all. If Miss Seraphina's a psychic, then her physical conditioning is genuinely remarkable. Even among senior year psychics, none have achieved 4th-tier warrior status, and with 5th-tier psychic cultivation on top of that, Xuangu First Military Academy only has one other 5th-tier psychic, and he's a 4th-year mecha engineering student. Learning that Seraphina was the legendary genius girl completely transformed Instructor King's attitude. For instructors like herself, nothing was more delightful than witnessing a hardworking prodigy in action. Pay special attention to her safety. We absolutely cannot have any accidents on our watch, the director instructed with military precision. You're bloody lucky to encounter her and assist with her training. You'll probably earn considerable merit points from this assignment, so do your best work. Yes, sir. Instructor King responded with unwavering determination. Though her breathing had quickly stabilized, Seraphina rested for quite a while before her limbs stopped feeling like overcooked spaghetti. Finally, she pushed off from the wall and launched herself back into the water. This time, the pool's gravity settings remained unchanged. Seraphina reckoned Instructor King had assessed her data and concluded that her current physical condition couldn't handle any additional load. The judgment was spot on. She genuinely couldn't withstand greater gravitational pressure. After completing another lap, Seraphina felt she'd adapted to the current gravity and found her rhythm. This round consumed roughly half the energy of her previous effort. Triple gravity for someone floating in water was essentially equivalent to quadruple gravity on land. In other words, swimming 1,000 meters in this training pool equaled 4,000 meters under natural gravitational conditions. Seraphina's previous personal record had been 45,000 meters before complete exhaustion, a 4-hour marathon, but in this training facility, she could reach her absolute limits in just 1 hour. Bloody brilliant. The time savings were incredible. This swimming facility was absolutely magnificent. After 2 more laps, when Serafina reached the pool's edge, every bodily indicator showed she'd hit peak exhaustion levels. Instructor King assumed she'd be climbing out for a rest, but instead Serafina simply retrieved a medicinal vial, downed its contents, and spent 3 minutes regulating her breathing against the wall before turning to swim away again. This girl's got iron willpower, absolutely knackered but still gritting her teeth to continue. Instructor King felt simultaneously impressed and concerned, quickly messaging the poolside rescue personnel to keep special watch on the student in lane 1. She herself remained glued to Serafina's data readings, prepared to order an immediate rescue the moment any indicators hit dangerous levels. According to the data, Miss Serafina's physical readings suggested she should be completely spent by now. Most students would have climbed out for proper rest at this point. Continuing required extraordinary mental fortitude. No wonder people call this girl a monster. It's simply heaven rewarding diligence. Students who work this hard always progress fastest. Swimming in the water, Serafina remained blissfully unaware of Instructor King's admiration. She was genuinely exhausted now, holding onto one desperate breath and forcing herself forward stroke by stroke. The moment that breath failed, she'd be absolutely done for. Without those 2+ months of special training that had accustomed her to this sort of hellish extreme conditioning, Serafina would never have managed to persevere. She had no idea how she'd completed that final lap, only that she'd somehow reached the finish, though her hands were too weak to properly grip the handholds. The poolside rescue staff hauled her from the water and helped her settle into a chair beside the pool. Despite being utterly exhausted and barely able to speak, Serafina still managed polite thanks to the rescue personnel. Though the middle-aged rescuer didn't smile, his tone carried genuine warmth. No need for thanks, it's my job. If Miss Serafina maintains this training spirit, you'll definitely see tremendous progress. Instructor King emerged from the monitoring room carrying a large towel, which she draped around Serafina's shoulders. Though Serafina wore shorts and a short-sleeved swimming outfit, and the training facility maintained comfortable temperatures, the instructor's gesture filled her with internal warmth that had nothing to do with physical comfort. After sitting poolside for quite a while, Serafina finally recovered enough strength to enter the changing area for a hot shower and thorough drying. When she emerged from the washroom, Instructor King was waiting outside. Miss Serafina, your effort was truly exceptional. Here's your training data along with my analysis. Shall I send it to you now? After receiving the training information, Serafina asked, I've gone over my allotted time. I should pay additional credits. No need for that. As long as you're within 30 minutes, there's no problem. The academy isn't completely heartless. Requiring credits for training access is meant to encourage your efforts, not punish dedication. Instructor King smiled warmly. Miss Serafina, I'm a first-tier instructor here at the training facility. If you've no objections, I'd like to personally oversee all your future swimming sessions. This allows for systematic data tracking and targeted training intensity based on your specific readings. Just send me a message 3 minutes before arriving for future sessions. Serafina had read on the internal network that achieving first-tier instructor status required exceptional ability and significant contributions to the academy. Most importantly, she could sense that Instructor King genuinely liked her. She naturally welcomed such professional training assistance and exchanged contact details with the instructor. Serafina felt tremendous appreciation for this training methodology. Understanding why Xuangu First Military Academy could charge such steep fees, the value was absolutely worth every penny. During her rest periods, she'd observed other academy students training in the facility. Each had dedicated instructors collecting their data and designing personalized training programs. Under such comprehensive training support, students would find it difficult not to improve dramatically. If other training facilities operated similarly, the human and material resources required would be absolutely staggering. The expensive fees were completely justified. Chapter 84. Here for you. Serafina had already mapped out her training agenda for the day with military precision. First stop would be the swimming training hall, followed by the psychic training facility. So after emerging from the swimming complex, she set off with purposeful strides toward the neighboring psychic training hall. Though neighboring was a bit of a stretch, she had to hoof it nearly a kilometer before reaching her destination. Among the 5 major training facilities, the psychic hall was by far the most compact, while the warrior training complex ranked as the second largest after the mecha facility. This made perfect sense, really. Psychics were considerably outnumbered by warriors in the general population, and even fewer psychics managed to test into Xuangu First Military Academy. No point building a massive facility for such a select group. The psychic training hall bore no resemblance to the bright, airy swimming complex. Instead, it was divided into individual meditation chambers and psychic skill rooms, each designed with privacy as the paramount concern. Because Seraphina's arrival on the imperial capital had been so bloody sudden, Captain Lin and Instructor Fang had been caught completely off guard, leaving loads of crucial information unexplained. Consequently, Seraphina had initially been unaware that psychic skills were typically kept under wraps, hidden from prying eyes, and only revealed when absolutely necessary. It wasn't until their island training that she'd begun to suspect something, noticing how Minerva Aurelius never demonstrated her psychic techniques in front of others, and how Lieutenant Commander Xiang never arranged sparring matches between the two psychic students. Rather than quiz Minerva directly, Seraphina had waited until she could finally communicate with Captain Lin to get the full story. Under normal circumstances, low-tier psychics possessed relatively modest overall combat capabilities and could only deploy a handful of psychic techniques. This made concealing one's true abilities absolutely essential, saving them for critical moments when the element of surprise could prove decisive. Walking into the psychic training hall, Seraphina immediately noticed the stark contrast with the bustling swimming facility. This place was practically deserted, quiet as a bloody tomb. "First time training here, young lady." A kindly middle-aged instructor in military uniform approached with a warm smile. When an elder addressed her, Seraphina offered a respectful bow before responding. "I'm a freshman, sir. For first-time visitors, we need to conduct some assessments, check your psychic level and determine your mental energy inclinations. That way we can provide proper training guidance." Seraphina had grown accustomed to this routine ever since meeting Instructor Dursley. Every teacher and instructor at Xuangu First Military Academy seemed obsessed with collecting data. She accepted the process without complaint. Hiding her true capabilities at this point would be like shooting herself in the foot. She'd miss out on training opportunities perfectly suited to her abilities. She wasn't that daft. However, psychic assessments proved far more complex than warrior evaluations. Seraphina underwent 3 separate tests. The first measured her psychic potential and current level. The second analyzed her meditation cultivation data. And the third evaluated the damage output of her most proficient psychic techniques. Finally, the 3 assessment specialists compiled their findings. Miss Seraphina's psychic talent is absolutely exceptional. A 15-year-old early 5th-tier psychic, with 3 E-grade potential or higher. In Xuangu First Military Academy's 900-year history, only 3 such geniuses have emerged. "You're the 4th. The middle-aged instructor's voice carried genuine satisfaction. Faced with such lavish praise, Seraphina simply offered a modest smile with just a hint of bashfulness. She wasn't actually a teenage girl who'd get carried away by compliments. Besides, she reckoned that instructors with their level of experience would be least impressed by students who let praise go to their heads. However, talent doesn't guarantee achievement. Talent provides the foundation, but dedicated cultivation is the true path to success. With your natural gifts, Miss Seraphina, if you can maintain focused training, your future accomplishments will be extraordinary." Sure enough, the middle-aged instructor delivered the expected words of encouragement. "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Seraphina expressed genuine gratitude to this elder who was sincerely trying to educate her. "Colonel, Miss Seraphina's mental energy reserves are remarkably robust, and her psychic abilities lean heavily toward offensive applications." An even more senior instructor addressed the uniformed teacher, transmitting a data file. The revelation that this middle-aged instructor held the rank of colonel absolutely gobsmacked Seraphina. Bloody hell, Xuangu First Military Academy was impressive enough to have colonels moonlighting as training instructors. "Miss Seraphina, have you apprenticed yourself to any psychic master?" the colonel instructor asked after reviewing her comprehensive assessment data. "No, sir, I learned my meditation techniques and skills from the battle realm," Seraphina replied with complete honesty. The colonel nodded approvingly. The battle realm, developed under the Crown Prince's leadership, is extraordinarily practical. It can provide cultivation methods and combat techniques tailored to individual players' conditions, creating many success stories. "What you've learned suits you perfectly, actually better than what the academy could provide, so no modifications are necessary. However, because your training period has been relatively brief, your technique mastery is insufficient and your damage output too low. Focus your future cultivation on these areas, and I'll demonstrate proper methods." As he spoke, the colonel led Seraphina to Training Room 10, where he demonstrated the exquisite art of controlling willow leaf throwing knives through pure psychic force. Seraphina watched 5 blades slice through the air at tremendous speed, leaving long silver trails as they streaked toward their targets with such devastating force that they punched clean through. Quite simple, really. Don't bother with fancy tricks. Fast, accurate, and brutal will overwhelm any defense. The colonel's advice was refreshingly direct. The instructor explained the underlying techniques in detail. After a few attempts, Seraphina discovered that mastering these methods allowed her to control the throwing knives with far greater precision. With additional practice, she could definitely increase their damage output significantly. The instructor then had Seraphina demonstrate her self-created psychic whip technique. This whip method suits you perfectly. Excellent defensive capabilities, though the damage output is too modest. It's adequate against human opponents, but you'd be at a severe disadvantage facing high-tier alien beasts. Since this is your own creation, work on enhancing its destructive power through continued refinement. Your aptitude for swordplay doesn't match your whip mastery, so you'll need dedicated practice with blade techniques to achieve competency through repetition. The colonel meticulously analyzed Seraphina's strengths and weaknesses before outlining her optimal cultivation focus for the future. Seraphina had never received such professional guidance. Like a parched sponge, she absorbed every drop of knowledge, training tirelessly according to the instructor's directions without showing the slightest fatigue. Only when the instructor called for a rest break did she realize more than 2 hours had passed. "Thank you for your instruction, sir." Seraphina bowed deeply with heartfelt sincerity. "All my psychic skills are self-taught. Your guidance has been invaluable." As a grassroots cultivator, every single one of Seraphina's techniques had been self-developed. Without the battle realm, she wouldn't have known the first thing about psychic combat arts. She'd been fumbling about on her own until those 2 months at the Crown Prince's special training base, where Lieutenant Commander Xiang's basic guidance had already proved tremendously beneficial. But Lieutenant Commander Xiang wasn't a professional instructor, and perhaps because she was only a temporary teacher, her instruction had lacked real depth. This professional instructor's teaching operated on a completely different level. The colonel smiled and nodded. "My name is Lai Kixing. I'm a corps commander in the 1st Army. My presence here today isn't coincidental. I came specifically for you." Chapter 85. Taking you as my disciple. Hearing Colonel Lai Kixing's impressive self-introduction, followed by his blunt admission that he'd come here specifically to meet her, Seraphina's heart clenched like a fist, and her smile froze solid as yesterday's leftover curry. What had she done to deserve a bloody military commander personally seeking her out? This was so far beyond her understanding that alarm bells started clanging in her head like a fire station at rush hour. When you're carrying secrets, paranoia becomes your closest mate. Every little oddity sets you wondering if someone's onto you. "I'm a 7th-tier psychic master, and I've been searching for ages to find a worthy final disciple who could truly inherit everything I've learned. When I heard about your situation, the idea of taking on a student finally struck me. I've come today specifically to evaluate you." The big shot laid out his intentions with the subtlety of a brick through a window, but Seraphina wasn't moved by his words, nor was she getting starry-eyed about potentially latching onto such a powerful patron. She kept her composure and asked with careful precision, "What exactly are you suggesting, sir?" "I want to take you as my final disciple. Are you willing?" Lai Kixing's tone carried the gravity of someone making a life-altering proposition. This windfall was so massive it left Seraphina feeling like she'd been smacked upside the head with a cricket bat. She knew absolutely nothing about this powerful figure, and she hadn't a clue how seriously this era took master-student relationships, or what sort of obligations they entailed. Most crucially, she couldn't determine whether this big shot genuinely wanted to mentor her, or had some hidden agenda. Since his psychic cultivation far exceeded hers, she couldn't use her mental abilities to distinguish whether his apparent appreciation and fondness were genuine or expertly fabricated. But when someone of his stature made an offer, she had to respond quickly. No time for lengthy deliberation, so Seraphina said with obvious hesitation, "I'm still a minor. Can I make this decision independently, or should I discuss it with my guardian first?" If this was a genuine opportunity, Seraphina naturally didn't want to refuse it. But who knew if this might be some sort of trap? She couldn't make such a momentous decision on the spot. Her only option was to buy time. Hearing her response, Lai Kixing showed no displeasure. Instead, he nodded approvingly. "Even if you'd agreed immediately, I'd still need your guardian's consent before formally taking you as a disciple. Your cautious nature is commendable." Seraphina provided Lai Kixing with Captain Lin's communication details, and the colonel immediately placed the call. Since Lai Kixing's optical brain automatically activated communication shielding, Seraphina couldn't hear what he said to Captain Lin or observe his expressions during the conversation. About 10 minutes later, Lai Kixing clearly ended his call, and Captain Lin's message immediately reached Serafina. Serafina, Colonel Lai wants to take you as his disciple, and I've given my consent. He's currently the most powerful psychic in our Gus Empire. Having him as your master would be brilliant, but remember what I've told you about those absolute principles. You must never violate, no matter what circumstances you find yourself in. Never compromise on those standards. Remember, anyone who tries to make you break those principles doesn't truly have your best interests at heart. If someone tries to force you into such situations, contact me immediately. Captain Lin had emphasized those final sentences with particular intensity. As a gifted young woman far from her guardians, she'd likely encounter all sorts of situations without having a wise elder nearby for proper guidance. Captain Lin and Instructor Fang had painstakingly compiled 16 absolute principles, fundamental boundaries that Serafina must never cross under any circumstances. When Serafina had reviewed those 16 principles, she'd understood the depth of the couple's thoughtful concern. Even if a young girl couldn't distinguish right from wrong in complex relationships, following these guidelines would prevent her from straying down dangerous paths. Captain Lin bringing this up again now showed how deeply he worried about her welfare. He wanted her to find a good teacher, but feared she might follow the wrong person. Serafina's lips curved into a genuine smile, her mood lifting considerably. Captain Lin was viewing this situation from her perspective, rather than thinking about how he might benefit from her connection to Colonel Lai. Following Captain Lin's teachings, Serafina performed a formal bow to Lai Kixing. This disciple pays respects to her master. Lai Kixing helped her to her feet, saying with obvious pleasure, "My holiday ends the day after tomorrow. I'll teach you some fundamentals to practice over the next 2 days. When I next get leave, I'll host a proper apprenticeship banquet to introduce you to everyone." So he intended to make this public. What did such an approach signify? Serafina suppressed her questions, planning to contact Captain Lin that evening for clarification. After Serafina's formal bow, Lai Kixing had officially become her master. Previously, Lai Kixing's instruction had only covered psychic skill cultivation. He hadn't mentioned the most crucial element, psychic meditation techniques. Now that their relationship had changed, Lai Kixing required Serafina to demonstrate her meditation practice, which she obediently did. An hour later, when Serafina emerged from the meditation chamber, Lai Kixing pondered for several moments before asking, "You learned this meditation technique from the battle realm?" "Yes, master. Is there something wrong with it?" Serafina sensed deeper meaning behind her master's question. This is a heaven-grade mental cultivation method. It absolutely couldn't have been placed in the battle realm randomly. Someone deliberately arranged for you to learn it. With Lai Kixing's clearance level, he'd immediately spotted the anomaly. "Is there something problematic about this technique?" Serafina grew anxious. "No, nothing's wrong. It's too bloody good, that's what. This meditation method isn't something you can buy with money. Even the technique I practice isn't as advanced as yours. So, the person who deliberately gave me this method, they meant well." "Absolutely. Right then, as long as they meant well." Serafina breathed a sigh of relief. As for the identity of this anonymous benefactor, Lai Kixing didn't elaborate, though Serafina sensed he had suspicions. Truth was, she had her own theories. The battle realm was developed under the Crown Prince's supervision, and heaven-grade techniques were great house inheritances. This business definitely connected to the Crown Prince somehow. Having assessed Serafina's cultivation level, Lai Kixing personally sparred with her, teaching her how to properly utilize and control her psychic abilities. Previously, Serafina had only learned to use psychic power for weapon manipulation and attacks. Lai Kixing taught her to abandon physical weapons entirely, instead using psychic energy to create various weapon forms for combat. Mastering these skills required not only powerful mental strength, but also learning precise control techniques, many of which were Lai Kixing's original creations. These attack skills aren't just for regular combat. They are even more useful when piloting mechas. Though your cultivation level isn't low anymore, you still haven't learned to compress and condense your mental energy. Focus on developing that aspect first. Lai Kixing's guidance was methodical and comprehensive. With her teacher providing detailed correction, Serafina quickly grasped the fundamentals. Of course, achieving precision would require constant practice. This child's comprehension abilities were extraordinary. The more Lai Kixing taught, the more satisfied he became. "I've been searching for a suitable successor for ages, someone who could perfect and carry forward the techniques I've created. I never found the right candidate until now. You're the most outstanding and ideal inheritor I've ever encountered." Master and disciple remained in the training chamber for over 2 hours before finally emerging. If Lai Kixing's wife hadn't bombarded him with 18 consecutive calls, the enthusiastic instructor would have completely forgotten about the evening banquet he was supposed to attend with her. After instructing Serafina to return at the same time tomorrow, Lai Kixing hurried off to face his domestic obligations. Chapter 86. Information exposed. After Lai Kixing departed, Serafina, absolutely chuffed with her massive gains, continued her cultivation in the psychic training hall. If the supervising instructor hadn't banned her for reaching the daily 6-hour limit, she'd have been reluctant to leave at all. Having latched onto her master's golden coattails, Serafina hadn't spent a single credit in the psychic training hall today. If she hadn't been barred due to excessive mental energy consumption, she genuinely wouldn't have wanted to emerge from that brilliant sanctuary. Checking the time, Serafina saw it was only 4 in the afternoon. Psychic skill cultivation didn't drain much physical stamina, leaving her with plenty of energy for physical conditioning, so she decided to stick to her original plan and hailed an aircar to the Warrior Training Hall. The Warrior Training Hall was a bloody 5 kilometers from the psychic facility. Having saved 9 credits today, Serafina felt generous enough to splash out on quick transport rather than hoofing it across campus. The Warrior Training Hall's footprint was absolutely massive, easily 3 times larger than the psychic facility. Unlike the psychic hall's serene atmosphere, this place buzzed with activity, packed with students creating a proper lively atmosphere. The moment Serafina, a stunning young underclassman, stepped inside, she immediately attracted a pack of predatory stares. Though she harbored no ladylike sensibilities toward these lads, having over 100 pairs of eyes boring into her made her scalp prickle with discomfort. Christ, that's a lot of eyeballs. Fortunately, these veteran cadets were busy assessing her identity, rather than immediately swooping in with chat-up lines. When Serafina provided her student number, the supervising instructor immediately gave her special attention. Though Instructor Dursley wasn't present, other instructors collected all her data, messaged him for guidance, then designed targeted training protocols specifically for her. Practicing combat arts under 5 times normal gravity was absolutely exhilarating. After 70 minutes, Serafina began feeling her limbs growing so heavy she could barely lift them. But regardless of training type, persistence was absolutely crucial. Only through determined effort could you achieve rapid progress. During the final 10 minutes, Serafina could barely manage step-by-step movement through the gravity chamber. When the 2-hour session ended and gravity normalized, she collapsed onto the floor like a deflated balloon. A female instructor entered, asking with genuine concern, "Miss Serafina, are you injured? Do you need medical equipment?" "No, I'm just absolutely knackered," Serafina replied weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Let me help you to the chairs outside for a proper rest." Cheers. Within those brief moments of being helped to her feet, Serafina discovered her legs were no longer completely useless jelly. Sitting on the rest bench, passing cadets shot her burning glances, but nobody was tactless enough to disturb her recovery. During her 10-minute rest, she observed that every single student emerging from the gravity chambers required instructor assistance. Without exception, the Warrior Training Hall didn't just house numerous cadets, it was crawling with instructors and assistant staff as well. In just 10 minutes of sitting there, Serafina spotted 6 different instructors. These instructors were all 5th-tier warriors, while Instructor Dursley was 7th tier. Serafina reckoned that probably nobody at Xuangu First Military Academy possessed higher cultivation than Instructor Dursley. By the time Serafina emerged from the gravity training facility, darkness had completely enveloped the campus outside. Though she trained all day, the intensity still couldn't match their special training regimen. After 10 minutes rest, Serafina had recovered about a third of her stamina. Still feeling somewhat fatigued, and with evening study plans ahead, she didn't want to waste time sitting around. However, Serafina couldn't bear spending another credit on aircar transport back to her dormitory. With so many training facilities available for credit-based access, wasting credits on transport seemed absolutely criminal. Still, the 5-kilometer walk back to the dormitory was genuinely daunting. Naturally, a beautiful young woman walking alone across campus would inevitably attract male attention. "Fancy a lift, miss?" An upperclassman pulled his aircar alongside her. Serafina's excellent memory immediately recognized this as Mills, the senior who'd guided her yesterday. "Freshmen don't have many credits," she said, pointing at her optical brain with a helpless expression. "Hitchhiking doesn't cost credits," the senior chuckled. "We were just as skint back in our day. 20 initial credits weren't nearly enough for proper training." Serafina naturally wasn't stupid enough to blurt out something like, "Oh, you only got 20 initial credits. I started with 70. That would have been absolutely mental, since Mills was genuinely offering, and they weren't complete strangers. Serafina felt that refusing such a small favor would be rather rude. She climbed into the air corps. "You're quite dedicated. Starting training the moment you arrived at academy," Mills said approvingly. "Coming from a third-rate Rim world, I'd never even heard of training facilities like these. Not taking advantage would be absolutely wasteful. I'd never forgive myself." Serafina smiled. Only after sitting down did she realize how truly exhausted she was. Mills glanced at Serafina, noting that her expression remained perfectly calm when mentioning her third-rate planet origins. No hint of the inferiority complex you'd expect. Not feeling inferior about your Rim world background shows excellent character. Keep that attitude steady. Your year's freshman class has far too many big shots, the senior said admiringly. Big shots? Serafina asked. Who was he referring to? Absolutely. Though Xuangu hasn't released official information, any well-informed student knows the 960th intake includes a 5th-tier psychic and a 5th-tier warrior. Even the 957th graduating class doesn't have powerhouses like that. If they're not big shots, what are they? The senior sighed. Serafina's face went wooden. Today she'd latched onto one big shot's golden thigh, only to discover she'd apparently climbed onto the big shot throne herself. Why didn't she know she was so bloody capable? Both these big shots are incredibly low-key. Before Xuangu's recruitment assessments, hardly anyone knew about them. The 5th-tier warrior's understandable, apparently from an imperial capital great house, but that 5th-tier psychic was the real shocker. Word is she's not only from a Rim world but an orphan as well. How do you know that girl's from a Rim world? Aren't freshman details locked down? And there's no information about her on the Skynet either. Serafina felt a chill of dread. Had her personal information been exposed? Don't you watch the news? That genius girl's information was dug up a month ago. That third-rate planet called Topaz Star has become absolutely famous among Imperial citizens. Unfortunately, the genius girl left that planet after the assessments ended, so no media outlets can track her down. Imperial capital media have even posted private bounties. Anyone providing information about her can claim credit rewards, Mills said with obvious regret. If that girl's hiding so thoroughly, it obviously means she doesn't want publicity. Why are people still digging into her private life? Serafina felt genuinely angry. Pure curiosity in it. Everyone finds it hard to believe a Rim world could produce such a genius, so they want to investigate whether there's some hidden explanation. Without seeing her with their own eyes, people feel rather skeptical. Mills shrugged as he explained. Chapter 87. No title. What's wrong with being from a Rim world then? Are Rim world folk not proper humans anymore? What's so bloody strange about producing a genius? Serafina shot back, her voice sharp with indignation. Hearing Senior Mills speak about Rim worlds with that casual dismissive tone made Serafina's blood boil. In her heart, Topaz Star was her home in this world, the only real home she'd ever known. I'm not looking down on Rim world people, honest. It's just that anyone with proper ability usually doesn't stick around on the frontier. Take yourself, for instance. You've tested into Xuangu First Military Academy, so unless something extraordinary happens, you'll probably never go back to your birth planet, will you? That's why everyone's got this impression that only people with rubbish potential and no real talent end up staying on Rim worlds. Eddie Mills paused, noticing the girl's thunderous expression, and offered a good-natured smile. Though that girl's appearance has properly shattered everyone's assumptions about Rim worlds lacking genius, you've got to admit, Topaz Star having 2 girls test into Xuangu this year is more impressive than most second-tier planets manage. Topaz Star had indeed made quite the splash this year, considering nobody from there had managed to pass Xuangu's entrance requirements for over a decade. But when Serafina remembered that the other girl was Kang Jingdan, that absolute menace, her brief surge of pride deflated like a punctured balloon. Eddie Mills caught her shifting expression and said with obvious contrition, "Look, I didn't mean any offense earlier. I've got no prejudice against Rim world students. Quite the opposite, actually. I reckon most Rim world students who make it into Xuangu are more impressive than their peers from the central systems. Think about it, Rim worlds have fewer cultivation resources than the central star regions, and the techniques available are mostly Earth-grade at best. For youngsters to cultivate successfully enough to test into Xuangu under those conditions shows absolutely formidable ability." After a moment's consideration, Eddie Mills added, "Truth is, once they are at Xuangu, Rim world cadets who don't let their confidence crumble usually progress faster than central system students. With proper cultivation resources and targeted instructor guidance, their improvement is remarkable." This thoughtful explanation completely smoothed away Serafina's irritation. This Mills senior had proper emotional intelligence, and she found herself agreeing with every word. Serafina certainly didn't believe that people from outer Rim systems were inferior to those from central regions. If they could reach the same starting line, despite vastly different training environments and resources, how could they possibly be lacking? Once they'd weathered the adjustment period and grown in roughly equivalent training environments, RIM system students would definitely show greater progress. As long as you maintained sufficient confidence and let your abilities do the talking, others would eventually abandon their prejudices. When she'd first arrived at that island training base, Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius had initially displayed aristocratic airs upon learning that she and Gao Heidao came from third-tier planets, their eyes unconsciously betraying hints of disdain. But after the cultivation, potential assessments revealed that she'd survived the brutal ravages of genetic enhancement serum and achieved such high cultivation in merely 6 months, combined with her demonstrated intelligence and emotional acuity that matched their own, that contempt had vanished without a trace. Gao Heidao's status as a second-generation exile was even lower than her position as a third-tier RIM world commoner. Yet when everyone witnessed his abilities rivaling those of Dean Aikson, scion of a great house, who could still look down on him, people naturally worship strength. As long as you possessed ambition and capability, regardless of your origins, time would inevitably earn you respect. Even that arrogant second prince had gradually shifted his attitude. When Serafina had fired back at him, he hadn't held grudges. If she'd been merely a powerless commoner, would His Royal Highness have remained so magnanimous? Of course, part of this was because she was female and would be a future classmate. The second prince didn't want to lower his dignity by squabbling with her. If Gao Heidao had dared challenge him similarly, His Royal Highness probably wouldn't have been nearly so tolerant. Back in her dormitory, Serafina immediately accessed the Skynet to search for information about the genius psychic girl, discovering that someone had indeed leaked details, claiming to be her classmate. Reviewing the leaked information, Serafina found only surface-level details. Graduation from Minxin Intermediate Academy on Topaz Star, becoming an orphan after her mother's disappearance 6 months ago, and similar superficial facts regarding her new guardian's identities and her use of second-generation genetic enhancement serum. Not a whisper of these more sensitive details had emerged. Serafina breathed a sigh of relief. The leaked information made no mention of Captain Lin and his wife. Either the source didn't know about them, or Captain Lin had successfully suppressed that intelligence. Either way, it caused no problems for the couple, since she'd already left Topaz Star and wouldn't return for 3 or 4 years. These surface revelations had virtually no impact on her, who would remember such details after several years anyway. Setting that matter aside, Serafina began researching instructor Lai Kixing's background, now her most pressing concern. Most of Lai Kixing's files were classified, but even the publicly accessible information was absolutely staggering. Serafina finally grasped just how powerful a patron she'd acquired. Lai Kixing, Gus Empire military officer, current commanding general of the 1st Army Corps, holding the rank of full general, 7th-tier psychic master, with personal cultivation ranking 2nd among all psychics in the Gumara star system. Lai Kixing's impressive individual credentials were only part of the story. He was also a direct line elite of the Lai family. The Lai clan ranked among the imperial capital's great houses, slightly less prestigious than the Sterling family, but considerably more powerful than the Amber House. The more she read, the more suspicious Serafina became. She'd never considered herself some irresistibly charming little darling that everyone adored. Why would such a powerful figure humble himself to visit a military academy seeking disciples? Unable to puzzle it out, Serafina called Captain Lin again to voice her concerns. Captain Lin chuckled warmly. Serafina's still young and doesn't understand how crucial succession is for someone of great power. Colonel Lai has been expressing interest in finding an exceptionally talented psychic as his final disciple for 30 years. This final disciple isn't like other students. They are the inheritor of his complete legacy, as important as his own children. But his standards have been so exacting that he's never found a suitable candidate. Meeting someone with your potential, he'd naturally seize the opportunity. People of his caliber don't put on airs about status. Study hard under him and don't overthink things. Captain Lin's analysis was reassuring. Uncle Lin, did you know my teacher before? Serafina asked curiously, detecting familiarity in Captain Lin's tone when discussing Lai Kixing. I served under his command once. Ah, that explained it. No wonder Captain Lin's words carried such implicit trust regarding Lai Kixing. Serafina began suspecting that Captain Lin himself might have been quite the significant figure in his younger days. Before his assignment to Topaz Star, when Serafina mentioned Lai Kixing's plans for a formal apprenticeship ceremony, Captain Lin was delighted. The colonel wants to announce to everyone who knows him that you hold a position equivalent to his own children in his heart. He'll provide you with maximum protection. After finishing her conversation with Captain Lin, Serafina still felt that Lai Kixing's motives for taking her as a disciple weren't as simple as recognizing her cultivation potential. Chapter 88. Hidden motives. After ending her call with Captain Lin, Serafina sat there replaying that moment when she'd first walked into the psychic training hall and come face to face with Lai Kixing, the scene unfolding in her mind like a film reel stuck on repeat. Thanks to her exceptional memory, every detail remained crystal clear. At the time, she hadn't had a chance to properly analyze the oddness of that encounter, but the more she mulled it over now, the more convinced she became that her instinctive sense of something being off had been spot on. The way Lai Kixing had looked at her in that moment, it was the gaze of someone who'd been waiting for her arrival for quite some time. That definitely wasn't how you'd look at a complete stranger you were meeting for the first time. Moreover, after he'd studied her features briefly, his eyes had gone vacant for just an instant, as if he were seeing someone else entirely through her face, like looking through a window at a ghost from the past. She distinctly felt the complex emotions flickering through his expression, though he'd quickly reined them in. When he'd looked at her again, his gaze had held unmistakable fondness, the sort of affection you'd show a promising young relative who'd made you proud. Serafina hadn't sensed any malice whatsoever. Now, having turned the whole business over in her mind like examining a puzzle from every angle, she'd formed a theory. Lai Kixing's desire to take her as his student was genuine enough, but someone had deliberately steered her into his path first, drawing his attention like a moth to flame. These suspicions were hers alone to wrestle with, without revealing secrets she couldn't afford to expose. There was no way to lay everything out clearly for Captain Lin and his wife. Still, having such a powerful figure take her on as a student meant that whoever was pulling strings behind the scenes had put considerable thought into their machinations. Serafina felt a familiar knot of frustration tightening in her chest. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with whoever was orchestrating this elaborate dance, which meant she had no desire to be in their debt. But from all appearances, this puppet master had no intention of revealing themselves either. Since she couldn't afford to let others learn about those buried secrets from the past, Serafina couldn't very well march up and refuse their generosity outright. No matter how she turned the problem over in her mind, she couldn't devise a subtle way to extricate herself from the current situation. After sitting there fretting for ages, she finally threw her hands up in exasperation and shoved the whole bloody mess aside. Her brain hadn't been firing on all cylinders at the crucial moment. She'd failed to spot the trap until it had already snapped shut. Now that she'd acknowledged Lai Kixing as her master, did she really dare return such a prestigious mentor like faulty goods? This wasn't something her current abilities could untangle anyway. Since she wasn't losing out, quite the opposite, she was gaining enormously. What was the point of tying herself in knots over it? She'd simply pretend ignorance about whatever hidden agenda lurked behind this mentorship arrangement, though Serafina fervently hoped she'd never need to discover the truth about these machinations. Having mentally filed away this concern, Serafina was just settling down to study when Instructor Fang's call came through. Instructor Fang had learned from Captain Lin about Serafina's new apprenticeship to a high-level psychic master, and she wanted to express her delight at the news. Serafina, love, you must study diligently under Colonel Lai's guidance. Having such a teacher is incredibly fortunate for you, though being able to take on such a brilliant student is equally lucky for Colonel Lai. Instructor Fang's tone carried all the pride of a parent bragging about their exceptional child. I received a comprehensive report from your instructor Dursley this morning about your training over the past 2 months. He said you worked incredibly hard, dear. You've done brilliantly. Your progress has been remarkable. Captain Lin and I are both tremendously proud of you. A wordless surge of emotion swelled in Serafina's chest like a warm tide. Captain Lin and his wife truly were excellent guardians. They made these calls specifically to lift her spirits, feeding her soul with exactly the encouragement she needed. Meanwhile, across the city, another conversation was taking place. Your Highness, I've just received intelligence that General Lai made an unexpected visit to Xuangu First Military Academy this morning. Huade Kai reported to the Crown Prince via secure communication. The Crown Prince remained silent for 2 heartbeats before asking in a low, measured voice, "Purpose? It appears to have been pre-planned. Someone must have coordinated with him beforehand. He arrived at the psychic training hall 10 minutes before 01 got there. Then he took her on as his student on the spot, even personally calling her guardian to secure permission for the arrangement." Huade Kai's tone mixed satisfaction with concern, like someone who'd won a prize, but wasn't entirely sure what it would cost them. The Crown Prince fell into contemplative silence that stretched on for what felt like an eternity. After another pause, Huade Kai continued, "To be honest, General Lai is the most powerful psychic in the entire Gus Empire. Nobody could be better suited to serve as 01's instructor. and with General Lai as her patron, she'll receive the finest protection. For her development, Colonel Lai is indeed an excellent teacher, but don't forget his family connections. We need to be certain that General Lai harbors no ulterior motives regarding 01. She's still just a child after all, and her guardians are thousands of miles away. Has your second aunt shown any unusual activity recently? Now that you mention it, there have been some changes ever since Valorian tested into Xuangu First Military Academy. Second aunt has been spending noticeably more time at home, showing unprecedented concern for his welfare. She's been particularly thorough in questioning him about his special training experiences. Huade Kai's analysis carried the weight of careful observation. The cousins exchanged meaningful glances through their communication link. The crown prince rubbed his temples, exhaustion etched across his features like battle scars. So she's likely discovered the truth. Very possible. Second aunt is hardly an ordinary woman. Ordinary people couldn't have managed what she did all those years ago. Huade Kai's words carried equal measures of sarcasm and grudging admiration. With the Empress's interference back then, the circumstances surrounding those events remain murky, but over the past decade and a half, your second aunt and the Empress have had virtually no contact, despite being the closest of friends before. Given the Empress's character, if she learns 01's identity, she'll definitely move to suppress her. The Crown Prince's voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen too much palace intrigue. What should we do? Should we inform second uncle? He probably doesn't know about any of this. Huade Kai asked with obvious hesitation. The Crown Prince considered this carefully before responding. No, I maintain my original position. She shouldn't learn about these sordid affairs until she comes of age. I'll speak with General Lai first. If his desire to take her as a student is genuine, his position provides the best possible protection. The Empress wouldn't dare move against Lai Kixing directly. The next morning, when Serafina crawled out of her holographic gaming pod, her mental state felt rather rough around the edges. However, after a proper shower, she felt considerably more human. After grabbing a quick bite, Serafina headed out for her usual morning run, just as she had the day before. During her evening session in the battle realm, she'd practiced the whip techniques Lai Kixing had taught her, and after some experimentation, her damage output had increased by over 20 points, a bloody impressive improvement. She'd also attempted to use psychic energy to manifest throwing knives for attacking the realm's monsters, as her teacher had instructed. To her amazement, she'd managed 36 points of damage on her very first try. For a debut attempt at psychic weapon manifestation, both the success and the damage output were remarkably encouraging. The downside was that this technique consumed enormous amounts of both mana and health points. She'd need to master the compression and condensation of mental energy that her teacher had described before she could efficiently wield psychic manifested weapons. Because she'd thrown herself so enthusiastically into the battle realm missions, burning through massive amounts of mental energy, Serafina had woken feeling rather drained, but after completing her warm-up laps, her mental energy had fully recovered, and that's when she noticed something extraordinary. Her psychic energy reservoir had actually expanded, if only by the tiniest margin. This discovery filled Serafina with absolute euphoria. Bloody hell, having a powerful mentor really was brilliant. Ever since advancing to 5th-tier psychic level, Serafina had felt her cultivation progress becoming increasingly frustrating, as if there were some invisible barrier she couldn't quite identify or penetrate, leaving her advancement completely stagnant. But after just one day of targeted instruction from her formidable new teacher, it was as if she'd broken through that bottleneck overnight. The mysterious obstruction had vanished, and her cultivation had actually progressed, even if only by a whisker. The realization hit her like lightning. Sometimes all it took was the right guidance to transform everything. Chapter 89. Gifts of Welcome. Serafina discovered that under Master Lai Kixing's tutelage, her cultivation level, which had been stuck for several months like a rusty lark, was finally beginning to shift ever so slightly. The realization sent a surge of excitement through her veins like electricity. She wanted nothing more than to rush back to her teacher immediately and absorb every scrap of cultivation knowledge he could offer. But Serafina ultimately managed to rein in her impatience. Cultivation couldn't be rushed. Yesterday's training plan had been spot on, and she couldn't abandon it halfway through, so she swallowed her eagerness and headed first to the swimming training hall. As scheduled, she'd arranged yesterday's training time with Instructor King, and the moment Serafina stepped into the swimming facility, the instructor emerged from the monitoring room like clockwork. After just one day, her arm strength couldn't possibly have improved dramatically. Instructor King suggested that Serafina maintain yesterday's gravity settings while focusing on improving her speed. Today, however, the gravity was set to triple intensity from the start, rather than gradually building up from zero as it had yesterday. Serafina still managed to complete the same number of laps as before, and once again found herself being hauled from the pool by the training staff. Excellent work. Today's data shows your stamina has improved by 1 point, Miss Serafina, Instructor King said with obvious satisfaction. When Serafina entered the psychic training hall, she immediately searched for Lai Kixing. He'd promised to return today to continue her instruction, but Lai Kixing was nowhere to be seen. Serafina didn't let disappointment creep in. Someone of the master's stature couldn't possibly have complete freedom over his schedule. Rather than waste time, Serafina entered a cultivation chamber and continued practicing the psychic materialization techniques her teacher had shown her yesterday. This type of training consumed enormous amounts of mental energy. Less than an hour later, Serafina found herself completely drained and had to stop. When she emerged from the training room, Lai Kixing was waiting outside. "Master, you've arrived," Serafina called out with genuine delight. That single word, "Master," made one instructor and 2 teaching assistants in the vicinity turn to stare at Lai Kixing with obvious surprise. Lai Kixing personally guided Serafina for a full hour. Seeing that she'd completely grasped the fundamentals, he nodded with satisfaction. "Your comprehension is truly exceptional, Serafina. I'll be returning to military duties this afternoon. Continue practicing the techniques I've taught you. Given your current situation, dedicate exactly 2 hours daily to meditation cultivation. Then use the remaining time for skill development. We'll adjust the schedule based on your progress." Lai Kixing laid out a month-long training program for Serafina, then continued, "Given your abilities, the Academy won't assign another psychic instructor to you. When I'm away from the Imperial capital, if you encounter cultivation difficulties, send me a message. I'll respond when I'm available. If you face any serious problems you can't handle alone, contact your senior apprentice brother, Rick Amber." "Yes, Master," Serafina replied, sensing that Lai Kixing's dedication to her training was absolutely genuine. "Your senior brother is a 7th-tier mecha engineer and 5th-tier psychic. He's also the department head for Xuangu 1st Military Academy's Mecha Engineering Division. I suspect you'll be quite keen to meet him," Lai Kixing said with a knowing smile. Serafina's eyes immediately lit up like stars. Yesterday, Lai Kixing had asked about her cultivation plans at the academy, and she'd honestly expressed her desire to minor in mecha engineering. At the time, Lai Kixing had said nothing, but today he was introducing her to a 7th-tier mecha engineer with insider connections. "Thank you, Master," Serafina said, her happiness radiating like sunshine. "No need for such formality. You're my disciple now." Lai Kixing handed Serafina a jade clasp. "Yesterday was rather rushed. I haven't yet given you a proper apprenticeship gift." "Thank you, Master." Serafina accepted the jade clasp with trembling hands, using her psychic senses to examine it. Inside was a mecha, a 5th-tier psychic control mecha, and it was a stellar class model. "Master, this gift is far too precious." Serafina's voice shook with emotion. A 5th-tier psychic control stellar mecha was worth a bloody fortune. Even minor noble families would bankrupt themselves trying to afford one. Serafina realized she could no longer harbor any doubts about her master's intentions. Nobody with ulterior motives would give a student such an extraordinarily valuable gift. When your master gives you something, you accept it. This mecha is one I used previously. When your senior brother arrives shortly, have him make micro-adjustments based on your parameters. It'll serve you well until you reach 6th tier, Lai Kixing said with warm affection. Just as he finished speaking, Rick Amber appeared. A man in his 70s who looked like a young adult, with black hair and deep brown eyes. He addressed Lai Kixing with obvious respect. "Master, I've arrived. This is your junior apprentice sister, my new disciple as of yesterday, Serafina, a freshman in Xuangu's combat division. When I'm unavailable, you'll oversee her psychic cultivation progress and look after her on my behalf," Lai Kixing explained. After her master finished speaking, Serafina stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Hello, senior brother. I'm Serafina." Rick Amber smiled warmly. "Hello, junior sister. I never imagined this year's genius girl would fall into master's clutches." "Watch your tongue. Your junior sister's cultivation potential far exceeds yours. When I'm away, teach her psychic techniques properly. Don't keep trying to lure her into mecha engineering." Lai Kixing shot his senior disciple a pointed look. Junior sister should rightfully belong to our mecha engineering division. With her natural gifts, if she focused on engineering, she'd definitely become an 8th-tier mecha engineer. But those ruffians in the combat division snatched her away first. Rick Amber's voice carried genuine anguish. Their engineering division's intelligence network had been too slow, allowing the talent to slip through their fingers. Still, if junior sister wants to minor in mecha engineering, I'll teach her properly. Don't you dare corrupt your junior sister into specializing in mecha engineering, Lai Kixing warned with another sharp glance. Seraphina's smile grew rather stiff as she listened to the master-disciple exchange. They clearly knew about her situation beforehand, confirming her suspicion that Lai Kixing's decision to take her as a disciple hadn't been spontaneous. It had been predetermined. Remember, Seraphina, your focus must remain on psychic cultivation. Don't let your senior brother lead you astray into prioritizing engineering. You must work diligently. The Empire desperately needs psychics capable of becoming stellar warriors. Lai Kixing's voice carried unusual gravity. Rick Amber's expression grew equally serious. Seraphina understood completely now. They both knew about the alien threat. They were determined to cultivate her talents for that coming crisis, so before term had even officially begun, Seraphina had secured another powerful patron in the mecha engineering department head, completely solidifying her dual major plans while receiving two magnificent gifts. Rick Amber's present as senior brother wasn't quite as precious as Lai Kixing's, but it was hardly ordinary either. Seraphina stared at the document in her hands, an actual imperial capital property deed, though it was only a unit in a third-tier district, covering just over 200 square meters and worth roughly 9 million credits. Nothing compared to the billion credit properties in first-tier areas. This was imperial capital real estate. The imperial capital maintained extremely strict immigration controls, making property acquisition impossible for ordinary citizens. The value wasn't just in the real estate itself, but in the two precious residential permits that came with it. With this property, Seraphina could arrange for instructor Fang and Lin Shank to relocate to the imperial capital, allowing Shank to attend school here. The cultivation environment on the imperial capital planet was obviously worlds apart from anything available on Topaz Star. Chapter 90. Junior sister, senior uncle. Though Lai Kixing's meeting gift was extraordinarily precious, and Seraphina felt it was rather excessive, one simply couldn't refuse an elder's generosity, especially when that elder was her master, and the gift was a mecha he'd personally used. Accepting it didn't weigh too heavily on her conscience, but Rick Amber was merely her senior brother, and though Seraphina wasn't certain whether he had any connection to that Amber family, his offering of such an expensive present struck her as unusually generous, suspiciously so even. Seraphina's eyes were sharp as a hawk's, and she noticed that even Lai Kixing seemed somewhat surprised by Rick Amber's extravagance. Seraphina placed the hot potato of a gift back on the table with deliberate care. Senior brother, this meeting gift is far too precious. I can't possibly accept it. Take it, love. Your senior brother's a 7th-tier mecha engineer. This property's just one of his private holdings, hardly expensive by his standards. Having this place means you'll have somewhere proper to go during school holidays. Your senior brother's put real thought into this. It's got a fully fitted meditation chamber and cultivation room. Lai Kixing's tone was casual, but his words carried unmistakable insistence. Though Lai Kixing spoke lightly, his attitude was clearly firm. Rick Amber chimed in with a warm smile. It's simply a decent, welcoming gift, nothing more. Don't burden yourself with worry, little junior sister. Once you've grown stronger, you'll understand. Lai Kixing's intentions were crystal clear. He wanted her relationship with Rick Amber to be genuinely close. Seraphina reckoned this was because he spent most of his time away from the imperial capital. In such circumstances, Rick Amber could act in his master's stead, looking after and instructing Seraphina, his underage junior sister. Rick Amber's attitude was equally obvious. He was following his master's wishes. If Seraphina forcibly rejected this meeting gift, it would signal that she neither acknowledged nor felt close to Rick Amber as her senior brother. You can't fight City Hall, and under these circumstances, Seraphina had little choice but to accept the gift. This also meant that her relationship with Rick Amber would no longer be superficial senior siblings, but rather allies with aligned interests. Still, Rick Amber's present had genuinely touched Seraphina's heart. Shank's warrior cultivation potential was C-grade. If he could come to the imperial capital for intermediate academy, his prospects would be infinitely better than remaining on Topaz Star. Not to mention that during the coming catastrophe in a few years, the imperial capital would be the safest place in the entire Gus Empire. Little junior sister, just sign your name in the blank space, press your handprint, then transmit a copy to the Skynet Property Registration Office. You'll be the legal owner of this property. Send me a copy as well when you're done. Rick Amber's instructions were delivered with practiced ease. Right then, cheers, senior brother. Though Seraphina still felt Rick Amber's gift was rather overwhelming, once she'd accepted it, she settled into a calmer frame of mind. While she was currently too weak to repay her teacher and senior brother's kindness, who knew what the future might hold. As the master-disciple trio emerged from the cultivation chamber, an elderly instructor approached Lai Kixing with a broad smile. Congratulations, Colonel Lai, on acquiring such a gifted student as Miss Serafina. With her exceptional cultivation potential and such diligent dedication, having a teacher like you means her future achievements are beyond imagination. Serafina glanced at the instructor's name badge. Instructor Akram. Miss Serafina comes from a rim world, where cultivation resources are certainly far inferior to those on the imperial capital. Her current achievements demonstrate not only exceptional natural talent, but also extremely rigorous and dedicated training. Otherwise, she couldn't have reached such high cultivation levels. The staff member standing beside instructor Akram offered his own assessment. Lai Kixing smiled modestly. She's still young, can't handle too much praise from you lot. Previously, she wasn't entirely devoted to cultivation. You should all know she originally specialized in mecha engineering, never putting serious effort into martial training. Though Lai Kixing's words were self-deprecating, everyone could hear the pride threading through his voice like gold through fabric. A genius like Miss Serafina studying mecha engineering would be a complete waste of talent. Thank God she was forcibly recruited into our mecha combat division during the assessments. Instructor Akram laughed, his gaze shifting toward Rick Amber. You cheeky bastard, what's wrong with mecha engineering? With little junior sister's qualifications, if she'd specialized in mecha manufacturing, she could become a 5th-tier mecha engineer within 4 years. Rick Amber fired back without hesitation. Though Rick Amber and Instructor Akram were trading barbs rather rudely, Serafina could tell these two were clearly well acquainted. Isn't that exactly my point? Miss Serafina going to your mecha engineering division would have been burying her talents. I refuse to believe you haven't noticed. Miss Serafina had never specifically trained in combat techniques before the assessments, yet still achieved 7th place among combat division freshmen, being able to remain calm under pressure and strike decisively without any preparation. That's a natural-born general. I'm very much looking forward to Miss Serafina's future achievements. Instructor Akram's voice carried genuine anticipation. Absolutely. I hope Serafina can surpass me quickly. Lai Kixing's tone also carried expectation. Lai Kixing was a 7th-tier psychic. Surpassing him would mean reaching 8th-tier psychic status. In battles against aliens, an 8th-tier psychic could control weapon attack trajectories across vast swaths of battlefield. I need to visit the royal palace to see the crown prince shortly, then return to the military. I'll probably only have time to return to the imperial capital in about a month. Rick Amber, you look after little junior sister. Lai Kixing checked the time and departed with obvious haste. After seeing off Lai Kixing, the senior siblings headed to the mecha engineering division to complete Serafina's minor specialization paperwork. Having accepted her senior brother's substantial gift meant accepting him as well, so Serafina naturally wouldn't maintain that polite but distant attitude toward Rick Amber any longer. Therefore, Serafina dropped the formalities and began asking Rick Amber about various engineering concepts that had puzzled her during her self-study period. Once again, this proved the tremendous benefits of having a proper teacher, how many detours could be avoided, how difficult self-taught mastery truly was. Rick Amber not only resolved her questions, but also taught Serafina mecha fine-tuning techniques. For mecha engineers, fine-tuning techniques were the stepping stones to becoming high-level engineers. When Serafina had been learning 3rd-tier mecha engineering, she'd only scratched the surface of these skills. Because she'd only learned the basics, her progress had been painfully slow. Some concepts remained half-understood, requiring repeated contemplation before she could grasp them. Rick Amber's instruction in elementary fine-tuning techniques was enough to trigger a breakthrough. Serafina became completely absorbed in mecha engineering, unable to extricate herself, completely forgetting she had other training plans for the day. Only after successfully mastering the fine-tuning techniques Rick Amber had taught did Serafina notice that a handsome black-haired young man had somehow appeared in Rick Amber's mecha engineering workshop. Rick Amber was fine-tuning the mecha her teacher had given her, while the young man assisted him. From the way he anticipated which tools and components to hand over without being asked, his smooth efficiency clearly marked him as a mecha engineer of considerable skill. Serafina, this is my senior disciple Leonardo Ferreira, 3rd-year mecha engineering student and 4th-tier mecha engineer. Rick Amber introduced them while maintaining his focus on the delicate mecha components. Watching Rick Amber carefully examine mecha elements while simultaneously making introductions, Serafina could see he was utterly comfortable managing such multitasking scenarios. Chapter 91. Plans realized. Hearing Rick Amber's introduction, the young man beside him was his apprentice, while she was his junior sister. Hello there, Serafina said with a warm smile, adopting the dignified bearing of an elder. Bloody hell, she just received a welcome gift, and now had to reciprocate immediately. Since her senior brother had a disciple, she, as the lad's martial aunt, ought to present him with a proper greeting gift as well, and this gift needed to be absolutely top-notch. Christ, when it came to gift-giving, being the junior really was the better deal. Hello, Master, is this my little martial ant? Leandro Ferreira completely ignored Serafina's attempt at elder dignity, his eyes bright as stars as he gazed at the beautiful young woman with eager anticipation. This is my junior sister, your martial aunt. She's our master's newly accepted final disciple, Rick Amber said ruthlessly, watching with amusement as his eldest student's face crumpled with devastating disappointment. But little martial ant is a mecha engineer. Leandro Ferreira looked genuinely confused. He naturally knew his grandmaster's requirements for final disciples. Your martial ant is a freshman in this year's combat division elite class. Leandro Ferreira could hardly believe his ears. Master, you're having me on, surely. She's only a first-year student, but already a third-tier mecha engineer. How could she possibly be in the combat division? She's also an early 5th-tier psychic and early 4th-tier warrior, Rick Amber said, glancing meaningfully at his disciple who was merely a mid-3rd-tier warrior. What the bloody hell? He was only a mid-4th-tier psychic himself. Leandro Ferreira felt absolutely crushed. A first-year freshman with higher cultivation than his own. No wonder their grandmaster had accepted her as his final disciple. Ignoring his student's devastating encounter with genius-level talent, Rick addressed Serafina. With your current capabilities, piloting a 5th-tier stellar mecha will be rather challenging. I'll need to fine-tune some parameters to match your specifications. The process will take 2 or 3 days. Thank you, senior brother. Serafina offered Rick Amber a respectful bow before asking, what will the cost be? Having a 7th-tier mecha engineering master personally calibrate her mecha parameters was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. She couldn't possibly expect him to work for free. Rick Amber waved dismissively. The cost is nothing really. Senior brother, I absolutely insist. Serafina's tone brooked no argument. Serafina naturally understood that Rick Amber genuinely didn't care about such small change. Someone who'd casually gifted property worth nearly 10 million credits as a welcome present wouldn't blink at a few thousand. But this wasn't about the money. It was about principles and proper conduct. Seeing Serafina's resolute expression, Rick Amber hesitated before his face broke into an approving smile. Very well, 10,000 credits. They'd already exchanged contact details, so Serafina immediately transferred 10,000 credits, adding, I know senior brother is only charging half the usual rate, but since I'm the junior sister, I'll take advantage of your generosity. Rick Amber chuckled. You said it yourself, you're my junior sister. Would a senior brother really charge his little sister labor costs? Having successfully latched onto the Mecha Engineering Division director's coattails, the dual major issue was smoothly resolved, and she'd learned sophisticated mecha calibration techniques to boot. Though she'd spent a considerable sum of credits, today's gains were worth thousands of times that investment. Only when Serafina returned to her dormitory that evening did she begin to process the dizzying sensation of being struck by such an enormous windfall. Feeling rather lightheaded, she went to check her account balances. Since the Battle Realm's launch, Serafina had been incredibly diligent about completing gold coin missions. With her gold coin badge's enhancement effects, her earnings had been increasing beautifully each day, though the past 2 months of hellish extreme training had forced her Battle Realm sessions to be sporadic, focusing purely on leveling missions. When she did manage to log in, her gold coin income had dropped significantly compared to before. Even so, without any major expenditures, her earnings remained quite impressive. Since the Battle Realm's opening, Serafina had earned a total of 250,000 credits, more than Instructor Fang's annual salary. During her academy years, apart from meal expenses, she could cover all other costs using academic credits. Of course, to achieve this, Serafina's comprehensive academic performance would need to consistently rank in the top 5 of her year. She'd researched the sources of academic credit earnings. Xuangu First Military Academy regulations granted students ranking in the yearly top 5 an additional 50 credits monthly, plus other point sources, totaling roughly over 100 credits per month. With such abundant credits, after covering training facility costs, she'd still accumulate substantial points to exchange for medicinal supplies and weapons at the Academy Guild, completely eliminating the need for credit expenditures. Last night, Serafina had done careful calculations, planning to sell her youth division qualification once she claimed the rewards. The credits from that sale, combined with her hard-earned savings, might already be sufficient to commission a 5th-tier stellar mecha. Though 5th-tier stellar mechas cost a third more than conventional 5th-tier models, their performance specifications exceeded conventional mechas by more than double. Take space operations, for instance. Conventional 5th-tier mechas could only operate outside spacecraft for 5 hours, while 5th-tier stellar mechas could function for a full 25 hours. Admittedly, the bulkier stellar mechas were less agile in ground combat, but comparatively speaking, stellar mechas that could dominate both terrestrial and celestial battlefields were far superior to conventional mechas that excelled on land but struggled in space. Future warfare would primarily be stellar combat. Stellar mechas were the practical choice. Moreover, stellar mechas could be upgraded. A purchased 5th-tier stellar mecha after calibration could match 6th-tier stellar mecha functionality, sufficient for Seraphina's needs until she became a 7th-tier psychic. Ever since learning that Captain Lin was the tragically heroic canon fodder from the novel, Seraphina had never forgotten the story's description. Captain Lin's wife and child had died in the first moments of Topaz Star's assault. Given Captain Lin's position, unless he transferred to the central star systems, acquiring property there would be extremely difficult. So Seraphina had another plan. She wanted to own property in the central star system's middle ring, preferably as close to first-class planets as possible. Even as a variable factor, she might not be able to change Topaz Star's fate. Once interstellar war began, Captain Lin would have his duties and Seraphina would have hers. They couldn't personally protect Instructor Fang and her son. Gus Empire regulations stated that citizens owning property on any planet could bring 2 additional people when relocating, besides the property owner. First-class planet property was beyond Seraphina's dreams. She lacked both sufficient credits and the permit quotas weren't available to someone of her status. But second-class planet property was achievable with her Xuangu First Military Academy graduate credentials. Obtaining quotas wouldn't be difficult with sufficient credits. Even if she couldn't afford it alone, Captain Lin could certainly contribute. With property secured, they could relocate Instructor Fang and Lin Shank to the central star systems before the Galactic War began. In the novel, the central star systems had held out for 4 or 5 years before falling, infinitely better than Topaz Star's immediate annihilation. As long as Instructor Fang and Lin Shank were safe, she and Captain Lin could face anything without fear. Last night, Seraphina had never imagined that after gaining a master yesterday, both plans requiring 4 or 5 years to implement would be completely realized today. Chapter 92. Something worth presenting. Seraphina rang Captain Lin again. She still owed Leonardo Ferreira, her martial nephew, a proper meeting gift, and forgive her for being an underage country bumpkin. But without asking Captain Lin, she hadn't a clue what would be appropriate. Bloody hell, receiving presents was one thing, but giving them was a proper nightmare. She also mentioned to Captain Lin that she now owned property on the Imperial capital planet. His expression grew rather complex as he absorbed this information. Should I not have accepted it? Seraphina asked with growing alarm. No, you can't refuse a master's apprenticeship gift. Turning it down would signal you don't want to become his student. But your eldest martial brother's meeting gift was rather excessive. You'll need to return something of equivalent value. Fortunately, he has disciples, so you could give something to them instead. Let me have a proper think about this. Captain Lin's military mind was already calculating the appropriate response. Right then, Seraphina had complete faith in Captain Lin's ability to handle such delicate matters. Having dumped this headache on her guardian's shoulders, she felt considerably lighter. Uncle Lin, you should arrange for Instructor Fang and Shank to transfer their household registration to the Imperial capital. That way Shank can attend secondary academy here the year after next. Are you certain? These Imperial capital household registration slots are incredibly precious. If you auction them off, each one would fetch at least 7 or 8 million credits. Captain Lin didn't immediately agree, his tone carrying the weight of someone who understood true value. Christ, she hadn't realized they were worth that much. This really drove home just how bloody valuable Imperial capital citizenship was. I'm absolutely certain, Seraphina replied, her gaze steady and unwavering as she met Captain Lin's eyes. If this were a peaceful interstellar era, Seraphina might have hesitated, but in the current climate, what was the point of hoarding credits when the world might end? I'll discuss it with Instructor Fang, but you should think it over properly as well. Captain Lin didn't waste words on empty sentiment. The couple had extended protection to this girl when she'd become an orphan, motivated by gratitude and basic decency. But before she'd even properly grown up, she was already giving back to them. Captain Lin found himself rather at a loss for words. Central Star System household registration was exactly what he desperately needed, something he'd been trying to obtain for the past 2 years. But because he refused to crawl back to the family that had abandoned him over 20 years ago, he'd been consistently blocked by the Lin clan's interference, unable to secure Central System citizenship, unless he was willing to become a vassal to the Lin family with his wife and child. But he refused to entangle himself with that parasitic clan again. Seraphina didn't press the matter. Captain Lin knew about the Yunkai alien threat, and as a man who adored his wife and child, he wouldn't hesitate for long. Despite her sudden windfall, Serafina didn't allow herself to become complacent. Instead, she developed an even more ambitious long-term plan. To achieve this plan, she'd need to earn considerably more credits. Serafina decided to maintain her nightly Battle Realm sessions, pushing to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. According to the novel, dungeon raids provided the most substantial income, especially first clear bonuses that offered absolutely massive gold rewards. Originally, Serafina had planned to reach level 10 before term started, but the special training had derailed that schedule. She was currently only level 8, though her experience bar was more than halfway full. 5 or 6 more days of leveling quests should get her to level 9. Still, there was no point rushing. Battle Realm dungeons weren't designed for solo play, so reaching level 10 alone wouldn't help much. Over these past months, Serafina wasn't the only one with slow progression. Valorian Sterling, ranked ahead of her, was also only level 8. On the entire youth leaderboard, only the first-place player with the ID Imperial Highness had reached level 9. The female lead, Fairy Soaring, wasn't holding the 5th position from the novel either. She dropped to somewhere in the teens. In Serafina's memory, Valorian Sterling had consistently held first place in the novel. She couldn't recall whether a player called Imperial Highness had existed in the original story, but she was certain no one in the top 10 had used that particular username. In reality, the youth leaderboard looked like someone had shuffled a deck of cards. Valorian Sterling, the novel's perpetual champion, had fallen to 2nd place. Serafina, as an anonymous variable, held 3rd. Fairy Soaring, originally 5th, now languished at 15th. However, I Am Senior and Senior's teammate, ranked 4th and 5th respectively, were names Serafina remembered clearly from the novel's top 10. She believed they were Xuangu 1st Military Academy cadets. According to the novel's timeline, Valorian Sterling should have reached level 10 this month, but he was currently only level 8, making it virtually impossible to reach level 10 in the remaining 4 days of the month. Ever since the second prince had appeared during their special training and demonstrated his formidable comprehensive abilities, Serafina had suspected this Imperial Highness player might be him. After all, 99.9% of the Gus Empire's top young elites attended Xuangu 1st Military Academy. Among current Xuangu cadets, among all minors in the Gus Empire, only the second prince had achieved 5th-tier warrior status. No other young person could match his strength, so in Battle Realm's youth division, who else could surpass the second prince and that Imperial Highness username? Apart from the second prince, who else would choose such an obviously royal identifier? Serafina absolutely loved checking the youth rankings. Every time she spotted changes from the novel's version, her mood soared. Each deviation represented increasing variables in the timeline, especially variables like the second prince, with his formidable strength, exalted status, and massive influence. As long as he didn't follow the novel's rebellious path and maintained brotherly unity with the crown prince, his impact during the coming war could be immeasurable. She had no idea what experts the crown prince had consulted when developing Battle Realm, but the benefits to humanity were absolutely tangible. Without Battle Realm's cultivation methods, martial techniques, and that golden brooch that generated gold coins, post-rebirth Serafina definitely couldn't have navigated this new world so successfully. Lai Kixing had left the imperial capital, and Rick Amber was fine-tuning her mecha. On the 3rd day, Serafina resumed her planned training schedule, days spent immersed in training halls, evenings studying relevant academic subjects, nights completing Battle Realm quests. She kept herself delightfully busy, feeling time flash by like lightning. The gift Captain Lin had selected for her arrived the following evening, delivered with the startling speed that characterized interstellar logistics. Examining the package, Serafina found the latest practical instruments for mecha engineers, consumable tools that would be perfect for Leonardo Ferreira, given his profession as an engineer. This meeting gift cost roughly 200,000 credits, though it couldn't compare to Rick Amber's generous present. Considering Serafina's background and age, it was definitely something she could present with pride. After Serafina departed, Leonardo Ferreira examined this unexpected meeting gift with considerable surprise. Though Serafina was nominally his junior martial aunt, she was actually a girl 2 or 3 years younger than him, yet she'd had the audacity to present such an expensive gift. Rick Amber nodded approvingly. If she can afford to give it, you should accept it. Don't underestimate her. Because of her humble origins, this child has genuine magnanimity. Help her out when you can in future, and you'll benefit from the association. Chapter 93. Fresh uniforms. After presenting her welcoming gift, Serafina simultaneously reclaimed her stellar mecha. That evening, once she'd returned to her dormitory, she couldn't wait to dive into her jade pendant space. Though the jade pendant space wasn't particularly vast, It was certainly roomy enough for a mecha to move about freely. This meant Serafina could practice basic maneuvers and familiarize herself with the machine's responses without having to queue at the mecha training halls, saving both time and precious academic credits. Only through ownership could she truly appreciate that fifth-tier mechas weren't just superior in materials. Their sensory systems were worlds apart from first-tier models, with virtually no transmission delays whatsoever. However, the mental energy consumption was absolutely staggering, at least 10 times that of a first-tier mecha. Even during basic training exercises, Serafina's psychic stamina could only sustain 3 hours of operation. In actual combat, she'd probably collapse within the hour. Fortunately, her instructor hadn't just gifted her the mecha, he'd also provided a comprehensive guide on mecha piloting techniques, including crucial tips for reducing mental energy consumption. Still, the fundamental solution remained advancing her cultivation level. 5 days flew by like autumn leaves in a gale. With classes starting tomorrow, Serafina would need to completely restructure her training regimen, arranging her private practice schedule around the academy's curriculum. Without Serafina needing to ask, the instructors from all 3 training facilities provided her with comprehensive progress summaries. Seeing the data, every instructor and staff member's face lit up with genuine satisfaction. "Miss Serafina, your dedicated training these past 5 days has yielded significant improvements across multiple metrics. Your psychic readings have increased again. Over these 5 days, your physical conditioning has improved by 3 full points." These figures didn't just represent Serafina's success, they validated the instructor's analytical methods and guidance, achievements that could be converted into military merit points. During these 5 days, Serafina had become absolutely beloved across all 3 training facilities. She was not only a legendary genius, but also a student who genuinely absorbed instruction. What instructor wouldn't adore such a combination? Consequently, they'd all been exceptionally thorough and responsible in their guidance. Training in such a supportive atmosphere had only amplified Serafina's gains. Today, even later than yesterday, Serafina finally emerged from the gravity training facility. Having switched off communications during her gravity chamber session, she discovered upon leaving that both Dean Aikson and Minerva Aurelius had sent messages inviting her to dinner at restaurants outside the academy grounds. Seeing these communications reminded Serafina that over the past 5 days, she'd done absolutely nothing except train. She hadn't ventured beyond campus to explore the surrounding area. Hell, she hadn't even taken a proper tour of the academy grounds themselves. Checking the timestamps, both messages had arrived just minutes ago, so she could probably still make it in time for a proper feast. But with 2 separate invitations to different locations, accepting either would be awkward, particularly given that though Dean Aikson and Valorian Sterling were cousins, the former Empress's legacy created subtle political tensions between them. Serafina had no desire to get tangled up in that mess, so she sent identical replies to both. "Just emerged from training, absolutely knackered, only want to collapse and rest, next time dinner's on me." Dean Aikson's response was immediate, "You're pushing too hard, get some proper rest." Minerva Aurelius's reply came several minutes later, "See you tomorrow." Back in her dormitory, Serafina spent another session piloting her mecha within the space. The night passed without incident. Serafina entered her holographic gaming pod early, adding an extra hour to her deep sleep cycle to ensure she'd be mentally sharp for tomorrow's challenges. Today marked the official start of term, and Serafina woke with genuine excitement and anticipation bubbling in her chest. She donned Xuangu First Military Academy's summer dress uniform, collected the same day she'd received her student card. The academy's dress uniform resembled military formal wear in style, though instead of black, it featured a refreshing sky blue color with crisp white trim that created an overall impression of cool elegance. After putting it on, Serafina examined herself in the mirror and was startled to discover that the uniform made her appear delicate and pure as a white lotus blossom. Serafina could hardly believe her eyes. She'd only avoided mirrors for a couple of months. How had her appearance changed so dramatically? 3 months ago, her face had carried charming innocence tinged with childish features. Now she looked genuinely pure and ethereal. Such a contradiction between appearance and reality was absolutely maddening. Given her current capabilities, she should look like a proper warrior, not some fragile flower. Serafina stubbornly checked the mirror again, before finally giving up in resignation. At least she wouldn't be the one getting fooled. If others wanted to judge by appearances, that was their bloody problem. Both Minerva Aurelius and Scarlet Shadowmere were honor students, so their dormitories were right next to Serafina's. Having arranged to meet, she spotted them immediately upon stepping outside. The military-style uniforms showcased the perfect balance of strength and femininity that defined academy women. while simultaneously making them appear vibrant and energetic. Everyone on this floor has private accommodation. The rest are upperclassmen who have already headed out for morning training. Scarlet Shadowmere informed Seraphina, displaying her impressive gossip-gathering abilities. Seraphina, despite being first to arrive, felt rather ashamed. These past days, she'd been so focused on cultivation that she'd paid attention to absolutely nothing else. "Right then, let's go," Minerva Aurelius said with characteristic directness. Seraphina's embarrassment immediately evaporated. She was confident that Minerva Aurelius also lacked a gossipy soul. 2 against 1 meant Scarlet Shadowmere was clearly the odd one out, since neither Seraphina nor Minerva were particularly chatty, and with only Scarlet doing the talking, she naturally fell silent as well. The 3 young women walked out together in comfortable formation. Though quiet, the atmosphere remained perfectly harmonious. After all, they'd spent over 2 months together, despite the fact that constant training had left precious little time for conversation. Meaning their relationships couldn't be called intimate. They'd developed that sort of revolutionary camaraderie that made them far more familiar with each other than with other freshmen. In the novel, Minerva Aurelius had scored 90 points for charm, while Seraphina rated 85. Based on Seraphina's assessment, Scarlet Shadowmere definitely exceeded 75 points, so all 3 could legitimately be called stunning beauties. No wonder they attracted such attention walking down the street. Today being the first day of term, they encountered numerous students on the roads. Though the characteristic remained consistent, relatively few female students. The opening ceremony was being held at the large sports ground, where Seraphina had done her morning runs. When they arrived, the field was already packed with academy students. That morning, Seraphina had discovered that Instructor Lai would serve as their form tutor. He'd created a class communication group, adding her and 10 other freshmen, with the group labeled 960 Elite Class. This morning, their form tutor had sent a message instructing them to wear uniforms and assemble at a specific location, complete with coordinates marking their class's designated position for the freshman opening ceremony. Our year's elite class has 11 freshmen total because of the second prince's sudden appearance. Every previous year's elite class has only had 10 students, Scarlet observed, having walked in silence until reaching the bustling sports ground, where they'd spent several moments looking around. Scarlet couldn't resist another bit of gossip. "The second prince is a year older than us, but his cultivation exceeds even 4th-year upperclassmen. He could easily attend 2nd or 3rd-year classes. Why start as a freshman?" Chapter 94. Royal Fan Club. That was a bloody good question, and when it came to the second prince, Seraphina's attention had previously focused entirely on his cultivation level and character, but hearing Scarlet Shadowmere's gossip today had sparked her own curiosity like a match to kindling. "The second prince's situation is rather unique, Scarlet. You know as well as I do that with his cultivation and academic performance from 2 years back, there's no way he couldn't have gotten into Xuangu," Minerva Aurelius whispered, her voice barely audible above the ambient chatter. Scarlet nodded in agreement, her eyes bright with the thrill of sharing insider knowledge. Later, the second prince disappeared to God knows where for 2 years of intensive training. When we saw him again this year, he'd already reached early 5th-tier warrior status. Though his cultivation advanced incredibly quickly, he'd still missed 2 years of proper schooling. His foundation must be shakier than ever. His Majesty, the King and the Crown Prince probably want to start from scratch and give the second prince a proper grounding, to prevent him from reverting to his old ways. Minerva's response suggested she was remarkably well informed about the second prince's circumstances. Scarlet blinked and lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Word is that the Crown Prince was behind the second prince's disappearance. The Empress went absolutely mental for 2 years, trying every conceivable method to find him. Some royal relatives spread loads of damaging rumors about the Crown Prince, claiming that assassination attempt 2 years ago that left him seriously injured was the Empress's handiwork, and the Crown Prince took the second prince away in revenge. Don't believe every bit of gossip that comes your way. Those of us who actually know the Crown Prince have always believed he's not that sort of person. Someone of his caliber wouldn't stoop to such petty schemes. Those rumor mongers never stopped to consider that when the Empress was making such a fuss, King Adam, the father, showed no reaction whatsoever. He definitely knew where the second prince was all along." Minerva's voice carried unmistakable disdain as she continued. "Facts prove those people were overthinking everything. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always conducted himself with justice and moderation. If he hadn't been keeping the second prince in check, how could the second prince possibly have achieved what he has today?" Watching Minerva transform into a proper Crown Prince fangirl, Seraphina desperately wanted to say, "Love, what about your loyalties? You're Valorian Sterling's fiancé. You're naturally opposed to the crown prince. Is it really wise to praise him so highly? Have you considered your fiancé's feelings? However, as a devoted crown prince supporter herself, Seraphina wholeheartedly agreed with Minerva's assessment and wanted to tell her she had excellent taste. Minerva caught Seraphina's peculiar expression and asked, "Why are you looking at me so strangely?" Seraphina certainly couldn't voice her actual thoughts. Who knew how this aristocratic young lady might misinterpret her meaning and twist her intentions into something troublesome? So Seraphina smiled diplomatically and said, "Her Majesty the Empress has a mother's tender heart and couldn't bear to see the second prince suffer hardship. The crown prince had to play the role of strict elder brother and father figure, otherwise who would have known that the second prince's warrior talent actually exceeds the crown prince's?" From Seraphina's perspective, whether for personal or public reasons, she firmly supported the crown prince. In the novel, the crown prince had poured his heart and soul into finding humanity, a path to survival across the entire Gumara star system. He'd also shown no jealousy toward talent, personally nurturing Valorian Sterling and other young heroes. So Seraphina believed that only the crown prince truly deserved the title of Gumara star system's greatest hero. Valorian Sterling was merely a substitute. As for the second prince, honestly, Seraphina's feelings about the second prince were incredibly complex, and she still couldn't articulate them clearly. The real-world second prince bore absolutely no resemblance to his fictional counterpart. It was like they'd swapped out entirely different people. The novel's second prince had been a complete wastrel spoiled rotten by the Empress, with a hefty dose of adolescent rebellion thrown in for good measure. Throughout the story's early and middle sections, the second prince had been repeatedly manipulated by the Empress and ambitious royal relatives, developing designs on the crown prince's throne. With support from the Empress's faction and scheming royals, he'd caused the crown prince no end of trouble and obstruction. Before the alien invasion, the second prince had even been used as a pawn to assassinate His Majesty the King, leading to military and political divisions within the empire. Just when disaster loomed, this left the crown prince caught between external threats and internal strife, like being trapped in a blazing inferno. If the crown prince hadn't possessed such tremendous prestige within the empire's military and political circles, if he hadn't been able to maintain control and swiftly, ruthlessly eliminate those troublemakers to consolidate power, the Gus Empire might have destroyed itself before the aliens even arrived. When the entire Gus Empire united against the alien threat, the second prince had completely vanished from the narrative. Then in the novel's later stages, he'd suddenly reappeared, using his royal heritage to challenge Valorian Sterling for the throne. The novel's second prince had been a textbook example of the scourge that lives 1,000 years, antagonist archetype, but in reality, no matter how Seraphina examined him, from every conceivable angle, apart from some arrogance, His Royal Highness the Second Prince displayed no significant character flaws. Far from exhibiting wastrel tendencies, he trained even more diligently than Valorian Sterling and the others. Most importantly, the novel's second prince had remained a fourth-tier warrior well into his 40s by the story's end, but the real second prince was only 16 and had already achieved early fifth-tier warrior status. Initially, Seraphina had suspected that such a dramatically changed second prince might be a reborn soul, which would explain his transformation. However, after a month of close observation during their special training, Seraphina had carefully studied his behavior and confirmed that the second prince's conduct and conversation were virtually identical to Dean Aikeson's, Valorian Sterling's, and other aristocratic scions. Particularly telling was the youthful vigor in his eyes that only genuine teenagers possessed, which gradually dispelled her suspicions. Regardless, the second prince's dramatic transformation indicated that events around him had diverged significantly from the novel's timeline. Seraphina reckoned that, if the second prince wasn't a reborn soul himself, then someone with considerable influence over him very likely was. In the current interstellar environment, Seraphina felt no antipathy toward reborn souls whatsoever. On the contrary, if multiple reborn individuals could appear without causing this world to collapse, she hoped there would be as many as possible who'd experienced the interstellar apocalypse. Reborn souls who'd lived through the interstellar end times would mostly harbor desires to change fate, prevent the Yunkai aliens from invading the Gumara star system, and save humanity. Someone like Kang Jing-dan, who only wanted to exploit her reborn prophetic knowledge for money and harm, competing with the female lead for the male lead, was probably absolutely unique in her pettiness. Though Minerva Aurelius's expression remained unchanged after hearing Seraphina's insightful comments, she felt considerable surprise internally. This young woman consistently exceeded expectations, whether in her words, actions, or bearing. If Minerva hadn't possessed complete confidence in her family's intelligence-gathering accuracy, And if Seraphina hadn't personally claimed to be a commoner from a third-rate planet, Minerva would never have believed such background information could be genuine. After months of interaction, not just she and Scarlet Shadowmere, but even Valorian Sterling and Dean Akeson had concluded that Seraphina's eloquence, insight and courage surpassed most civilians on the Imperial capital planet. Her courage in particular was definitely not something ordinary people possessed. Most people wouldn't maintain such attitudes when facing aristocratic scions like themselves. Before meeting Seraphina, Minerva Aurelius had never imagined she could become friends with a commoner from a third-rate planet. Moreover, this rim-world civilian had inadvertently created considerable complications for her, yet somehow Minerva found herself completely unable to develop any antipathy toward her. Chapter 95. When supporting characters meet Seraphina and the two other girls strolled along, chatting in hushed tones, completely oblivious to the fact that their trio, one coldly alluring, one radiantly beautiful, one ethereally elegant, was drawing considerable attention across the sports field, where blokes vastly outnumbered the ladies. Minerva Aurelius carried herself with that trademark haughty temperament of a pampered young miss, while Seraphina possessed her own brand of indifference to others' opinions. Scarlet Shadowmere, meanwhile, was all about projecting herself while completely ignoring everyone else around her. The three girls created an oddly cohesive aura that seemed to exist in its own bubble, utterly dismissing the scrutinizing gazes from all directions, naturally missing the less-than-friendly stares mixed in with the admiring ones. Scarlet Shadowmere suddenly nudged Seraphina. "There's some girl absolutely glaring daggers at you. Do you know her?" Following Scarlet's gaze, Seraphina's eyes locked directly with Kang Jingdan's hostile stare. Seraphina's expression flickered briefly. She'd genuinely forgotten that Kang Jingdan would be turning up here today. Ever since leaving Topaz Star, knowing that Kang Jingdan couldn't harm her for the time being, Seraphina had shoved the woman to the back of her mind, throwing herself completely into training. But now they were at the same bloody academy again, and Kang Jingdan was back to making her presence felt like a bad rash. God knows what twisted scheme this cow is brewing now. That look in her eyes had absolutely nothing to do with friendliness. Still, Seraphina glanced at Kang Jingdan's warrior cultivation, which hadn't budged an inch. The current version of herself was worlds apart from the freshly reborn girl she'd been months ago. Her cultivation had been leaping forward by bounds, while Kang Jingdan remained stuck in the same spot. The woman was no longer any sort of threat. Seraphina withdrew her gaze with studied nonchalance. "That's the one who tricked me into using the second-generation genetic enhancement serum." Both she and Kang Jingdan hailed from Topaz Star and had attended the same intermediate academy, information that anyone with half a brain could easily dig up. Claiming not to know her would be taking the piss. For all Seraphina knew, Scarlet Shadowmere was already aware of something, which would explain her keen eye in spotting Kang Jingdan and her sharp perception that the woman was gunning for Seraphina specifically. Given the circumstances, Seraphina decided to establish their antagonistic relationship from the get-go, preventing Kang Jingdan from using some dear classmate, lovely neighbor, best mate identity to stir up trouble and give her grief later on. Scarlet's eyes lit up with obvious relish as she gave Kang Jingdan several more appraising looks before commenting, "No wonder she's eyeing you like that. Tried to do you in but ended up making you brilliant instead. The more successful you become, the more miserable her life gets." Seraphina shot Scarlet a sideways glance, desperately wanting to tell her, "Love, in the novel you and her are both vicious supporting characters. No wonder you can read her twisted mentality so bloody well. If they weren't competing for the same bloke, Scarlet Shadowmere and Kang Jingdan would probably make a perfectly matched pair of scheming best friends." "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I never imagined you could be so daft, falling for such an obvious trick." Scarlet bristled under Seraphina's scrutiny. "That was just after Mum had gone missing," Seraphina replied in a deliberately flat tone. Scarlet opened her mouth, then snapped it shut again. A young woman who depended entirely on her mother, losing her marbles after such a devastating loss. Well, that was perfectly understandable. Taking the piss out of someone over that would be absolutely out of order. Internally, Seraphina gave herself a mental pat on the back. Her mother's disappearance and being manipulated into using genetic enhancement serum were her go-to explanations for covering up the rebirth situation. Proper universal excuses, they were. After discovering this world might be crawling with other reborn souls, Seraphina had no qualms about shouldering the blame for being a gullible fool who'd listened to bad advice. From her position in the freshman crowd, Kang Jingdan watched Seraphina walking arm-in-arm with Minerva Aurelius and Scarlet Shadowmere, two women who'd been her mortal enemies in her previous life. The three chatted occasionally with obvious warmth and familiarity, a sight that made Kang Jingdan's eyes burn with resentment. It was only the bloody first day of term. What sort of manipulation had Seraphina used to get these two arrogant young misses to accept her so quickly? And not in some groveling lapdog position either. Minerva Aurelius was tolerable enough. She was the sort of haughty rich girl who didn't fancy chatting much, limiting herself to disdainful looks at most. But Scarlet Shadowmere's tongue was usually so poisonous it could strip paint. Yet here she was actually smiling and talking to Seraphina without her typical arrogant cruelty. With Kang Jingdan's sharp eye and previous life's knowledge of Scarlet Shadowmere, this sort of behavior meant Scarlet definitely didn't think poorly of Seraphina. Though Scarlet still wore occasional expressions of disdain while talking to Seraphina, it was all surface-level performance. Her eyes held no genuine contempt whatsoever. If she truly looked down on Seraphina, she wouldn't be walking alongside her, laughing and chatting like old mates. Minerva Aurelius was an extremely proud woman who couldn't be bothered with commoners unless they held similar social standing. Scarlet Shadowmere's family background was nowhere near Minerva's level, yet her social climbing instincts were even more pronounced, and her sharp tongue was reserved for those beneath her station. But here they were, first day of term, and Seraphina had already cozied up to both young ladies. What bloody methods had she used to earn their respect? Kang Jingdan felt her chest tightening with frustration. How was Seraphina always so bloody lucky? Back at the Intermediate Academy on Topaz Star, she'd been fortunate enough to have instructors and classmates who adored her. Now at Xuangu First Military Academy, even these proud young misses were getting along with her brilliantly. Kang Jingdan found it absolutely unbearable. She bitterly regretted that Seraphina had vanished without a trace after getting into the academy, managing to arrive at school and get right under her nose. If Seraphina had known Kang Jingdan's current thoughts, she'd definitely have said the woman's brain was waterlogged, with what little capacity remained devoted entirely to crooked schemes. Even with Rebirth, she was still determined to crawl down that same twisted path, because her mind still clung to old impressions, and she considered herself Destiny's chosen daughter. Kang Jingdan continued viewing Seraphina with condescending disdain. Kang Jingdan had no idea that her assassination plot had made the Crown Prince consider Topaz Star unsafe, prompting him to have Seraphina collected early. This had led to over 2 months of special training, where Seraphina had become familiar with these privileged geniuses. Kang Jingdan couldn't have imagined that Seraphina's dramatic transformation had attracted considerable attention, leading Valorian Sterling, the second prince, and other elite scions to investigate her thoroughly, exposing Kang Jingdan's role in the process. These privileged geniuses, well-versed in schemes and conspiracies, could immediately see that Kang Jingdan had manipulated Seraphina into using the genetic enhancement serum. Though they couldn't determine her exact motives, her intent to harm Seraphina was beyond question. So Kang Jingdan remained unaware that before she'd even reached the imperial capital, the elite freshman class at Xuangu First Military Academy had already formed quite the memorable impression of her. Oblivious to her exposed status, Kang Jingdan's gaze unconsciously remained glued to Seraphina. Then Kang Jingdan spotted him, the black-haired, dark-eyed, coldly handsome young man threading through the crowd. The scene was identical to her first glimpse of Valorian Sterling in her previous life. Kang Jingdan's eyes blazed with intensity as she stared at Valorian, her gaze predatory as a wolf's. Naturally, Seraphina's extended psychic senses observed this entire display, and the corner of her mouth curved upward in the faintest of smiles. Chapter 96. Absolutely livid Seraphina observed Kang Jingdan's reaction upon spotting Valorian Sterling, and reckoned the woman had well and truly lost her marbles. In her previous life, she'd ruined herself completely for this bloke, and now, given a second chance at life, her eyes were still glued to Valorian Sterling like he was the bloody crown jewels. What was so magnetic about a silent, stone-faced git anyway? He wasn't even that handsome, for Christ's sake. Was he really worth repeatedly throwing herself off cliffs for, to give Kang Jingdan a proper wind-up, when Valorian Sterling and Dean Akeson, those two heartthrobs who commanded everyone's attention, approached to greet Seraphina? She deliberately extended her conversation with Valorian by a few extra exchanges. Naturally, to avoid any misunderstandings, she kept the chat focused on Minerva Aurelius. Sure enough, Seraphina witnessed Kang Jingdan's face contorting with such vicious fury that the girl standing beside her instinctively stepped backward, properly spooked. Bloody brilliant! Seraphina felt thoroughly satisfied. Kang Jingdan's loss of composure had already left quite the impression on her classmates, but the real surprise package was yet to come. Seraphina wondered what sort of state Kang Jingdan would be in when she clapped eyes on the second prince. Speak of the devil! Just as the thought crossed her mind, the second prince materialized like something out of a fairy tale, tall, commanding, devastatingly handsome, and radiating aristocratic authority. He immediately captured every gaze in the assembly hall. Seraphina observed Kang Jingdan's face drain of all color, her expression upon seeing the second prince resembling someone who'd just encountered a bloody ghost. This dramatic reaction caught the attention of several male and female classmates around her, all of whom now wore expressions of genuine alarm. Absolutely priceless, Seraphina found the whole spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Kang Jingdan's facial expressions were comedy gold, providing enough amusement to keep her cheerful for months. Lost in the sheer joy of watching the show, Seraphina completely failed to notice that the second prince, the center of everyone's attention, had walked directly over to her and begun speaking. It wasn't until Minerva Aurelius gave her a sharp tug that Seraphina snapped back to reality. Half a beat behind everyone else, she quickly arranged her features into a polite smile for the second prince. Terribly sorry. I was lost in thought just then and didn't react immediately. To everyone else watching, it appeared this girl had an absolutely massive ego, barely acknowledging even a prince's attempt at conversation, taking ages to respond with obvious reluctance. Kang Jingdan, meanwhile, could barely breathe. What the hell was happening? Why was the second prince here at this moment? Moreover, the 16-year-old second prince had already achieved early 5th-tier warrior status, faster than even the Crown Prince's legendary record. The Crown Prince hadn't reached 5th tier until age 20. Kang Jingdan remembered crystal clearly that in her previous life, the second prince hadn't met the requirements for Xuangu First Military Academy admission. Right up until her death, he'd remained a 4th-tier warrior. Seraphina's differences between this life and the previous one were Kang Jingdan's own doing. She understood this perfectly, which was why she'd never feared Seraphina. But what about this second prince? What had caused such a dramatic transformation? How could he have changed so completely in this lifetime, as if he'd become an entirely different person? Could it be? Was he like her? As Kang Jingdan stared at the second prince, desperate to see right through him, he suddenly turned his head and fixed her with a completely emotionless gaze. The look sent ice water through Kang Jingdan's veins. She could swear she detected killing intent in his eyes. Every hair on the back of her neck stood at attention. She immediately averted her gaze, no longer daring to look in that direction. The second prince's stare was absolutely terrifying. He'd looked at her like she was an ant, with disdain and murderous intent. This definitely wasn't how you'd look at a stranger. The second prince seemed to recognize her. In her previous life, Kang Jingdan had indeed known the second prince, even clashing with him over Valorian sterling when the second prince and Valorian had been adversaries. But in this life, she'd only been on the imperial capital for 2 days. She hadn't had time to meet any of these people yet. So this second prince definitely wasn't the same person from before. If he was a reborn soul, had he noticed the differences between her current and previous lives? This possibility sent cold sweat streaming down Kang Jingdan's back. The second prince wasn't like Valorian sterling, that upright, gentlemanly type. In their previous life, even as a wastrel, the second prince had dared oppose the crown prince. In this life, with such advanced cultivation, his power would only be greater. Once he confirmed she was also reborn, he might very well decide to eliminate her, and for the second prince, killing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. Originally, Kang Jingdan had planned to use her prophetic knowledge to engineer a beautiful chance encounter with Valorian sterling today, but the second prince's sudden appearance as a massive variable had left her trembling with fear, no longer daring to entertain such thoughts. The second prince and Valorian sterling were cousins. Kang Jingdan couldn't be certain whether this wild card might leave with Valorian after the assembly. She was terrified, absolutely unwilling to encounter the second prince and risk him confirming her reborn status. Despite her fear, Kang Jingdan couldn't resist monitoring that dazzling group of individuals. Watching Seraphina stand so naturally among those outstanding young men, engaging in friendly conversation with these elite youngsters, without any of the disdain Kang Jingdan had imagined they'd show towards someone of Seraphina's background and origins. Instead, she stood shoulder to shoulder with them, completely integrated into their circle. Seeing this scene made Kang Jingdan's eyes bloodshot with rage once again. Her class's seating position was quite far from the elite section, and with everyone's backs turned toward her, she couldn't hear Seraphina's voice. Since she couldn't see the second prince's lips either, Kang Jingdan missed whatever he'd said to Seraphina. But the second prince's initiative in approaching Seraphina for conversation, followed by his positioning himself behind her, convinced Kang Jingdan that Seraphina had successfully attached herself to the second prince. This triggered another wave of envy, jealousy, and bitter resentment. This lifetime's second prince was completely transformed from his previous incarnation. Whether in appearance, background, or cultivation level, He thoroughly overshadowed Valorian Sterling. Standing beside the second prince, Valorian's brilliance was completely eclipsed. While Kang Jingdan continued her self-entertainment over there, Seraphina had lost all interest in observing her, because Seraphina was absolutely bloody livid. When the second prince had approached her earlier, it was specifically to say, "I read about your glorious exploits yesterday. Tell me, how could you be so incredibly stupid? Someone sweet talks you into buying something and you just buy it. Lucky you didn't die, otherwise it would have been such a waste. I suppose this is what they call fortune favors fools. Bloody hell." With her temper flaring, Seraphina gritted her teeth, seriously considering testing the consequences of giving a prince a proper thrashing. If she hadn't remembered that she couldn't actually beat him, that charging over would only result in her own humiliation. And if Minerva Aurelius, who'd grown to understand her somewhat, hadn't instinctively gripped her hand tightly upon hearing the second prince's words, she might very well have lost control and provided everyone with a live performance of clawing His Royal Highness's face. "Cousin Helix, that's far too harsh to say to a young lady." Valorian Sterling couldn't help but interject. Having also heard the second prince's comment, Valorian felt that even if it was factually accurate, Helix adamant shouldn't speak to someone that way, especially given Seraphina's particular circumstances at the time. Seeing the uncontrollable sparks of fury in Seraphina's eyes, like an enraged kitten ready to pounce on him, the second prince belatedly realized he'd accidentally unleashed his natural talent for sarcasm. "I apologize, I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. My intention was simply to hope you won't be so quick to trust others in future." Chapter 97. Opening Ceremony. The opening ceremony in the Interstellar Age bore a striking resemblance to those back on Earth, with Xuangu First Military Academy's headmaster, Principal Christian, gracing the assembly hall with his presence and delivering a proper address from the podium. The difference was that educational leaders in this era kept their speeches refreshingly brief, covering the essentials without waffling on endlessly, showing genuine respect for everyone's time. Every year, one freshman was selected as the student representative, and the second prince, whether judged by cultivation level or social standing, was the undisputed choice for this honor. When the academy administration invited the second prince onto the stage to deliver the freshman address, Minerva Aurelius breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Seraphina beside her, whose face had gone rigid as a plank of wood. The sight was rather amusing, actually. Minerva had always assumed Seraphina was excessively rational and composed, as if nothing beyond cultivation could truly capture her interest. Though she got along harmoniously with their group, Minerva reckoned none of them could actually influence Seraphina's decisions. Nothing seemed capable of making her lose her composure, but apparently the second prince had managed to crack that facade. Seeing the flash of fury in Seraphina's eyes before she suppressed it, returning to that blank, expressionless mask, gave Minerva the strangest sensation, as if this moment revealed the real Seraphina beneath all that careful control. Moreover, Minerva was now absolutely certain that Seraphina was no ordinary commoner girl. A genuine peasant lass would never dare display such an attitude toward a bloody prince. She whispered quietly, "The second prince is always like this, absolutely vicious with his tongue when dealing with people he can't stand. I've been on the receiving end a few times myself, and sometimes I genuinely want to throttle him, but you can't touch him, not because of his royal status, mind you. The king and crown prince wouldn't give a toss about such petty squabbles, but the empress would make your life an absolute nightmare." So the second prince had crossed Minerva Aurelius as well. Seraphina understood immediately, then smiled with saccharine sweetness as she replied, "We're all classmates now, plenty of opportunities for collaboration ahead." That smile sent proper chills down your spine. Clearly, being a right terror was Seraphina's true nature. Minerva caught the meaning instantly and returned an equally predatory smile. Indeed, once the second prince took the stage, he completely abandoned the attitude he displayed toward Seraphina and her mates, transforming into the very picture of a promising young elite, the sort of exemplary youth that made adults beam with pride. His speech focused on encouraging fellow students to strive for excellence, making him seem like a completely different person from the venomous git who'd been taking shots at Seraphina moments earlier. Not only did the assembled girls gaze at him with obvious adoration, but even the lads looked properly impressed. Bloody efficient Interstellar Age indeed. The entire freshman welcome ceremony wrapped up in under an hour, after which students dispersed to their respective classes. This year's elite class comprised 11 students, with education specialist instructor Lai serving as form tutor and 7th-tier warrior instructor Dursley acting as class instructor. The elite class freshmen had already been thoroughly acquainted with instructor Dursley's methods over the past 2 months. He'd systematically broken them down and built them back up. Though absolutely terrifying during training sessions, He occasionally cracked jokes with them afterwards, so the youngsters didn't fear him when he wasn't in drill sergeant mode, but Instructor Lai remained largely unfamiliar territory. Uncertain of what to expect, the students obediently followed their form tutor like well-behaved ducklings. The elite class occupied the top floor of the main academic building. Apart from having the latest model desks and chairs, their classroom didn't differ significantly from others. Just a standard lecture hall without any of the aristocratic grandeur you'd find in novels. This year's special class has 11 students, including 2 exceptional psychics, something I've never encountered in all my years of teaching. After consulting with Instructor Dursley, we've decided to maintain tradition by dividing you into 2 squads. Squad 1 will be led by Helix Adamant, with Seraphina as vice-captain. Squad 2 will be captained by Valorian Sterling, with Dean Aikson as his deputy. The remaining 7 students will be distributed between the 2 teams. Oh, I should mention that Seraphina is also a 3rd-tier mecha engineer, so Squad 1 will have 6 members, while Squad 2 can independently recruit an engineer from the mecha engineering division to join your team, ensuring both squads have 6 members. Hang on, haven't we always been allowed to choose our own teams? Can't I form my own squad and select my own teammates from the freshman class? Dean Aikson protested with obvious dissatisfaction. Dean had been planning to assemble his own team at the academy, a group that could become his core unit after graduation. Being relegated to vice-captain under Valorian Sterling was bloody insulting, especially given their existing competitive relationship. We function as a collective unit. During regular cultivation and field exercises, we operate as a class, so squads are typically formed from within your own class. Each team requires a minimum of 5 members, and with only 11 of you, we can form at most 2 squads. Instructor Lai explained with patient professionalism, then attempting to mollify Dean's frustration. However, throughout these 4 years, you'll have numerous opportunities to participate in inter-academy tournaments, youth mecha competitions, and similar events where you can form teams freely. Dean remained rather disgruntled. A proper team required extensive coordination. Even the strongest squad couldn't achieve peak combat effectiveness without repeated tactical integration. Dean glanced at Seraphina, recognizing both her and Su-43 as valuable teammates he'd hoped to recruit. He suggested to their form tutor, "Sir, could you possibly assign me to Captain Adamant's squad instead?" Dean couldn't care less about the vice-captain position. Being on the same team would allow him to develop tactical coordination with Seraphina and Su-43. Absolutely not. That would create too great a power imbalance between squads, undermining healthy competition. Without competition, there's no progress. Instructor Lai rejected the proposal without hesitation. With their form tutor being so adamant, Dean had little choice but to accept the arrangement. He wasn't about to become a troublemaker, though that didn't mean he was giving up entirely. Everyone present understood that based purely on ability, the second prince should have been paired with Minerva Aurelius, while Valorian Sterling teamed with Seraphina to properly balance the squad's overall combat capabilities. The problem was that Valorian Sterling and Minerva Aurelius were engaged. You could hardly separate an engaged couple to team them with others. Meanwhile, both the second prince and Seraphina were absolute monsters among this year's freshmen, both possessing superior early 5th-tier cultivation. Every elite class student had sparred with Seraphina, and even Valorian Sterling couldn't defeat her, let alone the second prince with his even higher combat rating. These 2 prodigies forming a team would essentially make them unbeatable among the freshman class. To achieve some semblance of balance between squads, Dean Aikson had no choice in the matter, and the distribution of other team members required careful consideration as well. Predictably, Dean Aikson and Gao Heidao, whose combat abilities ranked just below Valorian Sterling's, along with Shinobu Jinzuki, were assigned to Squad 2. Meanwhile, Tino Vinamo, Yuki Katsura and Scarlet Shadowmere, students whose combat capabilities ranked lower, were placed in Squad 1, with only Su-43 possessing stronger late 4th-tier cultivation. As a country bumpkin, Seraphina didn't fully grasp the implications of team formation, but she understood well enough how student-era squad assignments could influence future prospects. When Dean Aikson had invited her to join his team during their special training, she'd been mentally prepared to accept. Chapter 98. Inseparable during their special training, Dean Aikson had extended an invitation for Seraphina to join his squad. Having encountered each other by chance during the recruitment assessments and worked together successfully, Seraphina had been genuinely impressed by his tactical awareness, so she'd readily agreed at the time. But who could have predicted that Instructor Lai wouldn't allow them to choose their own teammates freely? While Seraphina wasn't particularly bothered about not being able to team up with Dean Aikson, being lumped together with the second prince was a different matter entirely. She absolutely wasn't having it. It wasn't just because the second prince had wound her up during that morning's opening ceremony. More importantly, Serafina felt their personalities clashed something fierce. He had this uncanny ability to completely shatter her inner peace and composure. Under these circumstances, with one serving as captain and the other as vice-captain, future conflict seemed inevitable. Serafina fancied herself as an ethereal, otherworldly sort of fairy, not some fire-breathing dragon. Better to avoid being thrown together in the first place, but Dean Aikson had already voiced his objections, and if she chimed in to support him publicly, she'd not only embarrass their form tutor, but also humiliate the second prince. So she hesitated, keeping her gob shut. When Dean's protest fell on deaf ears, Serafina was even less inclined to speak up. If Dean couldn't form his own team, and she wasn't in the second prince's first squad, she'd inevitably end up in Valorian Sterling's second squad. Instructor Lai had made it crystal clear from the start that their class's two psychics couldn't be on the same team. If she forced her way into Valorian's second squad, wouldn't that mean Minerva Aurelius would have to join the first squad? Absolutely impossible. So without any real choice in the matter, Serafina had to silently accept whatever fate had in store for her. After Instructor Lai wrapped up the form meeting, everyone reckoned they could finally relax a bit. But blow me down, other subject teachers immediately started their lessons without missing a beat. The entire morning flew by like a bloody whirlwind, and midday brought the usual hour-long break. The elite class veterans, seasoned as they were, expertly retrieved various delicacies from their spatial storage devices to enjoy their feast. Naturally, there was still no sharing of food, not a chance. From Serafina's perspective, everyone had received the same education about food safety. Too many ways to tamper with grub. Unless absolutely desperate, never eat anything someone else offers you. This golden rule was something Instructor Fang had drummed into her repeatedly. After filling their bellies, and having skipped training that morning, the elite class was buzzing with energy, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Then they spotted the appearance of stone-faced Instructor Dursley, and one look at his expression told everyone they were in for it. On your feet, downstairs and form ranks immediately, Instructor Dursley barked. The elite class freshmen shot to their feet like rockets, not daring to waste a single second as they legged it downstairs. They automatically formed a proper queue, neat as you please, creating a stark contrast with the other freshmen they encountered on the staircase. Once they reached the sports ground below, the elite class stood in formation like a row of perfectly aligned poplar trees, making the other disheveled freshmen, who couldn't find their squads, look like scattered weeds by comparison. The elite class discovered that all the instructors shared the same operational style, immediately ordering everyone onto the track for 20 laps as a warm-up activity. This is just showing us who's boss in knit, though we hardly need it. Hasn't Instructor Dursley given us enough power demonstrations already? Dean Aikson grumbled with obvious dissatisfaction. You're overthinking it, Valorian Sterling shot back curtly. As it turned out, Valorian was absolutely right. Instructor Dursley genuinely seemed to want them to warm up properly. For the elite class specimens, running laps without gravity rings was genuinely the most minimal warm-up activity imaginable. This sports grounds track was less than a third the length of their island circuit, and running just 20 laps without gravity rings meant the elite class freshmen could complete it with absolute ease, not even breathing hard. Even Minerva Aurelius, who had the weakest stamina among them, only showed slightly flushed cheeks and mild breathlessness. So among the massive crowd of freshmen who were running themselves ragged and gasping for air, the elite class leading the pack ran without any burden whatsoever, maintaining normal complexions and barely elevated breathing, making the other freshmen look like absolute rubbish by comparison. You don't know what you've got until you compare it. Minerva Aurelius, an early third-tier warrior psychic, actually had better stamina than those early fourth-tier warriors in the regular classes. Serafina pondered this and reckoned it didn't make logical sense. Normally, anyone who could test into Xuangu First Military Academy shouldn't be ordinary by any stretch. Either those people were all talk and no substance, or after getting into Xuangu First Military Academy, they'd let themselves go completely during the holidays, failing to maintain adequate training and letting their fitness deteriorate. Meanwhile, the elite class had been forced through hellish training during their break. With one group advancing and the other declining, the gap had naturally widened. The elite class naturally finished first, standing on the sidelines for ages, while most of the other freshmen still hadn't completed their laps. The elite class could see other instructors chatting with Instructor Dursley, their faces unable to hide their envy, jealousy, and resentment, clearly singing the elite class's praises. After hearing out the other instructors, when Instructor Dursley turned back to look at the elite class, his face was no longer thunderous. The elite class immediately breathed a collective sigh of relief, True to form, Instructor Dursley didn't give them a proper lecture. He simply announced that starting tomorrow, they needed to be punctually on the sports ground at 7 sharp for their 20-lap morning run, then waved them off dismissively. Though Instructor Dursley's words were delivered in measured tones, the elite class absolutely didn't dare disobey. Everyone quickly activated their optical brains to input their new wake-up times. By now it was already past 3 in the afternoon, nearly 4 o'clock. Apart from their elite class, all the other freshman classes were still on the track, suffering through their warm-up exercises. Serafina scanned the field and spotted Kang Jingdan, still working hard on the sports ground. Her fitness was relatively decent though. She didn't look nearly as knackered as the other freshmen. Military academy evenings were free from classes, but any cadet with an ounce of ambition wouldn't waste the time resting. The school deliberately provided this window for independent training. Serafina had been practically living in the training halls these past few days. Since she'd missed today due to the opening ceremony and still had time before evening, she fancied heading to the swimming training facility. While psychic cultivation could be done in her spatial storage, swimming training was impossible there. Plus, swimming simultaneously built physical stamina, so when free training was available, Serafina would choose swimming first every time. However, Minerva Aurelius and Scarlet Shadowmere were standing beside her, and she couldn't very well just bugger off without a word, so she extended an invitation. Fancy hitting the training halls. Before Minerva and Scarlet could respond, Helix Adamant's voice drifted over from behind Serafina. "Miss Serafina, shall we have a team meeting?" Though Helix Adamant's words still carried that high-handed, autocratic quality, his gaze toward Serafina had lost its previous arrogant edge, a massive improvement from before. While the second prince had made cutting remarks that morning, he'd later had the grace to apologize, albeit belatedly. Now here he was, a bloody prince, swallowing his pride to speak with her like this, given that she and Helix Adamant had been forcibly paired by their instructor, and with no way to dissolve the partnership. If he was making an effort to be civil, she ought to respond in kind. There was no point in being stroppy and difficult. Having sorted her thoughts, Serafina naturally nodded. "Where do you want to hold this meeting then?" Chapter 99. Tangled complications. When Helix Adamant discussed meeting arrangements with Serafina, he didn't bother lowering his voice, so the rest of the elite class caught every word. The freshmen assigned to Team 1 immediately clustered around their captain and vice-captain like iron filings, drawn to a magnet. Meanwhile, Minerva Aurelius drifted away from Serafina's side, toward Valorian Sterling, with Team 2 members naturally gravitating together in their own little huddle. Serafina stole a glance at Dean Aikeson's expression, after his morning protest had fallen flat on its face. Though he hadn't displayed any dramatic outrage, his demeanor carried a distinct air of melancholy, like someone nursing a bruised ego. However, that warm-up session seemed to have worked its therapeutic magic on his mood. Now he was chatting away with Valorian Sterling in perfectly civilized tones, the tension around his eyes having evaporated completely. After all, the two were cousins. Blood ties naturally fostered more tolerance than relationships with outsiders. For his part, Valorian Sterling hadn't shown the slightest irritation when Dean had voiced his objections that morning, maintaining exactly the same attitude toward his cousin throughout the entire episode. Serafina couldn't help but admire the bloke's character, truly worthy of being the male lead. The man's got a properly generous spirit. Beside her, Helix Adamant continued. Students of our caliber can apply to the academy for special training facilities after forming teams. These rooms aren't free, mind you. We'll need to spend credits to rent them. I've already booked a cultivation chamber yesterday and paid a month's rent in advance. If nobody objects, starting next month we'll split the facility costs equally among the team. Serafina felt a flutter of surprise. The second prince was more politically astute than she'd given him credit for, truly worthy of being the crown prince's brother. For someone of the second prince's privileged background, prepaying an entire term's worth of special training facility fees was probably pocket change, but every member of the elite class possessed considerable pride. If he'd continued footing the entire bill, his teammates would have felt patronized and diminished. By covering 1 month upfront, then proposing shared expenses afterward, he demonstrated both generosity and leadership, while showing proper respect for his companion's dignity. Brilliant thinking, Captain. Thank you so much. I've got no objections whatsoever. Scarlet Shadowmere chirped with obvious delight, laying on the flattery with a trowel. The scheming little madam had been standing right beside her moments ago, and now she'd strategically repositioned herself near Helix Adamant. Serafina pretended not to notice this tactical maneuver. This was classic Scarlet behavior. When she fancied someone, her tongue dripped honey, but when she didn't, it turned venomous as a viper's bite. Regarding Helix Adamant's arrangements, the 3 lads, Sue 43, Yuki Katsura, and Tino Vinamo, all voiced enthusiastic approval. Having a dedicated training space is absolutely brilliant. We won't need to compete with other cadets for facilities." Since Serafina had no clue what sort of training rooms they were discussing, she kept her mouth shut. No point speaking without proper knowledge. She simply smiled and listened to their conversation with polite interest. Helix Adamant gestured for Serafina to walk alongside him. As captain and vice-captain, it made perfect sense for them to lead the group together. Serafina moved to his side, matching his stride. She noticed Scarlet Shadowmere's expression shift like storm clouds gathering. During their island training, Serafina had observed Scarlet's reactions carefully. Though the girl enjoyed needling Minerva Aurelius periodically, she'd shown no particular interest in Valorian Sterling. But once Helix Adamant had appeared on the scene, Scarlet's entire demeanor had transformed. She was clearly smitten with the second prince, practically vibrating with barely contained interest. Unfortunately, the second prince, who'd been portrayed as a playboy in the novel, was currently just a cool, aloof teenager in reality, completely oblivious to Scarlet's flirtatious signals. Initially, Serafina had found this romantic comedy rather entertaining from the sidelines, but now the situation was taking a concerning turn. Though Helix Adamant wasn't particularly warm toward her, he was even more indifferent to Scarlet, often unconsciously overlooking her presence entirely. Now that Serafina was vice-captain, she'd inevitably have regular contact with Captain Helix Adamant. How would Scarlet react to seeing them together? If this pattern continued, would she turn to the dark side? Serafina hadn't forgotten that in the novel, Scarlet Shadowmere was one of the malicious female antagonists. Given her social status, intelligence, and resources, a corrupted Scarlet would be infinitely more dangerous than Kang Jingdan. Perhaps she should try some preventive intervention. Attempt to brainwash Scarlet with women shouldn't make enemies of other women. Rhetoric before her corruption took root. Though they'd trained together for over a month, Serafina had always maintained a respectful distance from Helix Adamant. Their total conversation count probably didn't exceed 10 exchanges. Walking beside him now was the closest she'd ever been to the second prince, and Serafina realized he was taller than both Dean Aikson and Valorian Sterling, with a more commanding presence and considerably stronger aura. As a fifth-tier psychic, though psychics didn't project intimidating auras like warriors, Serafina wasn't susceptible to warrior pressure either. Moreover, her own early fourth-tier warrior cultivation meant walking beside Helix Adamant caused her no discomfort whatsoever. Consequently, Serafina missed the fact that the three lads behind them were studying her and Helix Adamant's silhouettes intently, along with Scarlet Shadowmere's complex expression, first envious and resentful, then resigned and helpless. Under the watchful eyes of other freshmen still engaged in warm-up exercises, Serafina's group walked out of the training area with casual confidence. Serafina even found herself in sufficiently good spirits to appreciate Kang Jingdan's twisted expression upon seeing her walking alongside the second prince. However, her mood quickly soured when Helix Adamant raised his hand to summon a two-seater aircar. Serafina's reflexes kicked in with lightning speed. She immediately hailed her own two-seater vehicle, smoothly settling into the passenger seat before calling back to Scarlet, "Your ladyship, please join me." Scarlet climbed aboard with obvious internal conflict written across her features. Technically speaking, since Serafina and Helix Adamant had been walking together when he'd summoned the two-seater, convention dictated they should share the ride. The aircars were open-topped, and they were all classmates, nothing improper about it. So by hailing a separate vehicle, Serafina had somewhat snubbed Helix Adamant, which wasn't entirely appropriate behavior. But two-seater aircars had limited space, and given Helix Adamant's height, sharing would have meant sitting uncomfortably close together. For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, the prospect of such proximity made Serafina feel uneasy, and she refused to force herself into uncomfortable situations. After all, barring any disasters, these would be her teammates for the next 3 or 4 years. Serafina believed it was better to establish boundaries early rather than endure unwanted intimacy that might breed resentment over time. If she set clear expectations from the beginning, everyone would naturally adapt to her operating style, actually reducing the likelihood of future conflicts. Fortunately, their previous training experience seemed to have given her teammates some insight into her personality. Nobody's expression showed the slightest surprise at her behavior. Su-43 even proactively asked Helix Adamant, "Captain, mind if I share your ride?" His Royal Highness gestured casually for him to climb aboard without missing a beat. Su-43 hopped in with admirable efficiency, earning Serafina's mental applause for his diplomatic intervention. Once the four of them were settled in their aircars, Tino Vinamo and Yuki Katsura summoned their own two-seater vehicle to complete the convoy. Chapter 100. Forced to put on an act, the aircar reached its destination in no time. and after disembarking, Serafina deliberately positioned herself beside Helix Adamant once again, her expression perfectly composed as she admired the vibrant blooms lining both sides of the pathway, roses blushing crimson, daffodils gleaming gold, and lavender swaying purple in the gentle breeze. Putting on such an elaborate performance made Serafina feel absolutely wretched inside, like wearing a costume that didn't quite fit properly. But Helix Adamant's social standing was genuinely stratospheric. He was like a bloody brilliant diamond star that drew countless starry-eyed women like moths to a flame, all desperate to throw themselves at his feet. A girl of her humble background needed to be incredibly careful, or she'd find herself branded with the dreaded social climber label faster than you could say gold digger. Given Serafina's pride and principles, she absolutely refused to let anyone stick that sort of tag on her. It would be like having desperate tattooed across her forehead. The trouble was, their instructor had deliberately paired her with Helix Adamant as captain and vice-captain, making it impossible to avoid working together. If Serafina didn't make her attitude crystal clear from the start, she'd probably have that bloody label slapped on her within 48 hours, so she had no choice but to put on this theatrical display until she was certain her teammates wouldn't start drawing romantic connections between her and Helix Adamant. The aircar incident had worked a treat. Scarlet Shadowmere had even shared a little joke with her during the ride, showing absolutely no signs of turning into a scheming cow. As for Helix Adamant's brooding silence, Serafina simply ignored it completely. They hadn't exactly been chatty when leaving the sports ground earlier either, so she didn't find the atmosphere awkward in the slightest. Of course, Serafina couldn't see the way her four teammates were looking at them from behind. This time, most of those gazes were focused squarely on her. During the aircar journey, Serafina had used her optical brain to research Xuangu First Military Academy's team training facilities. The first thing that caught her attention was the pricing structure, and with her limited understanding of His Royal Highness, her eyes immediately locked onto the first-class facilities, with their eye-watering monthly rent of 120 credits. She could guess with her bloody kneecaps that the prince wouldn't settle for anything second-rate, but with Serafina's working-class sensibilities, the third-class room seemed perfectly adequate. The only differences were smaller spaces and more basic decor. The actual training equipment was identical, and the monthly rent was just 60 credits, half the bloody price. As someone who'd never attended higher education in the interstellar age, and remained a proper country bumpkin from a rim world, Serafina had no experience with different grades of team training facilities. She had no idea that her poverty was limiting her perspective. She'd soon learn that you get what you pay for, applied even more ruthlessly in this advanced era. The group, all long-legged and athletic young people, quickly reached a complex of modest 2- and 3-story buildings. Serafina surveyed the structures, noting their rather ordinary exteriors despite their impressive footprints. Helix Adamant led them to the largest building, a 3-story structure where he stopped at the main entrance. He swiped his optical brain against the door sensor, and the entrance slid open automatically with a soft hiss. Serafina's first impression upon entering was how comfortable and sophisticated the interior design appeared. All clean lines, quality materials, and an atmosphere of understated luxury. Ground floor's the training area, 2 gravity chambers, 1 meditation room, 3 skill cultivation chambers, more than enough space for all 6 of us to train simultaneously. Helix Adamant explained with obvious pride. Everyone scattered to explore with obvious enthusiasm, and Yuki Katsura let out an excited yelp. "Captain, there's actually a mecha training facility here." Helix Adamant's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he replied with characteristic arrogance. "Naturally, why do you think I decided to rent this place immediately?" Even Serafina perked up with interest as the group crowded into the compact mecha training chamber. The facility was genuinely impressive, occupying roughly half the building's footprint and vertical space, easily large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 mechas, conducting basic training exercises simultaneously. Unfortunately, the space stood completely empty without any actual mechas, so their excitement quickly deflated as attention shifted to exploring other areas. The second floor housed a conference room, dining hall and study area, while the third floor contained individual rest quarters. This wasn't just a simple training facility, it was a bloody perfect team living complex. When they reached the second floor, a butler-style robot had already prepared 6 portions of delicious, substantial meals that looked absolutely mouth-watering. Without question, this was His Royal Highness's arrangement. Clearly there were definite perks to having powerful backing. The teenagers, having trained all afternoon, were absolutely starving and showed no inclination toward false modesty when faced with such a feast. Dining etiquette revealed more about a person's upbringing than almost anything else. Apart from Serafina, the other 5 had all been raised in wealthy, protocol-conscious households, from the central star systems. By comparison, Serafina's table manners weren't quite as polished, though they remained perfectly acceptable. Combined with her natural, relaxed demeanor, even the supremely haughty prince showed no signs of disapproval. If he wasn't bothered, nobody else would dare comment. What Serafina didn't realize was that her teammates were rather surprised by her behavior, even beginning to question her mother's true background. Talent and cultivation could be achieved through personal effort, but etiquette and refinement couldn't. These required long-term cultivation from childhood. Her companions suspected that Serafina's mother might not have been an ordinary commoner after all. Serafina remained unaware that Captain Lin had deliberately obscured certain aspects of her background, ensuring that anyone investigating her records wouldn't pay too much attention to Dulcinea's identity, focusing instead on her current guardians. When these people eventually dug deeper, they discovered that Serafina's mother had actually been a fourth-tier pharmacist, a qualification that would ensure comfortable living even on the imperial capital, let alone a rim world. Dulcinea's income had placed her firmly in Topaz Star's affluent middle class, allowing her to provide Serafina with excellent living conditions while maintaining high standards for etiquette and deportment, influences that had deeply affected Lin Kexin during her imprisonment in the Jade Pendant. After eating their fill, the group convened in the conference room for a brief meeting to establish future training schedules. Our training facility lacks mechas, so we absolutely must acquire at least 3 machines, Helix Adamant announced, his gaze settling on Serafina. What would you suggest? Serafina asked, knowing full well she was the poorest member of their group, and ironically the only psychic among them. The academy has rental mechas available. Could we use personal ones instead? Serafina looked directly at Helix Adamant. While she couldn't speak for the others, she was certain the prince owned private mechas. You have a personal mecha? Helix Adamant's expression showed genuine surprise. I took on a master a few days ago, and he gave me a 5th-tier mecha as an apprenticeship gift, Serafina replied with casual understatement. All 5 teammates reacted with obvious shock. Anyone capable of gifting 5th-tier mechas as presents had to possess either extraordinary cultivation or immense wealth. Since Serafina was already a 5th-tier psychic, any master she'd accept would necessarily outrank her. The Gus Empire had very few psychics above 6th-tier cultivation. Every single one was a proper heavyweight. Is your master also a psychic? Scarlet Shadowmere couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. He's a 7th-tier psychic, Serafina confirmed. Colonel Lai Kixing. Helix Adamant's eyes first showed surprise, then settled into an expression of complete understanding as he guessed correctly on the first try. Clearly, her 5 teammates possessed far more insider knowledge than Serafina herself. The mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment flickering in their eyes made it obvious they all knew exactly who Colonel Lai Kixing was.